Good morning, everybody. How is it going out there? How are we doing today? Welcome on in. Hope you're all doing well. Lovely seeing so many of you on this fine Wednesday morning. Come to enjoy some Wednesday morning jams and japes. Basically, it's just chaos as usual. You know, no one's surprised here, right? An adorable Kronos, where? I can see an abominable Kronos. He's right up there, over there for me. Yeah, just right there. Me. Got new tools as admin. Not that I've seen. Let me go and have a look at my server dashboard. Let's do a Control F5. I can set a message of the day. Tools, World Manager. That's the world that I'm on. Player Management. Character name, Funcom. Oh gosh. Oh, okay, nice. There's a nice list. There's a big red button. Like this isn't going to cause an issue at all, right? Let's do this so y'all can see it. This isn't going to be an issue at all, right? This is I don't mind you guys knowing when I last played. I'm not too concerned about it. Felix, you can have a hug. Definitely. You can have a hug. Unless you're on shift, in which case I don't want you to get, you know, too carried away. Balthazar, thank you very much for the 10 subs 5 hours ago, just randomly at 5 AM my time. I do appreciate it. So that's not going to cause an issue where I press the wrong button, right? There is a confirmation pop-up, at least on Make Admin. I haven't tried ban. Do I happen to know the approximate shipping time for a beans? I do not, Luna. I can chase them up. It's like they'll go in a batch. Just dealing with some work absences. I'm glad the battle I fixed is what you are. You know, you're very welcome, bud. That's not my ornithopter. First of all, what were we doing today? The thing we were doing today is focusing on collecting aluminium and making money. We love money. First of all, chat, it's great. That's also not my ornithopter. I definitely don't start every stream not remembering how to play the game and have to slowly, like, recover. I'll see, Felix, as a nice thing, there will be some news coming about taxes. People should make sure they pay their taxes for this 2-week period, and then after that, we might not have any problems. I just need to do some testing. I mean, you know what, you're right. I'm just not thinking big enough. That should be my ornithopter. Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate it. 3 ornithopters. I may be stopping tax on the server. I'm running a couple of tests just to make sure it doesn't cause any unforeseen issues across the worlds. But it's looking reasonably promising that we can just do away with the whole tax system, and then you only have to do the battery like the power generation for your base. That's what it's looking like. I am running a test, then I will have a conversation with Thor about it, and then there will be potentially a ping. Because the alternate option is for me to disable sandstorms. Which means that your base won't degrade when it's lost, but people can still raid it. So, like, we have to keep one form of base clearing in. It's only fair. That is the design of the game. I'm not going to make it a you go AFK and your stuff will always be here when you're back. I can't do that. I can't guarantee it. But I want to make it so that you don't have to log in and do 2 separate weird 2-week and 20-day timers which don't line up. Kind of weird. So people's bases can still go unprotected because they'll need to keep the power up on their base. But I don't think that we need to be doing Solari as well as the power. I think that having 2 mechanics... Felix, what are you doing with my fishing bulbs? Yeah, I think taxes is not needed. That's basically what I'm seeing, but I just need to run a couple of tests. Can't believe that Felix is eating all of the fishing bulbs. I'm gonna have to go and create more for the town. I am using Kind's cutter array. It is the Mark 6 unique. It's quite nice. Kaween, we always test in prod. This is why, Kaween, I'll be honest with you, the reason I know that I'm testing in prod is I'm testing it on the Blackbeard server right now. So I'm testing it in the most prod environment I have access to. DP Fox, stop spoiling my dream. I know somebody made some elite fishing bulbs yesterday. But the forbidden fishing bulbs are forbidden. My fishing bulbs are delicious. There's a difference. Yeah, currently the taxes isn't a great mechanic, so... Yeah, Sabu, you haven't got any new taxes this week. If you have any outstanding invoices, those are still needing to be paid. That's what I'm testing on currently. The outstanding invoices, ones that were already a week late. Yeah, they're a meme, but they're also a waste of time. If you've quit out of the game, you don't want to have a separate 2-week timer in addition to the 20-day timer maximum that you can do in your base with power to keep managing 2 different and separate timers. That's really weird mechanics. Both of which keep your base up and protected. So, like, it's 2 mechanics that do a similar thing and have different timers. Which is just weird. Wait, I can't have harvested that much already. Oh, I have. Closed, all I see, skyline through the window, the moon above you and the sheets below, and oh, I bet that you're moving in. And then someone else can pay your taxes. 2 different grants have slightly different implications. I mean, they do, but they have the same effect. The net effect for somebody who's quit out of the game is the taxes are the same thing. They're both about protecting the fief. I think you get 2 non-payment periods, and then your base just gets wiped. Good morning, Alphas. How are you doing, bud? See you. How many salamis would you like to deposit? Someone else can fill your generators. Indeed, like, we filled Mango's generators up yesterday so that his Darth Vader tower, definitely Darth Vader tower, How much aluminium can you make off of full storage for that bird? Divided by 4 is the ratio, so 15, 16, 44. Divided by 4 is 400, and I'm having a strong 16. This one. But it's not the first run that I've done. The patch notes, any thoughts on it? It's just bug fixes. It's fixes to the last patch that went out, so there's nothing substantial in there. I'm glad they're fixing the game and they're continuing to do stuff. Great. Pixel art with walls. Wow. I love it. Stay with me. You are most welcome, bud. Did I do Circuit 4 over there? I think I did. In this moment, all I know. It's yeah, with the aluminium, it's gonna be quick, but from where our base is, getting the buggy there takes like 10 minutes. Flying there takes 2. So actually, in terms of the rapid run to get a full inventory of like kind of 1600 of this versus, you know, 2 runs for that, for me it would take longer to do enough to make 7,000 using the buggy than it would to make 7,000, sorry, 700 using the assault ornithopter. Because of where our base is located, you have to go all the way around this, basically. It's come up north and come up here for the reliable aluminium, which is just a huge trek. It's not worth it. Which is why sometimes you'll see me take Demnut up East Mining. Trying to keep the colonies alive. Theodosia, she's mine. Sinners and the saints, takes and takes and takes, and we keep living anyway. Good morning, Lucianus. The awakening is going well, thank you. We are just getting started doing some duning. I do believe we might have a guest surprise later where we may dune with somebody else who's a bit less far into the game. But we have to wait until I'm more awake for that, and they're awake and around. Mostly because, you know, I can't take pure gremlinry too early, so I need to be careful about how early I release my gremlinisms. You know, like when I went full turbo goblin and harvested 40,000 spice sand. Like, that's a lot. It's intense. You just drive your buggy. You just cliff dive your buggy down into the rift. I mean, fair. Oh. Well, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, like a golf. Like a golf. Fine. See, I don't like driving the buggy as much as I like flying. Flying the ornithopter is just, oh. Wait for it. I'm willing to wait for it. We rise, we fall. Sabidol, not so many as Hamilton. I think Lin-Manuel Miranda just does a cracking job of writing songs, to be honest. Sorry about that. Sudden urge to sneeze, and I thought I was going to, and then my body was like, no, baited. Get baited, nerd. I hate getting sneeze baited. It is kind of the worst. Somebody queued a song from, was it Epic, the musical, yesterday? In the song request? That was quite good. I enjoyed that. We'll do some more song requests later on. Whoop. Oh yeah. I am that kind of story. Song requests are the exclamation point song request command. What that does is it adds it to a huge list. I then queue about 10 or 15 at a time as I go through that. And then I check the lyrics out as I go because I know what chat's like. Don't come at me. I know exactly how it is. And I'm fine with it. I know that you guys are goblins, but like, there are some weird requests in that. There were some requests that were definitely by people who were trying to breach terms of service. Because there was more than one link in there, which was definitely not porn. Thanks, random chat member who submitted that. Great. Very interested to see what people get up to in their free time, but we're not going to show it on stream. Appreciate it, Lucky Fox. I'm sure there's more in the song request list, so I'm sure we'll have to take a look. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That gun is loaded. Mindus, we don't tend to like follower-only mode, but we'll think about it. We appreciate all the feedback. Ultimately, we know about the tools that Twitch has to manage this. It's just that follower-only mode doesn't tend to long-term help that much, we find, for us. But if we have to do it on Thor's, like if I have to do it on Thor's birthday so that we can actually have a chilled stream and he can have a good time, I fucking will. Like, if I tell him that for mental health reasons we're putting it in follower-only mode for people who haven't followed for an hour, especially during US time zone, so be it. Sometimes I will play the mental health first aid card and he'll have to be like, oh. Aha, get mental health, nerd. Have I ever played The World Ends With You? I have not played The World Ends With You, no. Thank you, Nellis. Good job. I mean, yeah, after stream yesterday, because I ended quite abruptly, as some of you did comment on, I went into Thor and I had a bit of a meeting and a conversation about where the state of things are at, and we're doing okay as a team. You know, Thor and I run the business very well in that we run with an awful lot of slack, but like, there will come a point where we may have to let staff go or reduce staff hours if we can't keep up the pay and stuff. That's a reality of doing business that I don't like having to talk about, but like, if the bashing of the ferret stream and of the stream keeps going on that side, we will likely have to reduce the amount we pay the mods or reduce the hours they work so they're paid the same but have to do less. So like, you know, Thor and I have to have important meetings sometimes that don't have very nice conversations, because I'm not gonna lie, there is no worse feeling as a manager than having to let people go because the company can't afford someone. It's just the worst. Because it's nothing personal. Their work is great, but like if the company can't afford it without going under, the company can't afford it without going under. Like, I can see why losing headcount in the gaming industry is so devastating, because like you're having to choose between games and jobs. And so I don't want us to get to that position for the stream where we have to do that with the mods. Luckily, we're not, because we've been very, very clever with how we've managed money across the last few years. Like, we've saved up a decent amount of ferret rescue funds, which are all segmented and ready to be paid out when the ferret rescue is being built, which is getting closer every day, which is very exciting. It's just that people don't know. It's a combination of things. One, people don't know how to disagree anymore without it becoming a point of principle. It's all about winning. It's a very combative environment in that regard. When you combine that with the fact that in this day and age, most people feel powerless more often than they feel empowered. So when they feel empowered, like they've got a cause behind them, or they've got something which rallies them together, often they feel empowered, and it comes across in a very toxic way because they've not had any practice of being in an empowered position. And ultimately, the final element of it is that it is easy to hate. It is easy to not engage your empathy, your care for others, to have to take into consideration their perspectives. If you don't spend any energy on that, it is very easy, and that looks like hate. That's what that is. You just come to chuck. Do you want to feel empowered and you don't care, so you end up throwing hate. That's what it is. The content creators themselves, rather than the individuals, yeah, that's about ad revenue, it's about clout. Ultimately, the internet has become anything for content. We talked about it in January quite extensively. But it goes beyond, like, some people are taking it beyond what is just normal. If people don't like Thor's views, that's one thing, but to take, like, decompiled code, which is already, by the way, against the EULA for the game and for the Steam subscriber agreement for the purchase of it, but to also get your whole community to buy the game, play it for less than 2 hours, then leave a negative review and refund it, that's shitty. There's a lot of shitty stuff going on where people are just doing it. If someone coming to your chat to harass Thor, I mean, that's just insane. That means they have to be watching the stream, rent-free hate in their heads, by the way, looking at who the key chatters are, and then seeing if they're a streamer. I will discuss the idea of follower-only mode with him. Ultimately, he and I will be streaming. I will likely have us in shared chat on his birthday, especially during US time zone, because ultimately I need to be there and able to assist in the moderation, and I would like for my moderators to also be able to get a bit of experience helping out the main moderation team during that time, because it could be really rough. If I know how the internet works, there are going to be a swathe of people who think, oh, it'd be really funny to ruin his day on his birthday and to come into chat and spread shit. Like, that's just how I can see some of these idiots, particularly, you know, the LSF copy-pasters. Like, it's just not that unbelievable, right? We share a couple of mods, but not really. The reason for that is that we shared, like, Jake and Matt are both mods here, mostly for automated tooling reasons, because ultimately when they are on shift, they should not even be watching this stream. When they are on shift for Thor, employed by Pirate Software, they're not being employed by, you know, Kronos, they're not being employed by, you know, Kronos Incorporated. They are being employed by Pirate Software. So they should be doing the Pirate Software work, not watching my stream. If we're on a shared chat, it's a bit different, because it's the same chat, it's the same stream. I appreciate it, Mirror. It's something that we will look to do at some point, and when we do open up applications, I would definitely suggest that even if you didn't have experience, because you are so closely entwined in the community, you understand not only, like, kind of how it feels, but also some of the, you understand the jokes, the humor, the overall attitude. That's the kind of thing that will set you apart in a moderation application, ultimately. Because while people want professional moderators with experience, they actually need people who are able to manage the community. And that is, in some ways, more important than knowing how the tooling works already, because you can learn to use the tooling very rapidly. It can be a bit of a trial by fire with Twitch, sure. But ultimately, learning and fitting in with the community vibe is not always something that happens to everyone. Like, sometimes you just won't gel with a community. You can't force it. So if you're applying to be a mod and you don't already know the community, in my opinion, when it comes to me reviewing applications, it is a factor I take into consideration. I mean, the tooling for Twitch is solidly okay. Like, it's better than YouTube, but YouTube's moderation tools are like taking an ice pick to the face. So, not something I try and do very often. The ticking time bomb to explode. Well, that's going to be cooking for like an hour. Okay, it's going to be cooking for 6 hours. Hey, congratulations on your first stream, Red Falcon. Yeah, that's what I mean. You will start off with 0 people, but people in chat who, you know, who like your vibe might come and check you out. And then you might have 3 viewers. Well, at that point, then you're already above most of Twitch. So I'm proud of you. Proud of you for starting. Like, you have to start somewhere. I don't know. It took me a long time to start, mostly because I'm just insanely busy all the time, and I don't want to make promises that I can't keep. Oh, I mean, it would be silly not to, I guess, at this point. Coding an app and so inspired by thought you streamed your progress. Nice. Good job, bud. Proud of you. Deals with the devil and hell can't hold down a rebel. Luther's gonna get really annoyed at some point with just like the stuff that I start randomly chucking into the base and not telling him, and I'm just gonna see how long it takes him to notice certain things. Normally he's in stream when I say that though, which doesn't work out well for me. Nice. It's stealthy. Look at how stealthy this is. It's a huge, stealthy workstation, okay? Black screen after the ads. Refresh your browser and got ads again. That is very weird, Sixto. Hello, Hoobsy. Yeah, we're doing well, thank you. Yeah, there's quite a bit going on today. Griggs, no, these servers are NA based, but the ping to the UK where I am is only about 75, which is absolutely playable. I've had no problems at all. Can I get raided in the PvE section deep desert after the storm? No, you cannot. In the deep PvE area, the deep desert, even after the storm, your shields don't go down. Your base does still take some damage, just so you know. As far as I understand it, there seems to be some storm damage that leaks through. This is going to use up a lot of my water, but 999 duralumin, while all the aluminum is getting replaced, is nice. Hambus is online. Ferret stream numbers are okay. I think it's difficult because Twitch has also got what seems like reduced ad fill at the moment across most channels. So my channel is showing reduced ad flow, so is the ferrets. Ooh. Eliane, what did you get banned for? What are you restricted for doing? What were your crimes? Get something uncovered. Oh, you just said that wasn't very smart, was it? Eliane, or however your name is pronounced, who is currently a suspicious user and your message wasn't posted to chat, do you know why you were banned on the Pyro Software stream? Sometimes you might just not get any ads. Yeah, the ad fill seems to be reduced at the moment, and I don't really know why. No, not Eline TM. There's somebody else. I don't even know how to pronounce it. It's... Is it worth it to come back to Dune? If you're fine with a game where you have to make your own fun, then yeah, absolutely fine to come back to Dune right now. If you are more focused around the game providing content for you to do, then no. I mean, at the moment, we are creating our own content inside Dune more than anything. Like, I'm wanting to build up Solaris and kind of see, A, what the maximum number of Solaris is that one can store up, but also just things like lands, rather, other stuff. The PvE and PvP balance in the Deep Desert is still to be addressed, and to be honest with you, I think it will likely be August before you see a significant change there, mostly because inside the European Union, the EU, and kind of the Scandinavian countries, it's very normal for July to be a time in which people take time off for a holiday with family. And therefore, the number of developers they have on staff is likely slightly lower than normal, or slightly broken up in terms of the amount of work being done, because, you know, people take, you know, a couple of days to get back into the swing of things when they get back to work. That I wouldn't expect as much progress to be made in July as any other month, to be honest with you. That's just the reality of it. Hey, come back to Mark 6 is something that I wanted. I should have got that last week, to be honest. I wish I had. In a second, I will land. I need to go and get some water. Why is July a lull in the UK? What holiday celebrate? It's school summer holidays. So school's finished for summer, which means that parents spend the time with their offspring. Theoretically. I will be right back. I'm just going to grab some water. While we were out there getting beverages, we encountered a strange fuzzy demon. Look at who it is. It's the baby Bailey. Hi. Oh, I can do that as well. Hi, little kitten. Look who it is, chat. He's come to see you. He's come to wish you a happy Wednesday. We love a Wednesday, Bailey. He is the star of the show, isn't he? You know what? You're right. I would agree that he is the real streamer, yeah. You know what? That's fair. Someone asked earlier what what power pack I'm using. The answer is that I'm using the Power Pack Mark 6, although it's pretty battered. They said not guilty. Do they even want another chance? Because they've not made an unban request. Yeah, I will probably go and get B some concrete slabs at the weekend. You gonna have some food? Yeah, you are. Okay. He's gone for a snack. Good night, Felix. Thank you very much for helping cover today. I appreciate you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day off, buddy.
Huh? Who's there?
Sleep well. This person's just being a bitch. Okay, so today we are here searching for fluid pumps, which is nice. Industrial fluid pumps. These industrial pumps. The one, not industrial fluid pumps. The fluid pumps, the Tech 2 ones. What do I not know?
Someone's here. The enemy found.
Big bitch. Any lands rewards on a target? Yes, I'll probably be targeting the compact compactor Mark 6 and basically blueprints this week as they open up. Where am I now? I'm in the area underneath the big rock thing that looks a bit like Godzilla. I'm using the full suspensor belt. The full suspensor. The reason I like the full is this is the way I see suspensor belts. For those of you who don't know, you have the passive suspensor belt, which just stops you from taking damage. This is like a full stop. This is like a tier 1 of it. The lead suspensor belt is a tier 1 movement 1. So while you're moving, it will keep you moving the direction you're moving. This one is a tier 1 planar, so it keeps you on the same plane horizontally. It's sluggish, but it's good for power. This is a tier 2 movement 1, full suspensor. You can move all the directions still, and you keep your movement going. This is a tier 2 planar 1 that just keeps you level. You don't need a Tech 1, you don't need a Tech 2 passive, because the Tech 2 passive would just do the same thing. It stops you from taking damage, whereas the others needed Tech 2 variants. Just got a full suspensor belt. But it is, yeah, when you say it's basically a full leap, it is. That's true. I should probably take things like gun parts and armor plate. We've got loads of gun parts, but the Emperor's wings are, yeah, they're like, they are leg breakers, is basically how I've always found them. Tattoo, by when I say tattoo, I don't necessarily mean the tiers inside the game. I just mean the upgraded variant of that item.
I need backup. Coming.
Yeah, it is Eve terms. That would, yeah, that's true. Yeah. I apologize. Sometimes the Eve terminology just leaks out. My brain's full of holes like that. I love Solaris. That's Tech 2, I'll take it. Yeah. You still call Solari gold, basically. Tell me you're an Eve. I know. That's the problem with Eve, like that stuff never really leaves your brain. No matter how hard you try, you will always have all of that Eve knowledge just tucked away somewhere, completely useless. I can retain all of the fleet callouts from Eve and battles that I fought 10, 15 plus years. Well, I can remember Eve battles from before I did my degree. But I remember Eve far better than I ever remember anything from my degrees. Because degrees will teach you theoretical knowledge. They don't actually teach you the practical stuff that you need for the job. So that never gets reinforced when you're back on stuff. Whereas Eve, it's life or death. You put it into practice all the time. Oh, that's bad. This is bad. This is very bad. I'm very likely dead. I don't really know how I survived that. How long did Nitrado server resets take? A few minutes. There's still one more flamethrower around here somewhere. There he is. How can you... I don't know how they can run that quick and then immediately just start firing when we can't do that kind of behaviors. Mad. Yeah, the flamethrower is strangely effective against the player. Other servers went back up, but NH went down for a daily reset. It could be the Nitrado server update that's being put out. Nitrado did say they'd have extended downtime. That's one of the reasons we started late today, was because we knew there was going to be an extended downtime to allow them to do a security patch for the game. For the servers themselves, even, rather than the game.
Someone here. Who's that? I require backup.
Yeah, never say the J word in a fleet, because as soon as you say it, someone will mishear and they will go through that gate. That's the issue. You never say the J word on an Eve fleet. It's like you never say uppies on a mining op here. Yeah, exactly. Everybody knows what's up. FC said uppies. In fact, any member says uppies, because that's how the risk game of survival game works, but hey. Ooh, a cold one for the boys. Don't actually use the spice drinks. Only when I accidentally get spiced. Have you ever accidentally spiced, chat? My one complaint about the show is it doesn't bounce very well. So, like, when I move up and down, it doesn't compress nicely. So the bouncing is more difficult. Better to use, like, my feet with my, like, tiptoes beneath me. So I can... Someone's... You've not accidentally hit the use spice button so many times. The use spice button is Z, and sometimes you just aim for A or W and you just kind of slip. All of a sudden, you're spiced out of your mind. Sorry about that. I did actually finally two of them. Nope. 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 I'm gonna go down, but hey, fine. Far enough away from them, I'll survive. Then I have this. Let one of you start firing. Out of emergency vent because everyone's behind it. Yeah, the flamethrower range is ridiculous for these NPCs. But it's not as ridiculous as the range on this, which you can see hits all the way over there. Why not rebind the prescience key? Because I've always used it as Z. That's the problem. So if I need to instinctively pop it, I haven't got the ability to do so, and it's too late now. My brain has learned it. It's entrenched. If they had enemies with las guns, that would be horrifying. I don't even like the concept of enemies with las guns. Because, like, sometimes the enemies will shoot at your ornithopter, and you don't really care that much, because ultimately, like, your ornithopter, like, the bullets barely do anything. Did somebody process you through? How are you back? That's interesting. You didn't make an unban request. Interesting. Did one of my mods do something they shouldn't have done? Let's go find out. Into my own mod view. How does one get a las gun? They are a rare drop in the deep desert blueprint. Or they are found from, like, the weapon vendors. Back to Twitch. If I was good for one day, chase the shadows away. If I was God for a day, a whole bunch of people getting smited. Smote? Smitten? Everyone's getting smitten. Yeah, or you can do the Mark 6 cutter array quest. Taros, thank you very much for the raid of 8 people. You are awesome. Welcome on in, Raiders. Luna Husky, Andy Records. Thank you both for swinging by. Good to see you both. Welcome on in. Taros, were you doing Dune, or were you doing something else? What was the Calras playing? Or doing? I was God for one day. Yes, but you have I Smote. But if you've been smoked, have you been smoked? Is that how that works? Playing Subnautica. Subnautica is very, very good. My issue with Subnautica is I've never been able to actually, like, hold on the attention long enough to do all the bits in the right orders. I tend to wander off and then gather stuff and then just be like, okay, well, what now? I don't care enough for quests. It's always my issue. I don't like quest-driven gameplay. One day, one day. Smote has 2 forms. Verb smite is 1 past tense form smote and 2 past tense forms smote and smitten. Smote is used for the meaning to do with having afflicted injury. Smitten is the more common one. Oh, they actually come from the same... They're the same word. If you are smitten with someone, that means you've been smited. You've been smited by your emotions. Interesting. That's a really nice dissimilarity between the two terms. I love that. Hang on, let's have a look at this. Smite literally means strucken by. So actually, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And therefore, people in the mid 17th century started to use smitten as an emotive term around, you know, longing or affection. Whereas smote was actually used as the negative variant of it to inflict, you know, retribution on someone was smote. Whereas to be struck by love is smitten. The Reaper pet you as a... Oh, okay, well that's... At least you got petted by the Reaper rather than just immune. Okay. There's been a great deal of overlap between these two words for the last 800 years. Smat, smet, smit, smot, and smite are some of the variants. Oddly enough, smut does not appear to be related as a term. So you're going to have to look elsewhere for the origin of smut, chat. Not related, despite the closeness. The base language of that word, Old English. What am I after? Anyone would say why Dune got so choppy recently? What, you mean on stream or in the game? In game, I think it's because there's a couple of memory leaks. If you play for more than about 4 hours, you end up with issues. I will answer again after ads. I got the magic in me.
Who's there?
No one's here, don't worry about me, I'm fine. Don't mind me, I'm just taking this. I also have these. Oh wait, I didn't actually get the main thing. Deeply funny that I didn't go down here. Matt Wilcots, I'm very sorry about your mum. We have a problem. Okay, we don't actually need the cold ones for the boys. We've got enough spice infused to aluminium. Now, we don't need more spice residue. 11 spice sand is a meme. 5 diamine dust. I mean, okay. We've got enough space now to collect at least what we need to inside the area. Then there comes an offline hype train to break you. What's your hype train at? Or what was your hype train at, Calrus? Because that sounds very goblin-esque of them. They're very good at that.
Someone's here.
No, no one's here. Nope. I'm stuck on the terrain again. This is not doing well. Get some non-sticky terrain, please. Better. That was a bad move. Didn't realize these guys had so much health. What, you 3 shots? 5 shots to kill that, okay.
Shields up.
What was my hype train record? Asking for a friend, exactly. Yeah, there's just no need for the behavior that you showed in Thor's chat. Eliane. Basically like one of the more annoying Aes Sedai names from A Wheel of Time. The one that you just kind of like, you're just kind of guessing at the pronunciation until you've heard the audiobook and you're kind of like, okay, fine, whatever. Base relocated fully. Congratulations. It's a difficult task to do, but it is worthwhile doing. Oh, sake, of course. Because this game won't let me just cut through those panels if I haven't got an empty slot in my inventory. You will likely get a little bit bored of this run today, chat. We've got to run that loop a few times where we go and get industrial pumps, then we've got to come and get the slag. Irradiated slag. We need the irradiated slag because Lutheris told me we want spice-infused power now, because apparently everything in our life needs to be spice-focused. Which, broadly, I'm okay with. It does make sense to my delicate sensibilities. We do all love spice here. If you don't love spice, unfortunately, maybe this isn't the right place for you. It is really interesting how many people like would have written that as Hermione by default. Yes. Yeah, you can't use the cutter arrays without a free inventory slot for the salvage metal to go into, which is ridiculous in my opinion. It should just drop it at the ground on your feet if you want to cut your way through. I'm Hermione Granger. Yeah, it's very clear in the films. They make it nice and obvious. Oh, that's this way. There should be a box here. Nice. We love loot. So, Karas, if you're encountering the Reaper inside of Subnautica, you're likely quite far in, from my understanding. I always do this. It's the wrong side in this one. All the public servers are back up. Congratulations. I'm glad that you guys have access back to the game again. It's always good news. Sometimes it takes them a little while on the public servers. One of the reasons why it's always more fun, in my opinion, to run a private server is because you have a little bit more control and understanding of when that downtime is going to be. It's by necessity, because it can be done as part of the service. For those of you who are wondering, yeah, we've got a deal with Nitrado, who kind of provide this server and a number of others for us. So we have 15 servers on one world, which we call Tortuga as a kind of a general reference term. That's basically got, I think it's 10 password protected servers, which the password for which is in exclamation point Dune Discord. It's free to the community. 3 public, like fully public servers, and 2 private servers for streamers only. We also have 10 servers that aren't on the same world, so people have another option on what we call the mushroom worlds, because they're all named after mushrooms. And all the Nitrado are providing all of those for us for free as a community, which is awesome. One of the things that we want to be able to do, and we're speaking to them about it quite regularly, is we want the ability to transfer players from the mushroom servers across to the pirate servers. Also, I didn't realize there was a huge gold, like... pictographs in here. That's really cool. So we've got a very good deal with them. They've been awesome. I've been really happy with the way that Nitrado have managed these servers. I've used Nitrado servers before. I've not personally like had an account and worked with them to do certain things. So I've actually been, and I don't say this about a lot of companies generally, I've actually been really impressed at how they have proactively engaged, looked to make the game better. They found workarounds where we've needed them to. Because, for example, we needed to be able to ban people, but we didn't have that ability from Funcom. It was Nitrado who went and found that for us in the game files, pointed out how we could do it. So, like, you know, I've got a lot of nice things to say about Nitrado currently, no matter what experience people have had in the past. I've been very, very happy with them. So, yes, we're on private servers, but we've tried to keep our experience as close to the public experience as possible. As soon as I saw the list of names, I was like, well, Nitrado are the ones on there that I think I trust the most, so that's what we'll go with. Good morning, Arcturus. Hope you're doing well. Yes, Aimless Kingdom, we can now ban people properly from our servers, which is, I think, a little bit less fun than the script where we wipe them every 6 to 12 minutes. So I'll probably still leave the wiping system in, just because I think it's fun. But we can now, yeah, we can now ban people ourselves, etc., which is much more convenient. Yeah. The wiping system, to be honest, was just me like, well, okay, so what you're saying is we can't ban anyone permanently. That makes sense. I can understand why that's not a thing. It's annoying, but hey, we'll work it out. What can we do? And they're like, well, we can just change something in their player account which wipes their account. And I was like, okay, but what if we did that over and over again? And they were like, oh. We were like, yeah. Gaz POV, thank you very much for the 500 bits. You are awesome. I really appreciate the kind words. And yeah, ultimately... yeah, there's a lot the team are dealing with. I'm not going to lie about that. You know, the team is working very hard. You know, Ham, Felix, Jake, everyone is working really hard. We try our best to do this, not only because it's our job, but also, you know, we were doing this before we were paid. We all do this because we want the community to be a safe place for people. And unfortunately, there are certain people who they don't care about our community being safe for other users or, you know, what we want it to be. They are just coming here to disrupt. Okay, set all the bombs off. And like, yeah, it's very, very annoying, very frustrating, very tiring to deal with, but ultimately, you know, it's what we want to do. So I think it is a little bit easier in some ways to manage some of those feelings. Oh, delicious. This is from Pitch Perfect. That's very funny. Oh, that bit's really cringy. We're moving on from that. Valencia, because it's easy. When you... The reason the drama grabs people and it becomes so gripping is because when you are feeling powerless in life, which a lot of people are right now, there's a lot of bad stuff in the world. When people feel powerless, when they have the ability to exercise a level of power, like being part of a movement, it's a very compelling way for the brain to react. And hate is ultimately very easy. You don't have to empathize. You don't even have to listen to the other side if you hate them. So hatred is the easy option for a lot of people. They haven't got to empathize, they haven't got to listen, they haven't got to think about the other side's point of view. They can just believe something, feel part of a group, feel empowered, and then they can feel like they're making a difference. Even if that difference is ultimately a negative one, it doesn't matter about the logic, it's about the emotions that are being experienced here. We have shitty meat computer brains as humans, which is half of the problem. Negativity is easier for us to convey and communicate, and it's something that we are socially designed to do, rather than positivity, which is actually not so simple. If you want an example of this, if you imagine kind of scavenger species, you know, which humans can be, there are scavenger elements to the way our psyches work. If there is something dangerous, scavengers will normally work together and warn them, or you will notice from the behavior of the scavengers that, you know, that area isn't safe for some reason. When there is food, they tend to keep it quiet, or they tend to hide it, because that's ultimately how you progress in a competitive field. People have taken that competition because, you know, that seems to be what the message we get told these days, and think that somehow other people doing well is a threat to them. So you end up with a whole series of very messy interactions based off of just emotion, not off of logic or what is good. But you have a whole mess of different feelings and interconnected things that all work together. I mean that ultimately, the internet and the way that things work doesn't incentivize good behaviors, it incentivizes hate. Moment. Your explosion is no match for my rad suit. The mob from Gladiator, yeah, they literally, that's the whole thing. It's about bread and circuses. They do not care from where that blood flows or where that drama comes, as long as they have something to distract them from the issues that they have in their own life and the things that make them suffer. That's how humans have worked for a long time. Oh, nice one, Karus. That is awesome. A level 14 hype train is huge, bud. Awesome. 161 sub-gifts. And was that during the Dune event by any chance? The gift bomb stuff? Because that was a huge week for me too, when I started streaming properly. I mean, that's ultimately what we're here for. We are here to chill. We are the kitchen at the house party. A lot of those people are being thrown out the front door. You know, we might come and talk and bitch about it in here in the kitchen, but, you know, we don't have to deal with that behavior, thankfully. You know, I will deal with that very fucking quickly here. And I don't have a problem with using follower-only mode or sub-only mode if I need to in here. I don't have the same kind of feelings about it. I will use any tool I have to when the timing is right. Why is there a sand bike outside of this? Somebody piss off the locals as well. I'm always ready to smite a bitch. I was definitely outside the radius of that, but fine. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, Batman doesn't use firearms, but Alfred's absolutely fine capping a motherfucker with a shotgun. Yeah. I say so. I think we all aspire to have more of the Peter Serafinowicz from John Wick vibes. And if you don't know who that is, or what the scene I'm talking about is, then I'm very sorry for you. riff-offs from Pitch Perfect are great, by the way. Are you bonking the enemy for specific loot? And we were bonking the enemy for 2 specific loots on that run we've just done. So we went to the Syndicate area, Sandflies area, sorry. I think it's called Syndicate City? Sentinel City. We went here to get fluid industrial pumps, which become fluid pumps and are used for water stuff. And we came here to get industrial, basically irradiated slag, which is used to make spice-powered fuel cells. Because we love our spicy fuel. We need to do that run several times today, because ultimately you only get, look, you know, 27 industrial pumps. That's 1 water storage we need. This is enough to make, in fairness, that's very good. That amount of irradiated slag is actually very helpful for us. Good morning, TQB. How are you doing? 17 days, 19 hours. We like that. In your head. I feel like Sabi went and got more. This is not the original. This is the this is a riff off from Pitch Perfect. I want to say 3. Sabu, I just want you to know that you are appreciated. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? Do this. Slash VIP. Get VIP'd, nerd. Have a cursed diamond. Happy Nay's cursed diamond expires today. Yeah, you can't get rid of the cursed diamond as well. Also, if you haven't seen Pitch Perfect as a whole, you should. Oh, Taffy Nay is here. Taffy, yours expires today. I've got a reminder on my phone. The 25th. What's the 25th? Nice. Next Friday, I will likely be starting stream late because I'm going to get a tattoo. I'm likely just going to get a small one on my wrist or some other area where it's reasonably visible, so like the side of my wrist, on the probably on the inside, like kind of like here-ish. Basically saying either it's going to be GF for good fight or GG for good game, because it's basically to remind me that, like, if you win or you lose, it's not about being salty at the end. It's about taking the win, taking the game as it was, and moving on. So it's a sentiment that I have from gaming, but like it goes beyond that. It's just as a reminder to basically just be gracious about stuff and just to let things go. Like, when you win, you win. When you lose, you lose. Like, so be it. Yeah. I mean, GF is good fight, which is an Eve term. So it's much more meaningful to me. But most people who don't know Eve probably think that GF means get fucked, which is a little bit more rude than I would intend. So I'm just kind of deciding whether I want GG for good game or I want GF for good fight, because I will get good fight more, but some people might misunderstand. Or girlfriend, true. There is that one as well. I forget about that one. Or gluten-free, yeah. So maybe GF isn't the one to do, whereas GG, like, I feel like that's a fairly well-known good game one. Yeah. I feel like that's probably the more stable one to go with. Or, I mean, it could also mean get good. So it could remind me if I'm doing badly to get good. You are correct. Did forget about that. I'm going to skip that because there's actually some trigger warnings in the next verse. And this is a banger. Yeah, GF has too many things. Maybe you're right. GG. And it also stands for Get Greg's. Oh, yeah. Get Greg, nerds. Okay, we're going to go with GG. It's going to be a good game. GFY does not stand for good for you. GFY definitely stands for something far ruder than that. And then, yeah, so I think what's likely is that I will get that one on my right hand wrist, on my mouse, on my mouse hand. And then I will likely get probably something else on my left. But yeah, my idea for my CBT is for Cooking by Thor. TTS is also short for Talk to Streamer, just so you know. Well, the red duck is more of a community meme, and I don't think that I find it something that's I don't know. Weirdly, and I know some of you will probably disagree, it doesn't feel personal enough to me that it's something that I would want tattooed on myself, if that makes sense. Also, theoretically, a very obvious way to identify myself IRL. You tried using 2 crawls on a ring, doesn't it? We could barely fill both before the grandfather came. The grandfather is on a timer. It's just a timer, I believe. Matter of when you get there. You can see my face, but it just, I don't know. It's more... People don't know what my face looks like, whatever reason. I don't know. I could get a very tiny, like the one that goes in. So like in the starting now screen, we have the little one that sits in the G. So you mean like that one? The really small little red duck, like in the middle of the G. No, I should keep that on me. I don't need that one. GLF, yeah, I could do that, but at that point, either the letters will have to be really small, which defeats some of the object, or the tattoo itself will have to be really large, which again defeats the object. So the whole point was for it to be a small one. What? Gaz POV, I need to... I think I lost brain cells reading that conversation about how you're going to get it tattooed on your butt, and then if it would spell GOG. It's fine. It was just very concerning. Like, are you okay? Do you need help? It's okay. We can likely get you sorted, but I just want to make sure everything's all right, bud. Yeah, that context was quite hard to find. I'm not going to lie to you. 2 sets of welding wire. Okay, that makes sense. Honestly, all it takes is someone saying, "Yeah, sorry, I was in the military," and I'm like, you know what? Fine, makes sense. Completely forgiven. Sense of humor broken. Whatever. Sure. That's when someone tells me that they used to work in like nursing or healthcare. I'm like, yep, fine, sure, absolutely broken. We're fine with that. I get it from working Citizens Advice Bureau. Retail, service industry, yeah, all of them. People who've worked behind bars and have seen the dark side of humanity that comes out after 1 a.m. when they've been drinking. You are a German paratrooper. Does that mean that you can say anything now? I think the thing I like about people who have worked in the German military, particularly German paratroopers, is they're very down to earth. Most paratroopers are. Wait, was that one not enjoyable? Was that too far? Where's the line? I'm quite proud of it, to be honest. I had a little laugh that I suppressed too hard and it turned into a cough. I was that smug about it when it popped into my head for free. Are you not entertained? Exactly. One of the things I might do on tomorrow's stream when we play some Bitcraft. Oh, wait, no, tomorrow's stream is Thor's stream. During the start of tomorrow's stream, I might set up my soundboard. Maybe tonight, depending on how late I stream. Because I've got a big stream deck. I should move it to the other side of me so it's on my left so that I can use the mouse and use that as my keyboard instead. And I want to put a soundboard on it so that I can also do things other than copy pastes. Because we've currently got 10 copy pastes for unban requests. I reckon we'll fill that up pretty quickly. And then it'll be nice and easy to do unban requests. Oh, we've got ads. Whoop. Hydrate time. This is a very country song. If you don't understand a specific dog whistle from an unbanned request, can you ask what it means here? Yeah, you can. Yeah. I will explain most of them. If people want to know why I ban a certain person or why I deny a certain unban, make sure you ask me that person's name, and I will try and remember. But you have to remember that I also go into an automatic mode when I hit them in a large number. And therefore, sometimes don't always get that one saved down. It's just we're basically unbanning based on vibes, and that's ephemeral. That command, the drops command, is my rudest one. How high did the ban can get at the end of last stream? Around 1,000. It wasn't as bad as the day before. It is getting better. Ultimately, it just comes down to it takes a while to prove people like, you know, Coding Jesus wrong when they're releasing a bunch of incorrect information about Game Maker, or when they're trying to load a 320 pixel asset as an 800 one and wondering why it doesn't work. Like, yes, let's take a system that's designed for 80 by 80 pixel maximum and times it by 10 and expect it to still be fully performant. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, game. What's going on? Okay. Slow attack is just too slow. You can shoot at me all you want.
Who's that?
Oh, look, a melee user, my favorite.
Need reinforcements.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about ultimately, like, what happens if we put a 1 minute delay on the channel before you can put in an unban request? What does that do to the level of spam unbans we get? It's quite interesting. My issue with it is that, of course, means that people who are banned from the channel unfairly can't immediately put an unban request in. However, people who are regulars probably will be fine to wait, whereas people who are here to troll probably like, oh, a minute is too much of my time. And if a minute isn't too much of their time, you know, what would be, you know, 1 minute, 3 minutes? Where's that line? What does that do to the data is basically what I'm wondering. The 50-minute delay I don't think is fair, because if someone from our community has been unfairly banned, that will catch them for an awfully long time where they can't even watch the stream. Remember that when you're banned from Thor's stream now, that you can't even watch it, because like we just don't want the haters hate watching. It's just not fun for anyone. Come on, where's that melee user gone? Yeah. Oh, but I think my favorite take is that people have now just 5 years after, well, basically 5 years after that happened, probably like 3 years after that happened, people are being like, oh, actually, you've just mirrored the display onto the fridge instead. It's like, what? Am I excited for Ashes of Creation Phase 3? It's a really, really interesting question. My issue with Ashes of Creation is kind of multifaceted, right? Firstly, the economic loop is just shit. It sucks. It's not fun for anyone. Crafting is meant to be a core part of the game, but crafting feels like ass. 1 second. Secondly, I'm not happy with the way the community is moderated inside Ashes of Creation. I have come from EVE Online, where toxic behavior is a normal, accepted, cultural part of the game, and I hate it. I hated that at every stage. It was awful. Inside Ashes of Creation, a member of our community, because they supported Thor, was contacted IRL. They had their Discord linked to their LinkedIn. Somebody used their LinkedIn to find their place of work, and somebody used that place of work information to contact them outside of the game. Fucking weird ass, awful behavior to do that, especially because somebody just supports, like, basically is supporting their guild leader against a bunch of World of Warcraft drama, doxing, and other stuff that was taking place inside chat inside AOC, right? And the only real outcome that came from that was, it was basically because the players in-game owned up, they were able to be actioned. But there was no message out about it. The guilds themselves who condone that behavior and the guild leaders who were laughing about it in Discord, nothing was ever done, nothing was ever said to them. And I don't think I'm comfortable currently that enough is being done to moderate that community against assholes who basically want the game to be another lawless EVE Online where doxing, cutting people's power, and that kind of thing is okay. The thing I'm currently looking into is there are there is a report, and I'm not sure how true it is, that somebody inside one of the other guilds in phase 1, and people say it was as a joke, were making memes of this person being a pedophile or, you know, somehow being interested in kids, right? And that person worked in a healthcare job, I believe. Those memes were apparently, and again, I'm still looking into it to find out whether how true this is. Those memes were sent to that person's place of work, and that person lost their job because of memes online, because of people from Ashes of Creation. This is the other server. So there were two guilds during the first phases. Ultimately, or not two guilds. There were two servers in the NA that were main, and we had we had Lineth, and there was also, I think, Resna, or was it Vyra? I've lost track of which one was which. But the other server had that kind of behavior on it, and I am not comfortable currently with the way I feel about it emotively, putting our community back into that environment where that is okay and part of guilds interacting with each other. Because I've obviously, I saw it with Thor. I saw him getting doxxed in the chat inside Ashes of Creation, him being made fun of, and him being abused for World of Warcraft shit back in January. And nothing was done against those players in chat. That was just laughed off as trolling. With all the doxing, with all the kind of with all the "hope your ferrets die" comments, all of that stuff was basically just passed off. The only stuff that was actioned was the doxing that was very objectively pointed out. But the guild attitudes haven't changed from what I've heard. If anything, apparently, from what I was hearing from somebody who's still playing, they've only really gotten worse as the reliable players who are more decent have left the game. Again, I need to check all of this because actually, to me, as a community manager, part of what I do is to think about, okay, do I want our community to be exposed to this? And is that the behavior that I want the community to deal with? Because it was awful last time. There are a bunch of people in chat now who have come from Ashes and know that during phase 2, the inter-guild culture was already pretty shitty. I would have a chat with Stephen about that, but Stephen, I don't know if Stephen wants to, like, Stephen would have a conversation with me. I'm basically a nobody to Intrepid still, largely inside, other than, you know, being an extension of Thor. So I don't think that my perspective is as valued as Thor's is or was. Stephen made a comment recently about how content creators should stick with the game and trust that they've got the right creative vision for it, which I think is a very difficult ask for content creators, because ultimately they are there to give their opinion of the game and where they want to see it getting to. To James Brown, thank you very much for the gift sub to 404G Not Found. That's deeply funny, and I'm going to take a screenshot of that and send it to her. In case she's not here. Because I find that deeply hilarious. Good job for you. Yeah, I did. It's the quickest way of me doing it from my phone, rather than having to get into my phone, go into Twitch chat, having to log into mod view so I can see the action history. Oh, gee, you are here. Good. I'm, you know, and we're very appreciative of James Brown for gifting you the sub. Oh, you're on lunch break. Okay. I knew that this week was very busy. Well, this next few months was very busy for you, so. Oh, it's there. It's fine. I think I got distracted midway through a rant. Oh yeah, we were talking about Ashes of Creation. Yeah, so broadly my concern is to look into the community aspect. I'm very confident that in terms of development there is some cool stuff coming in phase 3 that will be very interesting, but that might just mean that either I will run a smaller group. My shield finally turned on. It might be that we run a smaller group. It might be that we run a collection of guilds that are more set up like an alliance, so that if people want help, they can ask us. But ultimately, we allow people to run their own guilds, which would be really good for groups like Grind Gang and similar. Oh. And the World Boss Enjoyers, because that really suits their gameplay style, I think, a bit more. And it means they can keep their collective communities as a group or as a special interest group. But we can also have some kind of interconnectivity and helping each other. But they haven't given us an alliance system yet. So it's very difficult to know broadly what they want to do. And I'm also going to be honest. Managing the Ashes of Creation Guild is a huge amount of work. I don't want to like undersell the number of hours I've spent doing things for Ashes, as well as many dozens of other people as well, keeping things running. Keeping an organization of that size going became a full or a part or even a full-time job amount of hours for some people. And I don't really want people to go through that level of stress again, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, that was a lot. People like Luther, Harpy, you know, Shoy, like doing that around your life, and like we don't get paid for the work we do inside Ashes. It's not, you know, I'm lucky enough to be a community manager as my job with everything else that I do. But like, they're not, and you know, I can't just magic money out of thin air to pay them. So like, how do we do that? Hey little ham, how you doing, buddy? So yeah, it's just about, and yeah, now we've got guild capacities which are 70. You have to be quite a high level in order to make a guild. There's quite high resource requirements. They've made it very hard for us to run the community of the size that we have, which is not necessarily a bad thing if they want the game to be focused around small groups, but there's still too much work around. And I have some concerns in the way they implement some of this stuff, because when you think about, if you played Eve, you'll know what I mean. If you've played Eve, you'll know that there is a logging system for most things, but the inventory systems that don't have logging always cause drama. You will always have somebody took something they shouldn't have done. It should be an inbuilt part of a new social sandbox game that there is logging from the start of, as a basic function of that system, right? We're not getting guild bank logging until some point deeper into phase 3, which has no timescale on it, by the way. So phase 3 could be a year, could be 2 years, could be 5 years, could be 10 years. There is no like contractual timeline on that as far as I'm aware still. It was on the PTI stage, so the logging was on the PTI yesterday? Or just the PTR was up? Yeah, exactly, Mango, and I can't ask that of people again. Not with the added social issues and abuse issues in the community. The guild bank is in, but there's no logging. Yes, that's what I've... We were really clear that, like, and this, it comes back to the same point. There is no counterplay to spying, to infiltration, or to AWOXing. In a social sandbox, you need to build those systems in, because people will do that. There is personal gain at play here. People will do some of those nasty things. AWOXing is where you will turn against your faction to betray them for what is effectively gain. So you might give away the information that a certain person is the fleet commander inside Eve, so they can be headshotted. You might, you know, lure a friend out who's got a carrier or a high value asset somewhere where it's not quite safe, and then light a beacon for your friends who you actually work for and with to come and destroy that for the kill meth, for the content. So basically like backstabbing, double agent kind of shit. I know that I never strong-armed anyone into doing it, but everyone was just really kind of committed to making something work. And I think the issue is now that actually we're not fighting it's not about like the game systems are being actively taken away from us that allow us to do what we were doing to deliver something valuable to the whole community. And ultimately, like, actual Pirates was the largest in-game community. Like, objectively, we had the large number of players who were coming in doing a bunch of testing. Even if they fell off reasonably quickly, we still brought a huge number of players into the game. And the showing off the game, the widespread testing of it can only do good to the game in terms of advertising, in terms of more people getting hands-on time to make sure the systems are working. Why on earth is it being made harder to get people into the game without making the game easy? And I'm not sure that right now the game is worth it for my time. Like, because it's like 100 hours to get to the max level, and it's not that fun a grind. I'm gonna be honest with you, the game doesn't feel that good for that long that you can grind it comfortably without any problems. Like, it's a slog, but if you fall behind, especially if you're streaming, you will get PvP'd on. So Thor and I have to, in a way, we want to keep up the leveling, because we like the leveling curve race kind of thing. But also there's a level of necessity to it that you have to be one of the strongest people or have a strong group with you for leveling. Otherwise you're just going to get griefers come by and go corrupted to kill Thor. I'm confident that, given enough time, things like the guild bank will be in, and there'll be logging, and there will be some kind of stronger guild system. I am just personally not convinced about the value of doing a huge community guild for Alpha 3. I think that I would like to engage in Alpha 3, but I don't know if I want to engage with it on stream. I don't know if I want to do a different style of gameplay this time around rather than the full leveling. What if I went full crafting? There's lots of options, and ultimately, like, I did the 100 hours in November after my surgery. I did all of the effort in January. It's still only July. It's only been 6 months, and I did do that massive, like, kind of push twice already in the last year. Do I want to do it a third time? I don't want to do it last time. Mango says, my main gripe is that we're putting a shit ton of effort into giving them valuable data, feedback in the primary game loops, and systems have numerous issues, and rather than fix those issues, they seem to be focusing on pushing out new content that feels half-finished and making balanced tweaks nobody asked for. Fully agree. The lack of communication with the players makes it a problem. It's just that simple. Like, players need to understand what the development as well. It's not just see development. They need to understand the development if they want to be truly engaged and to feel in sync with the game. They need to understand the development. And I don't think the players currently do. We haven't got systems in game to mentor people. I was reading through some of the proposals about the Ministry of Mentorship that have come in across the months that we were discussing before, because every proposal there are lots of very good ones, but every proposal misses the key element that there is nothing inside the game to support a lot of the cool stuff that we would love to be able to deliver as mentors. Even the ability to link to, for example, an external wiki and running our own little wiki for the game for our community. We can't do that kind of linking. We can't communicate very well with our guild players. It's just not neat. An API for the game, for example, would allow you to do different things like linking up to Discord, which would automatically make things a lot easier. You know, you could have role-based permissions. You can have a system like TeamSpeak, which will read those permissions and then assign you roles based on what you have access to. Those kinds of things are really useful systems that I don't know why you wouldn't build from the ground up into a social sandbox game in this day and age. I had this conversation with a Star Citizen dev at one point as well, and they took it away as very interesting feedback. I think it was a community manager rather than a dev, actually. Basically being like, people want to be able to manage their stuff outside of game, right? They want to be able to see that information. They want to be able to manage their game remotely, because ultimately, like, for some people that will basically be how they interact with the game, almost like a full-time job. Like, it will be a dedication thing to them, and being able to access it remotely and do some of those things without having to log into the game or be at a computer is very, very popular. It's part of what makes the Eve API system very useful, is that you can check things using browsers, you can manage stuff very well. Discord integration isn't hard anymore. Yeah, exactly, Jupiter. Even my robot has Discord integration. Exactly. Why are you not... What? Would an element of community management for AP be a viable thing? Kind of what Thor is maybe wants to have the parts of the community as a whole. I mean, maybe, but like, what does that look like in terms of, we don't even really know what we want actual pirates to look like, given, and we don't even know what's actually coming into the full release of phase 3, like in terms of culture. So I need 254 spice to run 3 jobs. Yeah. Yeah, Sylvan, I kind of agree with that. I can see that definitely being a thing, but running a big group is not what the community wanted at that point. And getting lots of people into the game was very popular. Hang on, let me just do something. Let me just sign into... Oh, is that my password? Nice, that was my password. I love when you get like a, you know, when you've got like Authy giving you a 6-digit password. I love when it's just nice and like 121565. Like it's very, very easy to remember. Jesus. There we go. We now have an exclamation point ASC command so that people can use the referral link shamelessly, part of this community. I should be using referral links for more things. The fact they refuse to outline expected behavior for basically anything absolutely enraged me. How are we meant to identify issues when we don't know how it's supposed to work in the first place? It made me feel like they were just ignoring the reports. Again, Mango, fully agree. The amount of changes that weren't documented as well, yeah. The communication was the problem. The expected behaviors and the patch notes both just weren't there. The patch notes were really awful at times because they would just miss things that were just like sweeping changes that were introduced. And I just don't know if I have the energy, to be honest with you, chat, to push through and just deal with all of that shit all over again while I'm starting streaming, while we're dealing with drama from other communities. Like, do I actually want to do that? Ultimately, if Thor wants to, I'll go ahead and I'll put the effort in, you know, and the community, and you guys, the community, want to, I'll put the effort in. But like, I don't know how much I'll actually spend in game versus just managing stuff outside of game, because I don't really give a fuck about in game right now. I mean, it's there in case I change my mind. Well, I say in case, for when I change my mind in future when the game is better cooked. This way that people who are curious in the interim can at least, you know, sign up and like go along and do stuff. In-game AOC we're talking about. The pricing structure, that's an interesting one. What was your problem with the pricing structure, if you don't mind me asking? It's not about adding trust or play. Ultimately, it's about what you guys want. As a community, my job is to manage the community. If the community will is that we do a big group for Ashes of Creation, that is the drive from most people, it will be done. Yeah, coming to 100 plus euros isn't for everyone. I fully can see that. I don't blame anyone for not backing it on that basis. Like, look, we've given them the benefit of a doubt an awful lot, and I will continue to do so, but I still am of the opinion that they need more time to cook and to work out what it is they're actually doing with the identity of their game. PTR means Public Test Realm. You normally see Public Test Server as the common acronym, I believe. Cheats shouldn't be such a worry right now, as everything should be wiped at launch. I disagree. I think if you're exploiting in the alpha, you should have your account banned. I think that the exploits need to be fixed and removed, and people need to have a faith in the system that cheating is a zero tolerance policy and you immediately get banned for it. The worst case scenario there for Intrepid is that the cheaters buy another account access and just keep doing it again. That's literally the only thing that they get from dealing with the cheaters. It makes the game better, and they can make more money if they choose to re-up. If you're exploiting in the alpha and not reporting it, yeah, exactly. Yeah, what are you even doing playing an alpha? Yeah, exactly. Good for hire, I appreciate that. Once I know, it'll probably be the end of this week that we know a bit more. After Thor's birthday, I'll probably think about it in a bit more detail. But, like, I just need the time to really break down what's going on in the Ashes community. What is the health like there? I need to do an Ashes community health check. Whoop. I appreciate it, though, Gun for Hire. It's very kind of you. Oh, you might be caught in ads. I'll answer again after the ads. I'm just a Dave. I'll go through that with you in a second once we're out of ads. Right. There is, broadly, yeah. You'd use an external website for that, Calzo. See if actually if it's still open. May have closed it. It's Dune status is the site. I have closed it, I haven't got it open. So, I'm just today. If you made a comment there about exploits, systems that are not finished isn't the most efficient use of dev time. The reason that you need to fix exploits is because imagine in the first week of the server, somebody manages to exploit and the amount of gold in the economy quadruples, times by 10, times by 100, because people are exploiting. All of a sudden, for the rest of that phase, all of your economy data can't be trusted. Not only that, but players who are dedicated to playing the game the correct way, you know, in line with the rules, are disheartened and fall away because they just can't compete. They can't keep up. And the gold they had that's worth 1 gold is suddenly worth, you know, like a copper, because the inflation's gone to 100 times the amount because of the manipulation. You see it in New World. Excuse me. You saw it in Phase 2.5. You even saw it in the middle to end of Phase 2 of Ashes of Creation's phase in January. Evil King Balor, thank you very much, bud. I appreciate the really kind words. Like I said, I like to describe this place as kind of like the chill kitchen of the house party that is Thor's stream. So everyone is always welcome in here, but I will kick shitters out very fucking quickly. And based on vibes only. I'll just ban people based on vibes. I'm fine with that. But I'm glad that people want to come here and chill and kind of stick with the community that I want to cultivate. So yeah, while you say exploits aren't that important or most efficient use of dev time, because they haven't been fixed, they've wiped the economy data from being usable in, at the very least, 2 of the 3 phases that have gone by so far. Called on which quote? Free Caravan Day was an awful lot of work on my behalf to set up, by the way. It was basically, we got reached out to by one group on who we were at war with saying, hey, we want to have a free Caravan Day to help, you know, the smaller areas of the game progress. And we were like, broadly, I agree with it, but I'm not doing this with just our enemies. That's a dumbass thing to do. Let's involve the whole server, make this a good thing to interact with, and, you know, pull together and do something that's meaningful and actually stands out. The first conversation between me and the Diplos on both sides went so badly that, long story short, the group chat was a write-off completely. No, yeah, cool. Then you can definitely use that that quote. That's fine. And we then had to have a second conversation. I had to have a second conversation, which I escalated to the leaders of the groups rather than the Diplos, and we actually managed to finally agree it overnight. But like, that was a whole fucking mess, and that was designed purely to help out one of the industry node, well, one of the village nodes in the desert area, I think, so that we could get more. It was always done with the intent of making the player base able to access more of the game, and yet every time we did something like that, like, we were just basically punched in the face for it. I think Bitcraft is managing it much better because Bitcraft doesn't have the same level of competition, and therefore you haven't got the toxicity. I'm just Dave. I don't disagree with you. I think maybe a monthly wipe would have been good, but I think, I'll be honest with you, I have a suspicion that they needed to get players involved and excited for the game in the way they did because I think they needed the money to keep development going. I think the money is the important bit, because otherwise, why would you make it so the limited run keys you open up in the way that you do? The only thing that makes sense for that is that they were short on the money. Triple M, thank you very much for the 50 bits, bringing us to the bits goal, which is now maxed. You are awesome. I appreciate you. We will change the bits goal, start a new goal. I like the black and green bar. Let's have a look at everything else. The plus program doesn't show me what I'm at. See, if I look at the plus program, I'll show you guys. This is what... Paint. Right. So those of you who don't use the back end of Twitch, this is what I see. If I go to manage goals in my overlay, I see this. On the sub goal, it shows me what I've got, where I'm at, what my goal is. So like what goal is, how far. However, on the plus program, it just shows me this random, it's just an example one. It doesn't let me do anything. It doesn't, why Twitch? Why have you done this to me? Why not just make all of your UIs the same across the same windows? All of them are like the subscription one. Why? You scanned the E band and somehow missed E7. Well, it used to be E8, so I could see why you'd forget about it. We are going to end this goal. Can set up the automatics. Oh, we can do it. Oh, let's do it differently. Let's do new subs. The goal for each stream will set to 25 new subs per stream. Would be 4 streams, 4 weeks, 500 sub points. A 100 new subscribers. Jeez. Oh, that's not per stream though, that's per month. We're going to test this out and see if it works the way I think it does. I'm just going to call it this now. Sub goal set. There we go. We'll see how this works. I don't know if it's brand new subs is like people who haven't been here before and ever sub before, or just like people's monthly subs. I don't know what it means. We're gonna find out when we find out over the month. We're at the PP program. That's the main goal. We'll see. Also, I really like that our followers is at 9779 right now. I appreciate you all. The idea that I might get to 10,000 followers on Twitch makes me feel slightly unwell. I'm not going to lie to you, but we're just going to kind of move beyond that. What does the community think of ethical use of Gen AI? I'm all in favor of ethical use of Gen AI. Any recommendations for choosing a server? Oh no, definitely don't unfollow. Be awful. Hate that. Let me go to one. I'll be honest with you, I would recommend one of the ones like Edward England, maybe. Or Charles Vane's quite busy. William Kidd is open. Howell Davis is quite quiet. I can recommend Howell Davis, to be honest with you. I wish I could see the specific activity over time. Give me a feedback. Whoa. Is that the split of commands between them? That's quite funny. So the reason I'm not recommending Chicken of the Woods or in the Mushroom servers is because the pirate servers have the capacity for them, And we are currently seeing with Nitrado what we can do about being able to migrate people across from the mushroom servers onto the pirate servers so we can bring the whole community together. Whether we see if we can bring the whole siege across, as well as like, because if we could bring across the players and also their buildings across the sieges, that would be really cool if we can do that. But that's obviously going to take a huge amount of testing. Like we don't want to be messing around with that unnecessarily, you know? How am I feeling about the new streaming experience? Am I enjoying it? To be honest with you, Brian the Snail, there are times when it scares the hell out of me that there's like 650 of you here, like chilling. There's times when I'm incredibly flattered by it. I'm definitely enjoying myself. Like, I wouldn't be here if I wasn't like, I'll be honest with you, like, while people might not like it, if I'm not enjoying myself, I will just end the stream, because like there's no point me going through that because you guys won't enjoy it if I'm not enjoying it. So like, what's the point at that stage? Like, why would I do that to myself and to you and to the content in general? Like, that's just a waste of everyone's time. So if I'm ever not enjoying myself, I will just stop. It just kind of goes like that. You're on Henry Morgan, Sublime K. Nice. I've set you free from the trap. When can you get your soul back? You can't. I said no refunds. Well, I'm glad that I'm good background noise while you guys work. That actually is a really kind thing to say. Where is all of our melange and stuff going? I need to ask Luther where that's all gone. Oh god, that us. Thank God for email autofill. Account autofill. For non-secure thing. Well, these don't need to be secure anyway. Oh, whoever used my link for Nitrado and got a an account on there, I really appreciate you. It's really kind. Maybe I'm a real streamer after all. Who would have known? Company settings, my account, partner ID. I'm going to go with this. Or I could check my emails. That would be the other option. That's not helpful. We'll try that. Nice, it worked. Have I heard the cover of the song by Motions in White? I haven't. Excuse me, I have not. If you add up the song recommendations, that'd be great. answering a couple of messages. Give me a second, chat. When one of your friends asks you what's your favorite book series, it's deeply upsetting because I can't answer that. What? You're asking me to pick one? There's so many good books out there. No Baby Shark 10 hour loop. No, that's not going on the playlist. Bad. We need Flower Sand. And we'll probably need to do another loop. I do like books with pages, but for convenience sake, I can no longer... I'm having a stroke. I can no longer only buy books with paper because I just read them too quickly, and then I have to store them until I'm ready to read them again. I just practically, it's just no longer doable. The Malazan Book of the Fallen is probably on my top list, but then again, so is like Cradle by Will Wright if you want a great like progression fantasy. If you want a really good lit RPG, I would probably say Way of the Shaman by Vasily Mchenko. Like there's so many good books. If you like historical ones, the Simon Scarrow Roman series following Marcus and Cato, both absolutely great. If you like high fantasy, Brandon Sanderson is like the king of high fantasy. He is the Tolkien of our age, as far as I'm concerned. Like the man is incredible and is churning out work like there is no tomorrow. I need to restart my game. The Bartimaeus Trilogy by John, very good series, yeah. Horus Heresy books, they're very enjoyable. I'll be honest with you. My issue with the Horus Heresy books is there are just so many of them that I'm like, oh, well, I'll wait for more to come out, and then I've accidentally waited like 3 years. And now there are so many books that I've completely lost track. And by 3 years, I definitely mean 6. Because as far as my brain is concerned, 2019 was still 3 years ago. It's just a bit broken, okay? The book list command is... There's a behavioral issue around the book list command, which is quite an interesting one. Why it's a challenge for me. The third book from Patrick Rothfuss. Yes. Yeah. Rift War is very good. That was a very quick worming today. The Incarnation series by Piers Anthony. Let's go and look at my notes on my book list. Because this thing doesn't make any sense to anyone else apart from me. No. What was it called? Incarnation. By Piers Anthony. Typhus Kane, yeah, Patrick Rothfuss's... I've not caught Patrick Rothfuss's streams, actually, no. Spells, Swords and Stealth, that's on my list already. Robin Hobb, I read... I remember some very early Robin Hobb books that I read when I was, like, significantly younger. There were, like, 4 of them, and he ended up basically going to, like, a garden and speaking to a dragon, and then he died. Maybe I'm having a fever dream. But I thought I read the end of, like, a Robin Hobb series, but then I heard that he went back and did more for the character. And I never actually looked into that any further, and maybe I should. Was the last book in the series written before other books in the series? For Robin Hobb stuff. He's amazing. Is Robin Hood a... I thought Robin Hood was a... What? I thought I remember seeing a photo on the back of one of the books of a guy. Why do I... Is the editor of the book maybe a... Oh, what was the book series? Oh, okay, you've now set my brain onto a loop. This is bibliography. The Farseer trilogy. That was the first ones I read. Then I went back and read something like Assassin's Quest, the last one in the series. Is the final book in the trilogy. Ah, that's who I thought it was. There was a photo on the hardback version I had of the cover artist. That's obviously what I was remembering. Sorry, it was like 15 years ago. My bad. Yeah, apparently it's Jonathan Hobb was the person I was remembering. Who is the cover art? Who was apparently the cover artist. I mean, I grew up reading like the Aragon series as those were being released and stuff. Like, they were great. Invents Culture series, yeah. I was a really big fan. Excuse me. As you can see, I just suddenly start coughing because my lungs decide to remind me that plants are outside fornicating. In terms of like space books that have always really stuck with me, I really enjoyed the Lost Fleet series, which was really good because I really like how they describe the actual reality of what space combat would be like given the delays in light communication. And it has a bunch of just cool premises, and it's basically just about outthinking your opponents, which is just it's just good. It just runs very well. It reads very well. It's just a good series. I think that, to be honest with you, I think the Lost Fleet was kind of a turning point for me in the books that I read, where I switched from liking more soft magic systems, where magic just kind of exists and the rules are a little bit ephemeral and it's a bit, you know, hand-wavy, to really liking hard systems. Like Brandon Sanderson gives you hard magic systems. His systems all have rules, and we don't know all of them yet, but the system has rules. The Expanse, all of the rules stick to hard physics at first, and then it kind of goes downhill from there. But Lost Fleet really like sticks with quite a lot of the physics kind of parts. Ender's Game, yeah, again. Fuck that, fuck that, fuck that. I have read The Expanse, yes. There's actually a very good George R.R. Martin book I remember reading about a plague star, I believe it was, which is like a... There was basically like a bioweapon ship in orbit around a planet. Yeah, if you like the fact that, you know, the Expanse is all fought in kind of a reasonably hard space system, and you like things like Brandon Sanderson, that kind of style of writing, yeah, I'd probably say that you probably enjoy things like The Lost Fleet, yeah. Oh yeah, the thing I like about Fireball is that, like, of all of the manipulation you can do of magic, like, you're literally manipulating the universe, right? the option you're choosing is big ball fire. There's no like subtlety or like there's no nuance to it. It's always just fireball. And I understand fireball is great. But do you think that Wizard should maybe get a bit more inventive? Like, you've got fireball, but why not small fireball magic missile? Why is that not a thing? Why are you not doing more with fire rather than just one big fireball go brr? Why don't we have more fire so we can share it with more friends? We love making friends and sharing the fire with them, right? Then again, in D&D, I like it when the bards, when they do things like vicious mockery, they actually like role play some vicious mockery because I think it's just more fun. Oh, ads. Oop. The patch was largely fixes, to be honest with you. There's nothing fundamentally life-changing in it today. Hello, Democracy. Welcome on in. Yeah, the patch notes were largely fixes. Important fixes, nonetheless. Don't get me wrong. But there's nothing that's going to fundamentally change whether you are thinking about playing the game or not. I mean, realistically, like, you've got Chain Lightning. Why not Chain Fireball? A fireball that when it hits the target, it creates another fireball that fires off in a direction. Why is that not a thing? As a DM, I tend to implement some of those mechanics, like what would happen if you set off a fireball inside a small room that's airtight, for example. You know, that's going to consume all the oxygen. Players have died to making like stupid mistakes with fireballs in my campaign. They learn very quickly, like, maybe I shouldn't do a fireball inside a submarine or inside a pressurized space. Maybe I shouldn't use fireball inside of a forest that's protected by, you know, CR20 Ents. Or, you know, forest like spirits that, you know, control the universe. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I shouldn't walk around with an axe in my hand going through a forest. Like, you know, Gimli walking through Fangorn was a bad move, in my opinion. Yeah, maybe I should engage brain before do. And if you want to tell me that there should be no physics inside Magic Land, then why do guns work the way they do? Why does everything else have the same kind of physics rules? Where on the map is that spot? In here. In this area of the Vermilius Gap, either here or here or over here, there is pretty much always one flower sand pit, which is safe from the worm. So if you need to get a small amount of flower sand, well worth doing. Why do arrows have a max range? Because people have a max range. There's only so much force, I believe, an arrow can take before it either shatters or the bow itself would break, I guess. So the arrow is always going to stop or the bow is going to snap. Like, let's see how it's going to work. You can't fire an arrow forever unless you cast a spell on it or it's enchanted in some way. This swatch is the default. This is the basic bitch ornithop that no one seems to use. And I really like it. It's just... If I could change the bronze for gold, maybe, that would be pretty neat. Use it all the time? Nice. Yeah, I am aware that you can throw people inside of TTRPGs and stuff. I don't know. For a long time, I was very bored of D&D. I will be clear about that. Like, I played an awful lot of 5e when it came out. I was a forever DM for a very long time, and I really enjoyed my time DMing, don't get me wrong. But, like, I was kind of done with 5e for a while. And I switched to Pathfinder 2nd edition. And I really enjoyed Pathfinder 2nd edition, I'll be honest with you. I think they did a good job with that. I think when I look at D&D now, what I hear is there's been an awful lot of power creep inside like 5e. So every new release has had like been a little bit more powerful, a little more powerful, a little more powerful. And like, you just kind of reach a saturation point. But I really enjoyed Pathfinder 2nd edition because I was able to create I think I was an orc cavalier. And because orcs can get drakes as pets, and therefore be a mount, I ended up with an orc cavalier that's mounted on a semi-intelligent drake. And once again, I play a low int character. 1 second, chat. Sorry, I'm just messaging a friend. Oh, that's reminded me to do something. Hang on, let me go to... no, that was the... I need that tab. God damn it. Bad Kronos. Is that the new one? Okay, sweet. That's the better one. So I'm just reading a contract quickly, chat, before I sign anything. Sweet, they made the change that I wanted. Nice. I love it when they make the contract. Yeah, just doing that. Then I can go into this. I need to go to this chat. There we go. That's a bit of admin that I've definitely not been procrastinating for like a week. Oh, I can't believe I left one body not done as well. It's deeply upsetting, right? Hello, welcome on in, Builderguard. Sorry, those of you who have come on in and joined us briefly. Sitting on 3,200 aluminium. It's a plan to make Mark IV. Yeah, that's kind of my plan, is to basically make a bunch of Mark IV suits and just kind of see how much money we can save up. Oh, Harpy, I'm very sorry, but wait, what? I nearly did something. Harpy, I'm guessing that your PC won't run this. I'm guessing that's the issue, because as far as I recall, you're basically running on a system from like the year 3. Yes. Seven-year-old potato. Ah, I was having a stronk. Thinking of the potato helped me. I need to go and make rad suits. Yeah, but Nellis, your PC might have been like a beast 10 years ago, and Harpy's might have been a potato 10 years ago. It's not like you all started at the same level. So many, we've got so much plasteel, like 5,000, that is insane. second. Oh, visitor. Oh. What do you need to do, Sabo? I can't really hear you. Hello, what did you say a second ago, Sabu?
Take this 1,000 orny. Take this 1,000 aluminium out of the orny.
Oh, okay. Cheers. I appreciate that. This is why we love Sabu. Sabu's great. Sabu is so goblin coded for like harvesting materials that it's just amazing. Thank you, buddy. You're awesome. You rock. No, you're breathtaking. Good morning, Process. How are you doing? Hope things are going well for you. What did I just do? Oh, that's what I did. That's why I can't hear the music anymore. Welcome on in, everybody. I hope you are doing well. Great seeing you today. We are probably going to go out and get some more flower sand materials. Mostly because I think that some other people who I know are coming on will also need flower sand today. I think they're at the tier where flower sand is quite a needed commodity. Sorry, that was kind of showing off. My apologies. How much flower sand do we want? Was that spice? Spice. That will likely be to do with the speakers that you've got in each of those locations. So like mobile phones are designed to play music from their speakers, for example, or you know, the headphones you're using for a mobile phone are designed for use for music. Is this on drum sand? Shit. That was an error. There is another spice blow down there, so if I need to, I can get it. But where did the worm go? Worms are sus now, so like we have to be very careful. The worms have learned to be sus. How many wings am I using? What wings am I using? It's a Mark 6 Ornithopter. Okay, we're just gonna do this quickly then. We don't need a lot of spice sand, to be honest with you. Ooh. Worm behavior did get changed here. Worms now will sometimes hang around an active spice sand field. Once you've been there and created... This one at least isn't on drum sand. And you've created a disturbance. Because they'll try and catch you. The worms have been made smarter. On Haga Basin, the worms are already kind of terrifying. Shit. Should have emptied while repositioning. The worm will rear up any second. Oh yeah, the Haga worms are mean. I tend not to try and fuck with the Haga worms if I can help. I don't normally use the Assault Ornithopter. And I only needed 250, so we definitely went overboard here, but hey. All spice is good spice, right? Sometimes they'll wait for you now, yeah, and they won't breach. That's the cheeky bit. Yeah. Now, does the middle bit here... Oh, it still doesn't cause worm sign. Nice. You saw a flying sandworm yesterday into the Western Shield Wall. Horrifying. Who gave that sandworm a pilot's license, honestly? Guy Halud. Exactly. I'm not convinced that the hitting it multiple times in one location really helps that much, honestly. It's so variable that I feel like it actually helps. Like, how much was that? 106, 114. So that's getting 7, so basically 70 flower sand per still. It does make the wider circles, I guess, which is helpful. But if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so we should get 35 weights worth, or 350 flower sand from this pile. That's the theory, right? But you get slightly more by doing that. Okay, so it is worth doing. Also, you know what? While we're here, fuck it. We now do enough compaction that we can probably spend, you know, get another 5% out of doing this. You do 6 to 8 shots per stack. Interesting. Let's try out how much we get from doing, say, 10 shots per stack. Because 10 should be 700. Or 5, 6, 7, 9. So it does seem to cap out at a certain size. I don't bother with the iodine pills personally. I just kind of get in and out of the radiation zones faster than we need to. So 80 on each of these. That looks like it's almost the full amount. The densest part of the sand. Yeah, so basically just doing a number of shots in one place is just more convenient. Wonder if there's a cap. Did we just find out that it's actually just best to stand in one place and just fire like 100 shots out? Well, that's 11, 12. That was 12 shots, all of which... That's a lot of sand. And then there's more here. So 15 basically all worked. This is a Mark V compactor. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Let's see. That... 1, 2, 3, 4. Wasn't a full one. 6, 7. So we're now on smaller numbers. Okay. So we've basically gotten... So we had 14 shots that were at 80. And the other 6 were at far less. That's interesting. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15. Do we better use a sand crawler for this? I'll catch you later, the Baronade. Do I think that the sand crawler should also be able to... I think that there should be a different attachment for the sand crawler. No, I think there should be a Hoover attachment for the buggy for harvesting this. Because you need it so much earlier on. Yeah, that was 15, and they all harvested at 80 each. Yeah, that's what, yeah, I think, but I also think that there needs to be some change to how Cobalt is done, because having to go into the Haga Rift for the Erythrium crystals is kind of shit for players. I'm not gonna lie, like, that rift is not very player friendly, even, and it's not also not very buggy friendly. It's very like hand miney friendly. There needs to be an end game way of getting that erythrite more reliably, I think. I don't know if I've seen any islands in the deep desert that ever have erythrite crystals in them, outside of a couple of research labs and other things. Is that command working today, Luna? I haven't seen it pop up yet. Okay, it's good. Maybe I just didn't look up in time. Because I see chat with a small delay. It's not like as soon as you say it, I see it. So it's likely that the delay of you hearing the song, using the command, seeing the command, me seeing chat, all kind of lines up that way. Old England has a buggy friendly outpost in the rift. The whole so uses crystal harvesting. That makes sense. Yeah, and the problem is that Cobalt Paste is also so volume heavy that it's such a pain. So currently, I think the Cobalt Paste loop is a bit of a shit issue. Bremen Caves tend to spawn it. That's an interesting one, Valsing. Thank you for that. I don't do a huge number of caves, to be honest. Probably actually the content I've engaged with least in the deep desert is actually going and finding the Fremen Caves, because when I do the scans, I don't just see them. Because you want to be more zoomed out. But actually, if I could farm in the deep desert, that might be more convenient. It's full. Oh, Al-Gaib. Just home from work today. How's everyone doing? We are doing good here, thank you, Tibet Snow. How are you doing today? I do enjoy it that never dies. Agave seeds are also a shitty loop. There should be a way that you can grow agave seeds in your base like a planter and a light setup in some way so that you can plant one and get like 5 over time. Agave seeds you should be able to grow your own. There's no reason why on Arrakis, where you've got all of those facilities like the research stations, look, you can donate 8,000 flowers in the mini desert. Excuse me. We could do that. Yeah, best way of doing that would be to bring... Actually, I can do that. I can... Never mind, I've changed my setup so I can do something. So yes, I will meet you in the entrance that's in Alpha 5. If that works for you, Spook. What's up, Asfarok? How are you doing, bud? Oh, okay, we'll just do one run. There's no point spend time doing multiple runs. I don't want to take your time up like that, but do one run. One run's appreciated. like 5.7k is huge. Thank you. That's not my ornithopter, fuck's sake. Luther's probably trying to teach me a lesson to use the pads. There's probably some kind of convoluted lesson from Luther, what I think. Yeah, but agave seeds, while you only need them for pills and decoration, pills is a core gameplay loop. I would be clear that like radiation resistance is a thing. Yeah, there's a couple of good spots in the new area spawns where there's a load of fiber growth. Yeah, that's what you have to rely on. It's like doing a run for bodies and for friends, though. Like, it just takes time and effort that isn't that fun. And given all of the technology that you find in the deep desert testing stations, like, you should be able to be like, hey, one of these hydroponic bulbs is great. Maybe we should take this and use it in our base, where we also have power. You'd think someone would have thought about that in the, you know, hundreds of years of use of Arrakis. Oh wait, I need to get some materials as well, actually. Come on, don't be stuck to the ground, you stupid thing. Oh, I thought that was a granite rock for a second, damn. We are just looking for a small granite rock. Little piece of granite. A small... Yeah, see, granite, I mean, is the material, but we want a rock of it. There we go. Wait, is that aluminium? Oh my god. Can't believe I was just baited by aluminium. Oh wait, no, this won't work. Hang on. Let's be smart about this. Follow me. You can find some rocks and kidneys, nice. You laugh when we say aluminium. It is very funny, isn't it, that the person who originally came up with the material used two different names in their journals for it. And as a result of scientific publications, now both are used. Yeah. So now Spook can put the items directly into there, and I can do this. Thank you very much, Bird. I appreciate you. There you go. Awesome. In game, it's likely the Americanized spelling, yes, but fairly sure the international science community calls it aluminium, in convention with most of the other element namings being eums. Big shout out to Spook from the community for coming to donate some flower sand and saving some time on the farming. It's very nice. Also gave me a good ability to test my the fact that my fief has now been, well, terminated, but bring back the U in flavor. I mean, yeah, flavor tasted better with a U. It's spelled both ways in the game. Are you serious? Aluminium. Yeah, there you go. It's written eum there. Don't tell me it's both ways in game. That would be awful. That says that one. So if you look at an American website, it says aluminum. If you look at the IUPAC, which is the International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, the official one, it uses the eum. So like it depends on which country you're in. Again, I can't remember what was in my vehicle storage. Goldium, exactly. You actually mean aurum. For the Sasquatch, it comes from the Latin. You don't need an eum because it's already AUR. It's aurum. Hang on, what was that? Snow Mexico uses the British spelling for most words. That's good. That's good to know. Good for Snow Mexico. Maybe they'll get updated to a real country one day. How mad has that made people? There we go. Yeah. When you ask Americans, like, what's their closest border, they always say Mexico, right? So I like to just, for a long time, probably 12 years, if I think about it. 2013 is the first time I remember doing it. I have called Alaska and Canada combined, the area north of America, as Snow Mexico. Because that's basically how they see it. It's just across the border. They forget that it's there. Aljuimunium. Aluminio. That's a Harry Potter spell. America is Canada's pants. Makes sense. Mexa Snow. I like that, Hoosier. I might use that. Mexa Snow's a good one. Aumini. What? Harpy, what are you doing? I felt like I was having a stronk reading that. I also think, and this is my hot take from about 10 years ago, that David Guetta missed a trick when he only did titanium and should have done ones for different versions of the periodic table as well. I would like to hear, you know, a song about helium. I would like the song to get steadily higher as it goes along and then maybe reach a peak and then become You know, like someone's inhaled helium. I think that would be neat. I'd like to hear someone make a song about Einsteinium. Einsteinium, yeah. There aren't enough songs about boron, chat. That's the problem. DJ Lightning Bolt, I reject that assertion. The map of Africa is definitely not where a bunch of British, French, and Dutch people got together at a pub and were like, do we take time with this? Or, you know, do you want to start drinking and we'll just kind of draw some straight lines across the map and be done with it? Because Africa definitely doesn't just have a bunch of arbitrary lines drawn across it in straight lines because people in, you know, the Western world were awful. Definitely not. That would never be us. We would never do that. Sorry, you're right. The Greater Belgians, not the French. You're right. Taffy, so what you're saying is there's a plan. We can get it started. A country completely surrounded by another country? You mean Vatican City, the capital city of a dead empire? Just the temple district alone that's left that speaks an ancient language and conducts arcane rituals to summon and consume the flesh and blood of their dead god? You mean that country that's surrounded by another country? Because when I talk about the Vatican City like that, it sounds very creepy. The City of London's a bit different. Not far off the same thing the Roman Empire did, but a bit different. My friend accidentally has destroyed our entire base by putting the advanced sub thief and putting up a small thief, and it's you lost 28. You lost Spice Melange. Malginator, which server are you on? Are you on one of our servers? Nice. Good number. You're on Vela. I don't think that's one of ours, unfortunately, buddy. If it was on one of ours, I'd be able to help. No, the ferret... See, the red duck isn't... It's not the same. It's not like part of my identity. It's an old stream meme from many years ago. The red duck will stay, but I'm not going to get it tattooed on myself. It's not like part of my identity in the same way that like I want to put a message to myself in like as. I actually need more aluminium, which is horrifying. Can I pick up the goblin? Which goblin? What? Sometimes chat asks a question, I just feel like I'm missing something. Like there's just some key part of the conversation that I wasn't invited to. What game is next on the horizon? Tempest Rising, most likely. Probably play that for a while. I think tomorrow for Thor's birthday, it's largely down to what Thor wants to play, you know, as it should be on one's birthday. I think we might play some Division 2 because there's a drops campaign on, which is quite helpful. You know, everyone loves drops. Did they fix the repair bug today, chat? Do we know? I say bug, the repair exploit. I don't think it was in the updates. Two bottles of gin. Oh, no, the dupe. Yeah, there was the lag switching. Dupe's been fixed properly now. Go take a nap. How long do I think I'll be on? If you're having a nap, that implies like 2 hours, maybe up to 4 hours. I will be on for either of those options. Who naps for 4 hours? Well, anything longer than 4 hours is definitely asleep. Sometimes you can have a short nap, right, that turns into like a full sleep cycle. But if you're managing to sleep more than one sleep cycle, that's just a sleep. A nap is 20 minutes? Yeah, it's exactly. Everyone's different on how they nap. Look at the nap culture differences. Oops. Did I make an error? I made an error. I forgot that we cooked those. I appreciate the lurk, buddy. It's very kind of you. Didn't want to do that. When this album came out, I remember listening to it for like a whole summer. I can't believe a portion of the US retirement fund is stored in cheese futures. If that's what we're relying on, horrifying. It's like knowing that a tangible part of the Canadian economy is actually syrup. It just kind of feels weird. Oh yeah, imagine being lactose intolerant and knowing that your retirement fund was stored in cheese. Isn't that conflicting? also want to send Harpy a message. Where's Harpsichord? Little Harpsichord. Oh wait, you aren't Little Harpy in Discord. You are this. Right, 1 second. Back. Good morning. Welcome on Eastern Time Zone. I like that you're all very consistent. You all seem to kind of log in pretty much around the same time. The US time zone is indeed waking. We will just see how it goes. Put the speed out of line. Yugmudet. Excuse me. Thank you very much for the resub. You are awesome. Welcome on in. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Oh, Central's. I mean, then again, I know that people in like some that's in California get up ridiculously early. US cronies aren't trouble. No, it's just I can't make the same jokes when the Americans are around because they get mad. No, I'm kidding. I make all the same jokes. Plus, I make the jokes more when the Americans are around because they get mad. Hello, Vicky. No rush at all. Glad you're doing okay. Good to see you. Vicky is very clearly in Eastern time zone in the US. Definitely not in the UK at all. Yeah, why not? Ads in progress. Ah! We'll wait for the end of the ads. Catch you later, Ruchi the Shaman. Hope you enjoy your... Well, hope you've enjoyed your break, and I hope the next one comes quickly, to be honest. I can't really hope that you enjoy work. Who really enjoys work? New... Yeah, the wings are barely orange. New one since you bounced yesterday. Yeah, we'll show off the wings. They're brand new. They've never been repaired before. Oh... 75% currently. $80 melange worth of wings, I think it was. Wait, no. Not 80. I mean, 84 melange. Welcome back from the adverts. I hope you are all doing well. We're going to go and sell a bunch of things. What is ads? Ads is like moving pictures from brands where they wants to sell you stuff.
Welcome back.
Apparently, it's where you get AI-powered pool robots, according to chat yesterday. Which I think is a very interesting thing for Twitch to be advertising. I'm glad that they think that this community is full of, you know, pool enjoyers who need AI-driven robots to clean it. We've definitely not seen this in Zima Blue. This outfit is the suit that I'm wearing, just skinned for Harkonnen. I'll show you in just a second. We're just selling rad suits. So I've got Trader Hood on, which isn't shown. I've got the Chome still suit body, which is the Tech 6 still suit, and the gloves for it. I've got the tile softset boots, and they're all applied with the Harkonnen aesthetic. So yeah, very much have Sith Lord vibes. Saw a child play with melange the size
Welcome back.
of a ruby.
What'll it be?
Love, Death and Robots is great, yes. Are you serious? I mean, I don't mind having all those Solari. The last 25 levels are a bitch, yeah. I've got 11 left to go, and
Welcome
I'm getting a
back.
little bit further every week. But see, I'm getting about like 1 to 2, like 1.5 to 2 levels a week, depending on how much I'm playing. I don't know what you mean. I'm not mass producing Mark IV radiation suits for Solari. I would never do such a thing. Monies. $170,000 Solari, not bad. Kit Kat Blap, what is the maximum that your stored Solari can get to in the bank? That's what I need to know. No, 13k is the tier 5 damage one I had. The Mark 4 ones are you breach, so you can go over 1 million in the bank. Oh, that's good to know. $6 mils last, you see, okay. Someone on the Dune forum says 8.7 billion. Well, that's clearly duped. Like, that's just ridiculous, right? I'm not gonna raid Thor's base for Solaris. That's not fair. You can get over 10 million. I mean, yeah, if you can get up to the billions, then it sounds like you can get... Oh, the spice field that's out here isn't live. Do you know if streamers are allowed to run ad campaigns? I guess you'd have to contact Twitch as an advertiser. I actually have no idea how one would practically do that, to be honest with you. Undertake and progress a task for a great house. The question is how. You'll need to continue the Harkonnen or the Atreides storylines. So that is under Journey, your contracts, you'll have Harkonnen ones at the anvil, or you'll have Atreides ones. It follows on from these fresh recruit ones. I don't believe you can advertise your channel using Twitch, as I can't imagine that's cost effective at the very least. Although, quite an interesting prospect. I would target World of Warcraft streamers with adverts for Thor, because we've actually, no, that'd be awful. It'd be very funny. Imagine how upset they would get. Be well behaved. Oh, we got 3 up here. My shield just out-regens all of this damage, so like... What do you want me to do here? I mean, these are the first tier enemies, and they are just using basic starter pistols. But they'd only be mad because they'd be angry, though. So, like, that's kind of on them. They shouldn't have been so mad. Target the people who are I wonder if you could target people who are banned as an ad category. I wonder what level of control Twitch gives you like that.
Who goes there?
Someone's here.
I'll be back, don't worry. We definitely didn't have a team effort to convince Thor that Muad'Dib corpses were a byproduct of spice sand production. We would never do that. It would be very expensive to do that, but it would be very funny. You get Subaru ads when you watch your lesbian's friends stream. That's interesting. Sounds a little bit like profiling to me, but what do I know? Any more friends? No, that's everyone. Okay. Maybe if I say the word Subaru several times, you'll get adverts for Subarus. Let's just try this out. If I say the word Subaru. KitKat Blap likes Subaru adverts. There we go. We should be good. Samara, are you summoned whenever anyone says Subaru? Because that's concerning, and I will definitely use that to my advantage. Oh, the worms come to join us for dinner. Oh, we've still got this for like 3 more bodies. Wait, what? What? I think I killed 2 of them with 1 strike in such a way that it merged their bodies together and then they ricocheted off of each other because of collision. Yeah, normal spice physics. Yeah, spice physics, not space physics. Unfortunately, I think that means that we might actually end up being like 1 or 2 bodies short. Yeah, we're literally perfectly 2 bodies short. Which is honestly very rude. In the Thopter, nothing happens. In a ground vehicle, I believe, there's an interaction, but in the Ornithopter, doesn't appear to be anything. Yeah, I don't know if I do enough. I mean, 12 large wind traps is a lot, first of all. We had an epic fight over the spy stream last night. We had an ally guild using sand crawlers and some very rude traders giving use their Thopters for aggressive negotiations. You confiscated their Thopters and turned them over to Shai Halud. Very nice. Time. I made the worm, Maggie. Wait, Maggie, I can't believe... Mango made the eat sand, and I think Mango also made the Kronos appointed, but it might have been Nellis or it might have been someone else. They're great. How you doing, Maggie? Doing good today? For those of you who don't know, Maggie is awesome. She's one of the mods over on Pirate Software. Yeah, now you've got a cursed diamond, so you stand out in chat more. Look in the buggy, or what have you done? I feel like Sabu has brought friends. Too far? VIP basically just marks you as a, like, there's a VIP mode where you can, they can talk through certain things, they can send links and stuff, but mostly it's just like the chat badge. You can also set them to have increased luck in, like, when you do, like, draws and stuff. So there is some functionality to it. It just allows you to give someone, no, VIP doesn't give a permasub. No. I think the channel can give, like, one permasub, which is normally for a bot account. But VIPs don't get permasub. That would be ridiculous, because you can have quite a few VIPs on a channel. Up to 2 or 3 permasubs tier 3. Nice. Back in my day, that wasn't a thing. Say back in my day like it was, you know, like I was some kind of ancient streamer, just when I actually knew how the systems worked. Drop that on the floor for Demnar. There is no rush at all. We are currently just flying around with a bunch of Solaris on us that we need to go and deposit into the bank. That the rest of our farm, might say our farm, my farm Solaris with me. Oh wait, Sabu wants me to check the... Oh, jeez. Okay. First of all, thank you, Sabu. Second of all, shit, do I have enough space in the storage, and do I have enough job runs? Yeah, I can probably do that. Oh, shit, maybe no I can't. Is that a tier 6 buggy? With the bigger buggy boot? That's so much aluminium, oh my god, thank you very much, Sabu. Sabu's a machine. This is weirdly balanced. Why is 1,000 aluminum in this screen? Sorry, 5.5, but duraluminum. Duraluminum. You have to kind of say it in the different cadence. Okay, we are churning out the silicon blocks, which is very useful. Dex, thank you very much for thinking that I'm in my 20s. I appreciate you and the fact that I clearly don't look as young and haggard as I feel. Thank you. Very kind. Very kind of you. Oh. Sorry, my spine's crunchy because I haven't moved it around for a few hours. Oh yeah, I just have the early access DLCs. You know, you're right. I did get my spine DLC when I was like 12. Where do you find the crystal for the cobalt paste? You'll find it in this area called the Haga Rift. At various levels inside it, you'll find these mineral extraction facilities. Inside those, you'll find the glowy red crystals or glowy pink crystals that are erythrum crystals, which are used for cobalt paste. Happy homies. Happy homes. Sorry. You are very welcome, buddy. I'm being reminded to hydrate in my old age. I'm Deckard Cain. I'm so old that when I sneeze, dust comes out of my ears. Oh, somebody asked for ad time. Unlucky. That means I get a snack. I'm gonna grab a snack during the ads. Be right back. Hello, that's better. Nellis, don't worry, I called Chat's parents today. They're doing remarkably well. Especially Chat's mum. She's always very happy to hear from me when I call. The kind of thing that I would do. Did you actually get Subaru ads? Did we do it? Did we crack Twitch's system? Hands up in chat if you got a Subaru advert. You got. I can't believe it. Look at it. Amazing. Several people got Subaru ads. I love it. Look what we've done. We've added Subaru ads somehow to Twitch's algorithm that it thinks that we like. So I also saw that somebody got an advert for hairbrushes. That's good. That means that Twitch doesn't think that most of the audience is balding. So, you know, interesting. But now I'm just going to say the word Subaru a couple of times every hour, and we'll just see how bad that gets. Subaru. What's that? A Subaru? Amazing. A Subaru? He's Sabu, not Subaru. It's different. Sabu, Sabu. I like to change it up now. It's good fun. Avrith, I've just set you free from suspicious user hell. Oh, wow. You did well there. I agree that I'm a menace, yes. $20 in Division 2 and finally feeling like Division Man. Fun. It does take a while to get into the games, like, and to start feeling like, you know, the dude when you're in them, I find.
Would you like to deposit how much Solaris?
All of them. All of them. We're rich.
Would you like to deposit or withdraw?
We're rich. We're not rich at all. 500k is small. What snack did I get? I'm not gonna lie to you. I did have a Mars bar. It was quite good. Sometimes I hear a suspicious sound that I think might be B arriving. You've got a very small hitbox too. Gazbic, I did, thank you. Yes, we did hit the PP goal. Is very good news. I appreciate everyone's support. It's very kind. Abyss, I agree. I like the one that lets me run with my like assault rifle with it, to be honest. So I feel like I'm advancing while shooting. It just feels good. It feels quite aggressive, which is fun. Mars bars are like Milky Way. What Milky Ways in the US don't have the caramel. Oh, 314, that's a good number. We like that. So this the PP program, for those of you who don't know how that works on Twitch, is the Partner Plus program. And it's basically if you have a certain number of specifically subscribed to you individuals, so 300 tier 1s or 150 tier 2s or 50 tier 3 subs would get you 300 points. That gets you a different split from Twitch if you get it 3 months in a row. So if you can get, say, 300 points 3 months in a row, you'll be moved to a 70-30 split with Twitch, which is obviously a 40% income increase for the streamer. From things like ad revenue, from subs, all kinds of stuff. So it makes a massive difference. That's why the Partner Plus program is huge. And if you get the 100 points 3 months in a row, then you end up with a 60-40 split, which again is a 20% increase on the base 50-50. So it's a big deal. Like, why I very much appreciate it. And to have it complete like halfway through the month was huge. It was awesome. How are we doing on are we good on bodies now? I mean, we're reasonably good on friends. Okay, we're good on friends. We're good on aluminium. We're good on flower sand as well. We've done quite well. So the next thing we need to do is another one of the runs out to get irradiated slag and fluid pumps before Vicky gets on and we help Vicky level up a bit. We'll help Vicky level up for a couple of hours and then we will likely switch to Bitcraft and Unbanned Bingo a little bit later. Probably towards the end of the stream. We're probably talking like 3-4 hours time still at least. Nellis, why do you hate the drops command? What is it that you hate? Because it might just be that you're not sufficiently goblin coded and we need to reprogram you. Booze bags, JD, I just want to thank you very much for your Prime sub while I was away. You're awesome, bud. What part official is bad for pop? Just the spice? Sorry, I don't understand what you mean, bud. Prodax, that's why I really enjoy where our drops command will take you and what it does. It's just to troll. Irradiated slag, it probably should sound like an insult, because in Britain that would be an insult. If you called someone an irradiated slag, that's quite a rough insult. Slag's not used so much anymore, but yeah, you can't really say that and expect to be like fine with someone afterwards.
Who goes there? Shield off. There's somebody here.
Multiple flamethrowers we don't like. We want the melee dude to follow us up. You are just a big bitch. Oh, Vicky, that bless you. Absolutely no worries. Go and enjoy a good cry. Completely understand that. We can play Dune any other day when you're feeling up to it. Like, that is a hard thing to do, handing over your accounts, ending your job. Been a big part of your life. Like, it's been huge for you and you cared a huge amount about it. I completely understand. Go and chill. Everyone, if you don't know who Vicky is an awesome streamer here we met at TwitchCon. She is really cool. She has lots of very, very, like, goblin-like content. You should 100% go and give her a follow. There's a shout-out. Go and press that heart. If not, I will send Bailey to your house to judge you while you sleep. He'll be in your walls. I mean, Vicky, look, it's a big change for you, ultimately. Like, yeah, the job itself wasn't great towards the end, and there's a reason that you're leaving, but, like, it meant a huge amount to you, and it was one of the pillars around which you kind of built your life for a while. So losing that pillar is going to be really rough. Don't get me wrong, like, it's gonna feel like shit. But ultimately, you've done it for the right reasons, and things will get better for it, and that's all you can really do for yourself, right? We're all proud of you, Vicky. You know, we've got your back.
Huh? Someone's here.
Vicky, we can play any other day. Like, your mental health always comes first. That's the whole point of this. That's the whole thing. Don't feel bad. Don't need to apologize. There's no pressure. Not worth doing on a day when you're feeling like shit. You gotta save your spoons. Like, and easy. I'm probably gonna come down and visit Vicky at the weekend, chat. Just so you know, on Saturday I will likely take the day out to go visit Vicky. Because we were gonna go to the zoo, but then she got sick, so I'm gonna go down and visit instead. I'm gonna be honest with you. Half of that is because I really want to see Vicky, I want to hang out, and it's always going to be great fun. And half of it is because I really love a road trip. And, okay, you guys are just big bitches. Where are you? Oh, the flamethrower guy too. Well, we can have that. We can have this. Jeez, okay, enough of that fuss. Calm down. Jeez, who pissed in your cereal? I just love a drive. It's actually one of the things that I do for work is I will actually go for a drive because it's like it frees up my brain to think about bigger things from just like the smaller issues. So often when I'm driving like half an hour in, I'll just like start using my car to leave voice notes from like, or like to leave like reminders for myself of like certain problems that I will have solved or certain ideas I will have had while I'm driving, because the stream of consciousness just works quite well for my brain at that point. That only really works if it's just me in the car. So like a few hour drive down to visit Vicky is like my favorite thing to do, to be honest with you. That's Harpy. First of all, phrasing. Second of all, I'm saving that into your mod comments because that's quite a good one. It's not. What was Mango's one yesterday? Hang on, let me go look up. Slash user a violent Mango. The best bit is the mod comments can't be deleted on a user. Oh yeah, yesterday Mango said trad wives are Puritan Gooner bait, and that had to get saved for posterity. Do you not know about mod comments? Oh, okay, I'm gonna teach some of you about this now. Okay, so on Twitch, when you see a user card, let me pop this out, please. Okay. If I look at Harpy, sorry, you're getting users example. First of all, 2020 account, nice. 2025, nice and neat, like this. Harpy, that's... I can't believe you're one of the originals. But yeah, these are mod comments. So you can literally add any comment. And, oh, the way the streamer can delete them? How did I not... I mean, I never knew. I would never delete them. No, none of you, but like almost none of you will have mod comments. However, mod comments are also very useful, and I'll show you why. On the pirate software side, oh shit. Okay, you have to do. Open up one of yours as that. I have to right click it. I have to show it as a tab. So this was Harpy's. If I change this to... There, Pirate Software viewer card, because this is the only way you can do it. I had to like brute force my way into my own user card. Mod comments in here. This is where we store all of the mod ASCII art that we send to you in stream. Because I'm always like listed as watching the stream because I have it running 24/7. This is where we get these from. Look, it goes back to 2022. That's how long we've been doing it for. Nope, only Mango and Harpy, I think, have mod comments currently. That's a Mario that, when put into Twitch chat, actually works. It's currently at the wrong width. I don't know if that would have fixed it. No, not quite. So yeah, this is where we get them from. I was never banned. Got timed out by doing a spam, and then as a joke from Thor in 2022. Wait, did somebody use exclamation point? Yeah, look, see, the spooder is different. Nightbot can't handle the spooder. See, look, the Nightbot one is wrong. And this one looks... Wait, copying and pasting it out of that copies it wrong? Oh. Does this no longer work? We'll work on that. We'll work on getting the original spooder. Although I did just see somebody post the original spooder. Oh no, it's just two spooders back to back. The copy and paste breaks. But yeah, so that's what Twitch's thing looks like. That doesn't actually mean verified. I'm fairly sure that's the partner badge. Anyway, sorry for that brief tangent to explain to you how some of the vagaries of Twitch works. I know the spooder looks perfect on my teleprompter. That's interesting. It might be the width of my Twitch chat that doesn't make it work. Because it's a perfect width on my prompter, which is the 30 units. Yeah, that's why it looks like I'm staring into your eyes sometimes, because I have a chat for... I have a couple of chats. I have main chat up here that I look at. I have the full chat, if it's like... Because the chat there is only probably about 20 lines, if that. I've got full chat down here if I miss something. And I've also got YouTube chat down there. Like, Element Beard, you need to go and have breakfast or lunch. It's good that you're being productive, but you need to eat. And I know I'm being hypocritical because I'm terrible at eating, but, like, you are likely the kind of person who needs to eat. Unless you've had similar issues to me, which is unlikely, because most people don't get holes burned in their stomach by painkillers. You should be eating more regularly than that. No, I haven't eaten lunch, but I eat one meal a day, and I have done ever since 2022? 2021? Why the teleprompter? No, it wasn't a newsreader. It's just a very convenient thing to have for meetings, for chat, for recording videos. It's very convenient.
Identify you. Oh, I require backup.
Yeah, so I was on a painkiller called naproxen, which is like ibuprofen on crack. And non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, NSAIDs, are pretty notorious for burning a hole through your stomach if you don't eat before you take them. Sorry, Advil on crack, yeah. Forget the Americanisms. I love the switching sound to the pulse knife when activated. Not doing bad for levels. Oh, look, we're at 5,000. Oh, 50,101. Nice. Yeah, you should eat before it. They didn't tell me to eat before it. I just came out of hospital and they gave me the painkillers and were like, here, just take these on this frequency. The doctor didn't tell me to eat with it or anything. And because I was on tramadol and gabapentin as well, I wasn't really that with it. I think I was also still coming off of the morphine. The gabapentin I got withdrawal symptoms from. That was awful. That was 3 days of hearing sounds while I was falling asleep that weren't there. Like I would be falling asleep and then all of a sudden I would hear like the door slammed or like a scream. And that tends to make you kind of bolt upright. Yeah, that was after one of my spine surgeries. Yeah, the 2021 one. Whenever New World came out, that's when that was. I remember because my back failed the day that New World launched. And it was really convenient because, yeah, sitting in a chair for 16 hours a day was basically all I could do. See, at that point, Cassio, I didn't own a cat. The spinal surgery 4, I had a prolapsed L4, L5 disc that was impinging my sciatic nerve. At that point. Not for the first time in my life, or the last time in my life. Yeah, there's some, like, there's some long-term damage. I mean, yeah, the issue started when I was younger. I've actually never owned a cat, Nephonaut. Whoops. Nice. The problem is that, like, the symptoms started when I was 12 years old. It started with plantar fasciitis and tightness in my calf muscles. So, like, I went several years having issues with walking, with significant pain. I didn't complete what I was meaning to do. What was I saying? I went through like 6 years before they actually managed to work out that it wasn't my muscles or my nerves in my legs at all. It was actually the sciatic nerve referring pain up. And the story is really funny because I'd been to a surgeon like the week before and they said, okay, well, what we're going to do is we're going to sever your hamstrings because it's clearly growth related. And I was like, that sounds kind of bad. How does that work? And it's, oh, well, you know, after the surgery, there'll be about, you know, a year and a half, 2 years of recovery. You'll need to have like an external, external brace, because you're still growing and the muscle needs to grow with your legs and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, this sounds horrifying. So instead, I went to speak to a chiropractor. And in less than a minute, the chiropractor looked at me and was like, take off your shirt. I was like, okay. And turn around. And yeah, apparently by looking at me, he then said, okay, you need to go and have an MRI of your lower spine here, here, and here. Because your shoulders are so angled, this is what I think is wrong with your body. This is where you're holding all the tension in your back. I don't even have to manipulate, you know, your body to find out where the problem is. Go and have a look at this. Absolutely right. Down to the disc, he was correct, which is insane. And like my life turned around at that point because I'd been living in significant, like we're talking opiate level pain because I was on tramadol that entire time. Well, basically from the age about 14 to 18. Like finally knowing what was wrong made a massive difference to both my mental health, my like who I was as a person, everything. I cannot oversell how much difference that diagnosis and that one little meeting made to my life. And ultimately, I think that's part of one of the reasons why I think I feel the way I do about the law and the way I feel I do about medicine and stuff is because, like, people are coming to you as a doctor or as a lawyer in the worst moments of their life. Like, sometimes when they have no hope left and they have nowhere else to turn. Like, that shouldn't be about, to me, shouldn't be about profit. That to me as an individual is about doing better. And that's why I didn't like solicitors' work. Because it's, you can't have that personal connection to it. You can't actually care properly in that environment. And like doctors aren't in the UK, you know, we have a National Health Service. It is very different. But like, I don't think doctors are resourced to actually care about their patients. You get basically like a patient gets a 10-minute appointment. The doctor's expected to clear through 6 of them an hour, and you know, do all of their noting, do all their charting, do all of the kind of various prescriptions bit. Like, that's not enough time with that. And then well, you've got to do that 8 hours a day. you can't actually really expect or ask a doctor to care the way that you need them to as a patient sometimes in that setup. It doesn't work. And that's the problem. Oh, quick mines. Nice. It's all, you know, commercialized now. It's all target driven. There's, you know, stuff that, you know, you have to get so many cases done a day, or, you know, you have to make X much money. You know, you have to clear through X, Y, Z so many issues or patients, or, you know, people in various subsets of the, like subsets of vulnerability, all kinds of targets that vary. Like, how can people care to the right extent when you need them to? Difficult. It's not even about, I mean, the time matters, but like, it's one of the things that's quite hard about moderation. You need to balance the fact that people are reaching out to you as a mod when something has gone wrong for them. Like, they've been banned, or they need something reviewed, or you need, you know, that they need to have, that they want to be heard out at the very least. Not need to be, but want to be. You need to care about each individual case to an extent, and like, you reach a point when it's actually not that possible to do it. Like, when it, sometimes like you'll have had a long shift. We'll call it, like, this has happened to me before. I've been on shift for 6.5 hours before, and then within the last half an hour, somebody has been in Discord, unfortunately threatening to take their own life, and you have to like kind of dig deep for it. But depending on what's been going on your shift, like, caring can be hard to the extent that person needs you in that moment. Yeah, I think it's difficult because individuals are fine, but the general public, the collective, often is a problem. Hello, Mr. General Public. General Public. Hello. Distracted from yapping by a cat. Cat yapping. Hi. Hello, little baby. Yeah, what's up? You want me to go into the living room so you can sit on my lap? Unfortunately, B, that's not how things work here. Are you having a clean in the doorway? You'd really enjoy doing that at the moment. This is Bailey's song, yeah. I knew you were trouble when you walked in, didn't I? You're trouble. Why is your tail damp? Have you been trying to drink out of the pond again? Oh. Modding boiled down to a whole bunch of social engineering. No, modding is... Community management, I think, is there's a level of social engineering. You are trying to get a given response out of your community with every given publication, you know? You want them to understand a point, you want them to see an issue, you want them to recognize a cause. Community management, I would say, has some social engineering elements to it. But moderating is more about being fair, trying to see all sides of it and remembering to respect different priorities and think about what is the right outcome here. It's more of like an arbitration role. Because ultimately you want people to have the fair outcome, right? You want people to be able to watch if they deserve to watch. He is a beautiful little mackerel, isn't he? Thank you for noticing. I'll tell him that you said that. Because he's just a little fish. Are you a fish? Fish? Yeah, you're a little mackerel, aren't you? You're a little mackerel tabby. Yeah, little fish. Yeah, you're gonna sit down. Okay, you're gonna lie down there, are you? To be honest with you, I think the issues that you see in community management spaces industry-wide are largely based on the fact that people don't actually really understand what community management is or is meant to be. And that's why you end up with so many, you know, games that don't manage their communities right. And it is, you know, sometimes a bit of a guessing game as to what will sit well with a specific community, but like, it's designed about keeping a community engaged and keeping them informed about the key issues. Like, that's what community management needs to be about. And you need to write posts in a way that people will engage with them, and you'll need to design them based on how your community chooses to engage in these things. That's just part of community management. Ultimately, community is far more important than, you know, anything. Like with a game, the community around a game is actually more important than I think a lot of the areas of development that I put above it. If you cultivate the right culture inside a game, you can ensure a level of longevity and support for the game and an overall tone for the game outside of just what players say for you. And a community manager allows you to take control of a level of that narrative and to be effectively self-guiding and like ending up where you want to be on key issues. That's what community management is broadly about. He's just arrived and is having a clen. Yes. I feel like there's a chest. Yeah? Yeah. I mean, Cassio, yeah, it's because, I'm not gonna lie, it's because they've had, you know, me, Luther, Matt, Demnar. We've had hands-on only having to cover, you know, this number of servers is very different from having to cover the 100, 200, you know, 1,000 servers that the public servers have. So I understand, obviously, that we've had quite a good experience, but we're only covering 25 with several people on the team to do it. Funcom don't have that ability, and they also, like, if you want to hire people who will do that, you're not necessarily going to be hiring people who are experienced in dealing with community issues. You know, we've been dealing with Ashes in a large community for a long time. You know, I've got multiple years of running Twitch communities and helping out with those experience to pull from. It's very different at a community base, and like the community who are playing on them are already more broadly aligned because they're generally, you know, Thor's community, or people with whom we are friendly, you know, like Vicky's community, Helping Hands, Annie Fuchsia. Like, we are aligned in terms of our overall approaches. In a way that other communities, particularly like kind of public ones, just won't be. So I don't think it's a fair comparison, really. While it's a very nice thing to say, though, I do appreciate that. Well, Conan is here. Whoop. Kurika, I see why you'd be confused. The difference here is that, okay, that was horrifying. Let me do this. You've seen the wig off. What it is, see, wig. On, off, wig on, wig off. On, off, on, off. That's what it is. That's all it is. It's all just advanced wig technology, see? That's a very unhappy worm over there. He's very loud. Why the eye circles? He wanted more makeup. It's a wig. So he can blend in the Imperial courts.
An enemy
Nice, okay.
for the turret. Engage the shield.
When will he wear? I wonder when he will wear wigs. If he will wear wigs. We probably shouldn't assume his wigosity. His propensity to wig. PTW. Doink. Hello, Aaron the Bear. How are you doing today? Can I put the wearing of wigs into Thor's calendar? Probably. Oh my gosh, I'm not sure what that was. Have I seen any drop ships today? Not in the Haga Basin, I don't think. I've seen some in the deep desert. Oh, speaking of which, hang on, I just need a second. I just need to do a... Anyway, I need to check what I was doing on this. Wow. Good job. Have a look. 8 hours, 12, 6. What I'm doing is checking Reddit because a bunch of people decide they love being shitlords. And one of my things I want to do today is make sure... Here you go. He's a gross gay furry. He deserves the harassment. Why? Why is that even in a comment you think is okay? Also, when you ban someone on Reddit, why does it not delete the message you're banning them for? Dude deserves every bit of swatting that he gets. Banned. Banned, banned, banned. I deeply agree with you. Yeah. The problem with Reddit, I find, is that, like, Reddit was great, and then it seems to be where people ended up when they got banned from, like, other worse places, which is horrifying. And Reddit has some really, like, small, like, niche communities which are really, really awesome. But, like, the big subreddits... Yeah, when Tumblr imploded, all the porn went to Reddit. When 4chan imploded, a lot of that behavior went to Reddit. I guess I've heard that quite a few times. I'm not... I know, I think the 4chan stuff is a little bit different. Probably some of the darker parts of Reddit, maybe. But Tumblr, yeah, I mean, Reddit is... We get so many porn bots that are just blocked by the filters on the subreddit that it's insane. Like, it's actually unreasonable how many just random things get posted. Luckily, we can set up some pretty good filters that stop it from doing stuff, but like... And then Reddit went and did away with some of the tools that people would use to augment their mod functions, right? And Reddit were like, no, you can't have these anymore, we're banning bots. And it's a bit like, yeah, but all the bots are still on the platform that you don't want, and all the bots that we do want are gone. Yeah. This is the problem, like Tumblr, 4chan, etc. They're all containment zones. EVE Online's a containment zone. It should never get shut down. Gore Liar, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. You're awesome. Sabu, look, I can't tell you that the new EVE game is a cesshole, a cesspit, whatever it is, cesspool. That's not fair of me to do. I don't know. I haven't checked it out for myself. What I know is that personally, I do not trust CCP as developers enough to get involved in a game, particularly a game that may or may not involve some kind of weird blockchain ownership shit that I don't have the time, patience, energy to get involved with CCP again. Like, just that simple. Like, they were a weird company that treats their employees weirdly as well. I just don't need to get involved with it. And like I said, given that I know how much bias and how much corruption there is inside the EVE Online economy and systems, there's no fucking way that you'll ever get me to trust blockchain or like a ledger format for what it is that they do. I have absolutely no conviction that somebody at CCP isn't just putting their thumb on the scales in the back end if they want to. Whether it's game mechanics, whether it's balance or whatever, I have absolutely no confidence that it's as fair as they say it is, because I've seen the developer bias in action. People forget that, like, while Thor was, you know, in Strybog and running that group, I wasn't. I was in Mercurialis Inc. I was in a completely separate corporation, in a separate alliance that on paper had absolutely no connection to Strybog. when we put in tickets for bugs, we would get replacements within minutes, sometimes, often within an hour. But for the same issue, our Strybog alts and our friends within Strybog would have the same tickets declined. So I know that developer bias was taking place because I had it happen on my accounts. Literally word for word tickets, the same issue, the same fleet, everything. Denied on Strybog, approved on my non-Strybog characters. So that's why I won't play Eve Frontier, not because of the blockchain elements of it, not because of, you know, the community, but actually because of the developers. Exactly. That's my issue. Like, we dealt with developer bias once in Eve with the tier 2 blueprint scandal. And like, I hope that Eve turned a corner when they started to hire on players in the community and to encourage the devs to start playing again so that they could experience the game and actually get kind of hands-on feedback. But unfortunately, the players that they seemed to bring on had absolutely no intention of leaving stuff that was meant to be in the game. And you ended up with people like, well, I won't name their names because they're still working the roles and it's not necessarily the most professional thing to do, but former highly political members of null blocks who were the ones who were pushing quite a lot of the negative behaviors that you hear about for Eve. And they were made one of the community reps. And like, they had an awful lot of community power that I think they misused. Especially when it came to things like debates and such, or the choices of guests on various interviews, very much set up for failure if you were on a certain side of causes. You could very much see developer bias in those. I do remember, Steve, don't worry. I was in Ascendant Frontier. I believe that that there's a station in the system. Hang on. I'm fairly certain that my corp was the corp who dropped the original station in the system in which Steve was. Band of Brothers, Intrepid Crossing. Oh no, it was built by Goonswarm in Easteria in 2008. Oh, now it's going to bother me. Hang on, bear with. Go and look at the events. Oh, this corp history is ridiculous. Catch, branch. I can't find it. Bob owes you about 90 billion. Unfortunately, I have some bad news for you, bud. You miss CEO Gratelkin. Oh. Don't get me wrong, there were some great friendships I made inside Eve. Like, that will never change. But like, I just cannot trust the developers of that game. Just that simple. The raw core changes were a mistake. Skill injectors were disgraceful. Whoever came up with skill injectors should not be allowed to remain employed at that company. That crossed the line into that. I mean, that's when ultimately Eve became fully pay to win. Plex was a great system when you couldn't use it to gain any other advantage other than just money. But the ability to change money into skill points as well, which meant progression so much more, ruined it. BRB need coffee. Catch you in a bit. Enjoy your caffeination. How does Luther get them that far into the wall? Genuinely impressed. Oh well. Luther can fix them because Luther knows what he's doing. I have no idea how he managed to do that. I think it's because they're set back differently, but I couldn't get it that far across. Couldn't tab it into the... Unless he built the wall afterwards, which is possible. Well, that's a good goal hit. 2.5 million capacity in the base. No, that's a good number, Scrover. Like, you'll probably need that. It's shocking how much stuff takes water, especially at endgame. Like, water is life on Arrakis. Civ 6 Platinum is free on Epic tomorrow. It's cool. Still haven't played Civ 7 properly. Right, so we've got... Okay, we can definitely do the full Duralumin run then. So what we'll do is we'll go downstairs and queue that job. Good, because then we'll finish with, you know, like 2,000 Duralumin today. We love Duralumin. Remember me for century. I mean, it drains the water in the base, but we can just keep churning things through. That is awesome. Da, 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 da. there. That can go back there. That last one was Centuries by Fallout Boy. That's what I was listening to. Less goblins in chat. Ooh. You can use exclamation point song requests. We basically get through about 10 to 15 song requests a day, and we just add them to the list if we like them. There have been a few which have been added, which has been quite nice. Would you just me? Was it worth replacing my small chemical refineries with the medium one when you can? Yes. The reason that you should always use the best refinery you have access to and less of them is because if you look in the large ore refinery, for example, it will take 6 of a in the medium ore refinery, it will take, for example, 6 or 7 aluminium ore to make 1 aluminium ingot. If you are in the large ore refinery, it will take 4. For the medium chemical refinery, the medium and the large ore refinery, etc., the higher the tier, the more efficient the crafts are. Has the goblin / kobold Discord thing been implemented yet? Goblin kobold Discord thing. I don't know what you mean, Aimless. I remember something about it, but I can't actually remember what it was practically. Okay, so where are the actual... Will it show me the Fremen caves from my scans, or do I just have to find them? Because that's gonna suck. Yeah, it doesn't show them to me. I'll have to find them. Do we know what the rewards are for the stations this week, chat? I mean, the goblins will win, surely, because I think there are a lot more people who like being goblins than dislike it enough to want to be kobolds. Hey, Demna. Delta 1 is nothing. Delta 1 has stuff in it. Glad I tabbed back in when I did. I remember that moment yesterday when I tried to refuel the carrier because I'm so used to the assault ornithopter that I switched to passenger 6 rather than refueled the carrier with Demnar in the vehicle. That was quite funny. Now that's a loadout. That's what Drew Reaper, Sandbite Booster Max. Okay, that's this week. Desert Garb. Really useful. Jiro, where is the Desert Garb dropping? Do you know? I'm glad you enjoyed it, Demnar. I'll do it again for you sometime. Whoop. The D6 shipwreck. What? Also, what are hook claws? What's the hook claws do? I'll have to look them up when I get to the base. Oh, less stamina for climbing. Okay, that's boring. Who climbs? I can't remember the last time I actually, like, properly climbed something. How do you get the playlist? Use exclamation point playlist, Aaron the Bear. You just missed him. He was here a second ago. Yeah, why would you need to climb when you can do... For example, you go up to any rock surface and just do this, and then just hold spacebar. And like, why would I need to climb anything? Climbing? Yes, climbing. I want to see if it would let me do it. Yeah, why would you climb? Friend. Oh, that friend can be relocated now. I am using the full suspensor belt. Not to keep you in suspense. Just full suspense. Yeah, Digital, I'm thinking about doing something for that on our server. I'm just running a couple of tests for this week, and we will see how it goes. I should be able to put ping out by the end of next week. Well, the end of the weekend. How fueled is this? 8 days. Luther did a great job with these. Whoop. Time to hydrate. One spice fuel cell lasts an hour, I believe. So what you're telling me is they've managed to mess up which station is which in the database in terms of like what's PvP and what's not. Like, come on. Come on. Don't do this to me. I can't be expected to look at what kind of challenge rating I'm seeing. Amazing. We've got a Subaru commercial. It's happened. We know that Twitch is listening to us now. Oh, there's more bodies in there. Jeez, okay. I can't believe Thor would do this to the game. I can't believe Thor would give you Subaru adverts, chat. Oh dear. Unfortunately, the something funny is coming is purely for me. There's nothing to share for chat. It's a joke with a friend, and I managed to I managed to pull the long con of pretending I didn't remember something and then getting sent a photo to remember it, so that I now have photographic proof of, so I can just send the photo without any context in future as a reminder. It's just something special to share. Winchester, thank you very much for the resubscribe with Prime. You're awesome. In fairness, I remembered it being browner than that, so to be fair, it did help. But also, I do very much appreciate the trust, and I probably actually won't abuse it. That's the funny part. Knowing me, it will get lost in my camera roll, and I just won't use it for 3 or 4 years. I don't think I will, though. You've got to give an hour-long presentation in 30 minutes. Talk slowly. Take a couple of regular pauses. Having a drink there means that you can often take a 15 or 20-second pause while the audience are engaged, and you can see who's paying attention. People who aren't paying as much attention, you can meet their you can meet their eyes more, and you can convey a more kind of individual contact with them to try and see if they will actually kind of re-engage with the conversation. So one thing that you can use is just a quick drink break for. Paradigm Shifted, thank you very much for the resub with Prime. And exactly, suck it, Bezos. I want to remind you all, chat, that if you haven't used your Twitch Prime sub, you should. It takes $2.50 away from Jeffrey Bezos every time that you do it, because he owes you that money. And if you don't use it, you're just giving it back to him. Don't be a bitch for Bezos. Sub with Prime. Definitely you. Excuse me. Try not to laugh again. Well, yeah, exactly. Somebody pays UK taxes with it. Dubban, thank you very much for your Prime sub, and Ashra, thank you very much for your Prime sub as well. Good job taking the money away from Bezos and giving it to a streamer near you. I often wonder how many Twitch Prime subs are left unclaimed, because I know occasionally that even I will leave mine unclaimed. Like, I realized the other day that last month I don't think I used my Prime sub. I would love to know what the data is, because basically that money just sits on Amazon's side. It doesn't get paid to Twitch at any point. TQB, I'm sure that he appreciates it. Same with you, all I saying, like, Prime subs are, after you reach the partner program, Prime subs are the best ones to get, real talk. Commander Team Kill, thank you very much for your Prime sub. Thank you for taking from Bezos. We appreciate you. The Moon and Mars probably appreciate you too. I feel like the less money he has for putting a diamond statue of himself on Mars, the better, right? Right, where was that spice bloom we literally just saw? Is that down there? Yeah, oh my god, it's way further away than we thought it was. You ate the whole spice bloom? Greedy. I'd believe it. We love Spice, chat. Spice is the one. Here's a question for you, chat. I checked in with a friend recently who, we have a very long-term kind of bet slash dare slash challenge that's just kind of gotten out of hand. We were having a debate one time. I think it was probably just after university. And they made a comment on something. I think we were talking about the Steam marketplace and how trading cards are earned in games. And, you know, you can trade various jobs in Steam marketplace. And he was like, there are probably people who will never buy a game on Steam apart from using the marketplace. I was like, no, that's impossible. And so that night when we were drinking, we dared slash challenged him to only ever use the Steam marketplace money on Steam for any purchases. And it's been like 8 years. And he's still sticking with it. Like, it's genuinely impressive. But they've made it... Oh... Apparently he's made it into a bit of a game where there's a whole subsection where people will basically like manipulate the value on Steam trading cards to basically like make money off of it. And he's just like involved in all these communities where this is just a normal thing. And I'm like, okay, this is vaguely horrifying. What have we forced you into? Yes, the was that a Spiffing Brit video, that one? Apparently there are some people who take it very seriously, but it's not actually as easy as doing it kind of at scale as the videos might suggest. Apparently it takes quite a lot of time and a lot of effort to do. But it's just very interesting. That's the point. A lot of them are, but you can also get ones that are worth multiple pounds. It depends on the game. It depends on all kinds of things. And if you are just browsing the marketplace, you don't have to own a game in order to try and get the cards for them and then to trade and basically make money out of it. And apparently it's quite easy to do when you target like a big release of a game. You can make quite a bit of money initially, and then the game value dies off. So if you can get some of the cards quickly from a release, you can use that to drive future growth as well and everything. It's just fascinating. It's like a whole subculture. It did lead him to get into investing, though, which was kind of a bit of a concern. But he's been doing okay for about 5 years, so... Yeah, sometimes when I'm reading chat, it'll look like it'll look like I'm having a brain fart, but actually, I'm just planning my my next goblin antics. That's very rude of the worm, but I guess it's good timing because I got most of the spice that was there. A chance and take it. Little worm. Yeah, CSGO apparently is a huge part of it. Like, pretty much everyone who's doing that is involved in the CSGO market. The dungeons from Conan and Ark? Which dungeons do you mean, Hoosier? I didn't play Conan, so I don't have an understanding of the dungeon system in Conan. Oh, I didn't play... Oh, actually, I think I played Conan for, like, 1 day with people. You know when all your friends, like, get together and you play... Like, you buy a game and you say you're all going to play it, and then you play it once, and then you will never play it again. Like that. Yeah, it was always pretty tiring, that, to be honest. Or like you'll be playing as a group and then one person wouldn't be around and they would get annoyed that, you know, you'd managed to go on ahead and you were more powerful than them because you'd been able to play the game and they'd been away for a week. Like, Shade Silver, yeah, there was a small update today, just doing a bunch of little fixes and changes, fixing a dupe and a couple of other bits that were needed. They're just kind of working through the bugs and issues. I'm not sure I trust this worm. That's why I didn't trust the worm. Yeah. That was close. There's a reason why I hadn't landed. Like, I wasn't certain. The worm hadn't moved. That's why I didn't land. You had to be super careful. Yep. Apex Predator Halud, yeah. No, I want this. God damn it. Hey, Firms, I appreciate you. Thank you. I've seen a carrier go to a worm. I saw that a little while ago. That was rough to watch. Doing a little bit of a off-stream spice grabbing, and I saw a carrier getting a little bit too ballsy, and I was like, why are you waiting? Why are you waiting? The thing about the carriers is they are very slow to take off, and if you're used to the other ornithopters, you will get a false sense of security around how long you have. The thruster helps, but that helps more with forward momentum rather than upwards, at least initially. So yeah, people are wild, and yeah, unfortunately. Good afternoon, Luther. How are you doing? How's your work afternoon been? There is indeed special loot boxes on top of the landmarks, yeah. Best kept secret on Arrakis.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Do we know if Ashes will be cheaper once Phase 3 starts? Historically, it would suggest yes. I've not seen it confirmed though, so we don't know for certain. But based on how they've done it in the past, yes. I would expect them to reduce the price. They just haven't yet, or haven't communicated it as far as I know yet. There's one on the Table of the Gods. There's one on the Hammer. There's one in Godzilla's mouth. There is one on the ridge in near the Haga Rift, the really, really high point, the second highest point on the map. There are quite a few of those rare chests, just in high up places. I like that the game incentivizes exploration and climbing like that, though. It's actually a really nice thing to do. Nihilus, if I understand it right, if somebody has landed their carrier on the ground in the PvP area, you could steal that, yes? That's why solo carrier mining horrifies me.
Sector weather alert.
Because you had to put the carrier down somewhere.
Approaching.
The other thing is just getting in the carrier and flying over one of the ring mouths and just stealing an ornithopter and then just going dropping it just somewhere on the sand a little ways away so they have to have a little bit of a run. That would be quite fun as well. The carrier can't grab a carrier, but I'm fairly sure that you can, if a carrier is landed or isn't being piloted, you can get into it and steal it. Free carrier. I think in the PvP area, Bahadur, that doesn't apply though. That's the point. I think an empty vehicle. I might need to land next to somebody on a spice field and test it out at some point. I'm not sure in the PvP area that you do. That's the whole point of the theft part of it. I'm wondering if you could drop in with a scout and steal an assault. I'm very sure you can. There are so many buildings in this one little area. Oh my god. Wait, why don't I just park down here? No carrier here yet. It's not wide enough for a carrier, but this is. It's my nah, don't worry about it. I think it's I'm fairly certain that is thing, and I'll do it organically at some point. There's no don't bother risking yourself, and I'm not going to stick out in the deep desert for that long. Got a sandstorm, a Darude sandstorm. Right, what we're going to do is what do you mean not enough support? Full of bullshit. Perfect. Okay. We're going to sit in the still tent. We're going to run an ad. I'm going to go and stretch my back. It's starting to hurt. And then we'll get back, and it should be in time for the sandstorm. I will be right back. Whoop.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hello. Sorry about that. I just got caught in a conversation for a moment there. Did the sandstorm pass? I believe it did. Very nice. I'm just going to do a quick restart of my game because it's starting to chug slightly. So we're just going to do a... Oh. We can do a quick... We'll do a quick game restart. It doesn't really matter if it logs us out fully. It's the game resetting rather than the character resetting. Broytech, thank you very much for the raid of 2 people. Great timing. I'm really impressed by that. But thank you. Just doing a quick restart. You sent me a whisper. Oh yeah, no, I've seen the video before, Nihilus. I know that you can do it there. I'm just thinking about other vehicles. Welcome on in, Troytech. Yeah. I left my water seal base to sit in a still tent because it's aesthetic during the storm. No, you're all right, Nice. Don't worry. Not your bad at all. You are all good, mate. You're fine. Do I know what Thor is cooking for tomorrow's birthday stream? I don't know. Yeah, Luther, exactly. Like it's not just a simple, are you doing all of those small things that you did for us in the first one? Because the cumulative big thing is an awful lot of work. And I'm still, like I said, I'm still on the fence about whether it's worth it from a community positivity point of view. I mean, half the reason that was slow is because I didn't press play. I can't say that sentence. I just can't. It's not happening. Yeah, exactly there. I think people don't, excuse me, don't understand quite how much effort and work that takes. This hay fever cough is really annoying me this year. Last year it was all sneezing though, so to be fair, the cough is at least less annoying than the sneezing. At one point I just remember wishing for the end. It's more that I can't really formulate what the joke I was trying to make out of that one, so that was different. I just left it. I was like, nah, you know what? Yeah. We'll also take 500 of this back because it's insanely heavy and it'll save half a journey next time when we're doing the base trip. In fact, you know what? We'll leave 250 of this. That won't fit. Oh, nice, Luther. That's cool. Yeah, I've already collected most of it. I just want to go out for another run right now. Want to head back and harvest some other stuff from Haga Basin to complete our runs. Have I thought about using Linux as an OS? Luther, this isn't oh shit compliant.
Yeah, but I don't see a thing there. Client side on your side.
I mean, what do the building regs say about that, buddy? I mean, come on, like.
I don't see what you're seeing. On my screen, there's nothing there.
Wait, really? Ooh. It doesn't exist. That.
See my DMs.
Fascinating. That's cool. Interesting bug, I guess.
As far as I understand, it's a client-side issue and should be resolved after a vlog because it's below the building pieces right now, but your client didn't register, so it just put it on top of the base.
Bitch ass copper rock. That was fine. Nothing wrong with that interaction either, chat. Maybe it's a message from the Thopter of the Rocks. Maybe it wants us to remember it. It's sending us rocks. As written, a message from the Thopter of the Rocks. Lutherna, I've brought most of the plast back. I've left a certain share there so it can be used for repairs. Same with the paste. So leave that there for people to repair, I guess. Yeah, chat. Come back here and talk to me when you can phase through copper in real life. Come on. Just saying. Don't hate us because you ain't us. I don't like this wreck as well because I think the blueprints section of it is exposed to like a shear drop and it bugs out if you try and take it. But I could be. Oh no, this one's better. There's actually like. We'll try it. We'll try it. Fuck you, Ornithopter. Well, fuck you. We'll just take all of these things then. The various Landsrad bits. Oh, I suppose I should... Harvest responsibly. Friend. He's such a nice friend. Three, 2 3/4. Nom. Chomp, chomp, chomp. I'm not sure I want to pet the friend again. Earlier we pet the friend. I don't know how much damage it actually caused the outside of the vehicle, but there was indeed a damage indication. However... Oh, hello! Hi! What's up, little guy? What is it? What's up? You're sleepy and you want some pets? Okay. Oh, you want to scritch. Okay. You want to do some scritch. I said pets, and look who arrives. I say Subaru, you get Subaru adverts. I talk about pets, Bailey arrives. I have powers now. You having a big old scritch, or you're having a good old clan? Hello. You're so adorable. You're so cute, aren't you? Yeah, you want the chin rubs. Okay, I'm gonna crash inside the game. I hope you know that. Is this worth it, B? Well, actually, I might be okay. If you don't want Subaru adverts, you have to talk. You have to choose a different provider, and you have to all come to some kind of agreement, and we'll get adverts for that instead. We'll just say their name a few times on stream, and then you'll start getting adverts for it. Hi, baby. Aren't you so adorable? You listening to me because you want more attention? Yeah? What have you been up to? What have you been doing? Yeah, I'm gonna give you a chest rubs. Oh, you want to give me a clam? Okay. It's easier to stick with car brands and see if that works though, so I can use it like almost like a control. Because we know that Subaru worked. Who's a good kitten? You are. Yeah, I know you are. Yes, hello. What is it? There's nothing up there, B. You gonna jump up there? Meow. Okay, you've changed your mind. You've come back to this one. He heard a suspicious sound. Why is there so much... Why is there moss in your tail? What have you been up to? Have you been rolling around in the dirt again? Honestly. He's got this like I recently got rid of a tree from the garden, and there's just now this nice convenient patch of just bare earth. And he really enjoys when he's just like spooning out in full cat mode, just sprinting over to it, pausing there like the Sphinx, and then just erratically rolling around in it for a second, then just sprinting off. Like some kind of possessed demon, honestly. He gets those big, like, those just big round eyes, he's like... The same kind of franticness that Johnny Depp has in I've Got a Jar of Dirt. Like, the same kind of energy. Oh. What is this? It's likely a Luther, because Luther didn't get distracted on the way home. Oh, nice. Okay, we're not as depleted as I thought we were.
Yeah, I filled up from all around where so that's up.
Look, delicious paste. Oh, hello, you're back. Did you have a snack? You did? You had a big snack. You did, didn't you? Yeah, Marat, you want more? Or are you sleepy now? You've been out for a patrol and you've had a snack. So you're a little bit more sluggish than normal. Okay. Yeah, Meow? Yeah, the lights are flickering. It's okay, B. That's perfectly normal, right? That's better, right? Meow. Yeah, you want a little belly rub? You're gonna tolerate a belly rub even though you don't really want one? Yeah, okay. You just want... Oh, you're so sleepy. How come you're such a sleepy prince? You want to sleep down? Okay. He's such a sleepy prince. Now you want attention. You want any... You want some blinking. Yeah. Okay, that's what you wanted. I will look after you, little cat. You can go to sleep. Jeez, there's still so much crap in my inventory. Need an emote petting the sandworm. Okay, voice. Apparently it's cracking deeper. Okay, we're just gonna talk down here then. Apparently this is where my voice wants to talk right now. My god, Chad, it's the legendary second puberty. Maybe it's spreading. Imagine how upset the internet would be if my voice suddenly ended up down here. They'd be like, Thor shared the voice changer. I can't believe he isn't sharing it with us. Oh, imagine how upset Reddit would be. I do like upsetting Reddit. There is that. I mean, it wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't so easy, right? It's just so mad. It's only specific Reddit community. I will be fair, it is only specific Reddit communities. Many Redditors are completely fine. Why is there a sand crawler engine just in there?
No, they're not.
Luther making more B8 to res. You know, Beaturez. Me was trying to save time. It's still time to quote Sacha Baron Cohen films. It is still time. That will never change. Okay. We're going up there, are we? I knew he was sleepy. Having a clean of his belly. What we can do is we can do this. And I believe if I was organized... He's cleaning his belly for you. No, indecent exposure is the other way around for cats. It's a bit different. My face cam needs to be further forward. I think if I do that. We'll move it around as he gets settled. Oh, okay, you're moving out. Okay, that makes sense. When you say watch his ears, what is it that you're watching his ears for? When they're listening to me talking, or just in general? Why does he look so orange there? One second. So I want to go into live. No, what's better that way around, doesn't it, with the chroma key? Look at how much effort we're putting into making sure that you get the best possible B cam. You don't need to see any of my inventory, that's not important. What you need to see is the giant cat. Okay, maybe that's a little too far, okay, I will agree. Yeah, you can still see most of some of the screen. And you're right, I need to remove this as well. So the streamer is playing. Amateur Shrink, thank you very much for the resub with Prime. You are awesome. B appreciates the support. Yeah, my hands look like this so that B can look like this. That reminds me, we'll post the DB today. It's so beautiful. Well, excuse me. We'll do the Daily Bailey during the ad break. I say, where are the ads? They're just Twitch is just taking its sweet, sweet time while I post DB. Quick, while Twitch is trying to market to you, have a picture of a cat sleeping. Twitch was waiting for the magic word. Thank you, Bracknagard. It needs to hear the word Subaru. Look at how taken aback Thor is by how cute the cat is. Yeah, there was a reason why I wanted to get reasonably high quality cameras to look at him. Like, I could get a wireless enabled one like the Thor for the Ferret stream, but those are expensive. Like, we'd have to do a fundraiser for that. Because they're like £2,000. Whereas the one that I've got for him now, like £200, which is much more affordable. While I'm well remunerated, I'm not $2,000 for a camera remunerated by Thor. That's kind of crazy. I'm not sure if he desires it or if he fears it, Luciana. So I feel like the cat could see through the wig. No, the camera was £200. Yeah, look, the business expense is still me paying. I still have to pay the money for the business expense. It makes it cheaper, but like, it's only saving like 20% tax. 20% does add up, I'll give you that. I know, business expenses don't actually like invent money from nowhere. I know it's a surprise. You're right. I should have known that business expenses just invent money. Oop. I'm so glad that you got a Subaru ad. I'm so glad that we've done this. Okay, we're gonna switch though. This one's going to be more interesting because it's challenging to say it to see if, like, closed captions can recognize it. Hyundai. Oh, it got it. It got it. The closed captions could get it. Hyundai. What if I say Hyundai? Okay, so the UK more common way of saying it doesn't work, but saying Hyundai works. So if I say Hyundai, 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 we might see if that summons Hyundai ads. We'll try it, chat. See, we're switching. We've moved away from we hate Subaru now. We're now friends with Hyundai. Yeah. There's an A in there. It's Hyundai. D-I-A. Hyundai. Wait, you say Hyundai? Do the Americans actually say Hyundai? Oh my god, yeah, the closed caption thing recognizes that. Hyundai. Oh my god. See, I thought Hyundai was bad in the UK. Oh, he got it. It got Hyundai. If I say it quick enough, it actually recognizes the UK pronunciation. Well, this is quite good closed captioning. You say Hyundai? Hyundai. Hyundai, Hyundai. Wow, it's like the bread roll of the car industry world. Porsche and Porsche is really easy. If it's over 100,000, it's a Porsche. If it's under that, it's a Porsche. Done, sorted. Done. That's how it works. I'm convinced. Hello, Space Raccoon. have an idea. How long can this run for? Okay. Okay, we're starting a poll. You can have 10 minutes on this chat. Oh, it's a simple poll. How do you pronounce it? Porsche or Porsche? There you go. But remember, we're pushing Hyundai right now. Or Hyundai. Or Hyundai. Or Hyundai. We're seeing if we can magic up adverts. And then when we get to the next ad break, I'm going to need you all to work together to see what kind of ads we're going to get. This is a team effort, remember? This was also not a worm spot earlier when I was here. What the fuck? Ben Howard. I don't like that this thing has recoil. It feels weird. You're interrupting my harvesting. Now what? Thought so. Sorry, chat. I think I kind of I locked in there a little bit. I think a dark part of myself just took over. The dude was like, "Oh, I see you have a valid permit to be there. I'll move on." So is it Porsche or Porsche? That's the question of the day. I've also got some potential fun upcoming segments for chat. There's probably one that will happen at the end of the month. But I can't tell you what it is because it's a surprise for someone else, and we'll see if they're willing to make it let it be content. It's not a Porsche. Imagine if this was all a ploy just to learn how to pronounce it so that when I gave it somebody it wouldn't be so embarrassing. That would be a great ploy. I'm going to use that. Sounds like a story. Right. I feel like I'm a crackhead because... Oh wait, I didn't go to where I was intending to be. That's why I am a crackhead. If someone gives you a Porsche, they can pronounce it however they want. I mean, yeah, true. Was that player or NPCs? That was NPCs. It was one of these chome ships. Basically, humans are one of the more valuable things you can get on Arrakis, and they're basically slavers. That's the closest analog that really works. I mean, they are kind of, excuse me, they're kind of space cops, but also they are basically slavers. That's kind of how that works. The Dune universe is kind of wild. I'm going by what I've been told by other people here and a little bit of my own research. Because it's been a long time since I read the books. Also, I didn't like the third book that much when I read it. You absolute plonker. Yeah, anything that's absolute, you've probably upset someone from Britain. It depends on the tone of voice they use as well. That's the problem with British swear words and, like, interactions. I just want to be clear. We're not very, like, helpful for autistic people because a lot of, like, the comments we make are based on, like, specific inflections, and they vary very heavily area to area. And, I think it is kind of harsh. Here you go. Here's all of this social nuance that you're required to understand, and it varies depending on very specific rules that you don't know. Good luck. Hello, Cosmic Prism. How are you doing today? Everyone's doing well out there? I appreciate all of you who are just in here chilling on our lovely Wednesday afternoon, or Wednesday morning, still if you're in the US, I guess. I swear this was heavier earlier. Oh, I mean, Karika, that sounds like a great... that is a very good story. I have the only story I have a friend injuring themselves by being silly was something like that was I was probably about 14 or 15 years old. And I've spoken about this before, but in the UK we have something called Scouts, which is kind of like a cadet. It's basically like it was a boys club. It's now everything. But basically, it's like you go and do like wide games. You learn like knots. You learn crafts. I'm not sure if everywhere else has it, but like Boy Scouts, yeah, kind of what it is. So I went to that and cadets, and enjoyed them both quite a lot. But I was 14, we were away on camp, and my friend and I were cutting firewood, and we were the only ones allowed to use the axes because, you know, 14-year-olds are very sensible with them. And, you know, I think we were reasonably seen at that point. I think we were in our last year there before moving on up to the next year. And my friend's doing the firewood chopping, and I'm like, oh, be careful with the axe. Like, that's not a very stable block. He looks at me, says, axe me nicely, and then he brings the axe down like only half looking, and he brings it down into 3 of his fingers, Doesn't cut through, luckily, but he very quickly has to get taken to hospital and get a number of stitches. I think it was 11 stitches across the 3 fingers. And because I'm so supportive and kind, every time he asked me to do anything, probably for the next like 4 years, my answer was always, ask me nicely. Because why not? Like, that's what friends are for here. That's how it works. True friends, true British friends, what they will do is they will take like your stupidest moment and like they will rip the shit out of you for it, and you will love them for it because it's part of just processing and making it into a joke and it not being hostile. It's about it being banter. You get it from quite a few cultures. Australians do it a lot as well. It's some of my favorite like close friend humor. It's great. As a good example, one of my friends has today admitted, or well, accidentally stated that her husband has bottom energy, which I was very fine to make a comment about, and I'm waiting for her to see the message because it's going to be incredibly funny. But I don't think she realized what she said. It's absolutely fine, but the fact that she didn't mean to say it is what will make it funny. Okay, what was the poll outcome? I didn't actually see the outcome, which is very funny. Where is the polls? Manage poll. View results. It's so actually that's quite close. 61% and 39% is surprisingly close. Okay, we'll do another one later. We'll do one for Hyundai soon because I think that one's a little bit more controversial. Taffine, no, she did not. Sunday, you say Hyundai. See, that blows my mind. Like, in the UK, it's common to say Hyundai. Like, yeah, Hyundai. But I've also seen Hyundai, with the h. Worth crashing for if I crash. I'm not sure if you could see, but I was taking photos of B. Still, the first package with the food has gone because that needs to be transported by special delivery. The other stuff hasn't gone yet. It's one of my tasks to send out this weekend. With everything else going on, it has kind of fallen through the cracks, to be honest. I do apologize. I did apologize to Thor about it. And to be honest, he said that he had largely forgotten about it as well. Oh, nice, Luther. I don't like how this seems to be degrading so much faster all of a sudden. I don't really know what's doing it. Syndicate Gauntlet. Check. Worth. Yeah, Luther, I'm beginning to get concerned on my my gathering tool, compact gatherer. Getting too close to people is not the one. Land Rover vehicle then, excuse me, gave me some couple of cool things, but nothing monumentally life-changing. Yes, I am planning on streaming tomorrow. We will be doing some of Thor's birthday stuff. He and I, at the very least, will be playing Division 2 because there's a drops campaign on, and he and I both quite enjoy that game. We'll see how any unbanned bingo we do today goes. If I haven't promised we're going to do that today, but I think we might do that a little bit later on. We've got quite a few hours left to stream, so I've got a Mark 5 Luther, but if there's a way of getting a Mark 6, I would be very interested. I just haven't got the blueprint to repair it, which is kind of irritating. Have I got the trooper skill? Is it now bugged and doing the opposite? Which trooper skill? What? Oh yeah, it very well may be doing the opposite, yeah. Yeah, it may be not working properly. There's Mark 5 in the A2 and A3 lab. Okay, we'll go there in a minute. Go clear it. Why am I carrying so much spice in my ornithopter? Or is that not my ornithopter? I'm so confused. No, that's my one. Okay, jeez. Right, we're doing this now. Ventex Plus, I'm sorry to hear that. It's not a great time of year, but if you want to spend your time, you know, here as a distraction or with in Thor's chat, you're more than welcome in either place, bud. We know a little bit about how that is here. Look at how just utterly uncaring that cat is. He's just ridiculous, right? I don't know. I think I spent between... So when I changed one of my jobs at one point, I managed to end up with a month of paid leave because they didn't want me working on something that was highly sensitive. At the time, I was on my notice period. So, during that month, I did live like a cat. I just napped, and I think I watched all of the Game of Thrones, like, series up to, like, the most recent one. I think it was, like, 7. I think that was the start of the second to last season. Like, you know, I think I watched all of Friends because I'd never seen it before and someone recommended it to me. Like, it was... I think I lived like a cat. I used to play Guild Wars 2 so I can get drops. I haven't played Guild Wars 2 in such a long time. And even then, I was never, like... Not what I would call good at it, but, like... I never really got it. Do I know Suits? If yes, did I like it? Yes, I enjoy Suits. It's a very entertaining show. It is an absolutely terrible representation of how the law works. He is such a refined gentleman, isn't he? It's so unreasonable. You can tell Luther's run these dungeons once or twice. He's just speed running it and ignoring all the loot. I don't think Luther remembers that the point of a repository is to basically build a repository of all of these items that we need. They're hand-ins. They are eventually useful. It's for hoarding. It's designed hoarding. Intentional hoarding. Yeah. Yeah, in order to watch Suits, I have to very strongly remind myself each time, and there are even times in it where I start getting annoyed, being like, that's just not how that works. And I'm like, no, it's a TV show, it's for entertainment. Calm down. Damn it. Nope. Whoop. Winchester, it depends. And the reason it depends is, am I playing orcs or am I playing blood angels in the scenario?
I see someone.
How can you best link... How can you best link me a Warhammer 40k inspired song? Probably using a song request, and I'll get to it through the queue system. I love Solari.
Who's that? I need reinforcements.
Can't believe Luther would leave such valuable Solari lying around. I'm trying out the replica pulse, not the replica, yeah, the replica pulse knife. There's more damage, supposedly, but it has less reach. I'm still not sure how I feel about it. I think it's fair to be jealous of B right now. Yeah, the thing is, I'm a control build more than anything, so like I shouldn't be grappling with more than one anytime I'm there to basically just like kite enemies. Oh, I love how much there's like a gathering of people here. This is fun. Sadly, no compactor Mark V. I can come back and run it later. I'll go do another irradiated run. We need more irradiated slag anyway, so got to keep the spiced fuel cell production line going. I can't get intel anymore, Ghostly Method. In fact, you missed the intel. Once you're capped, you cannot go beyond the cap on intel, just so you know, chat. Once you've got every single one done, it just stops you. If you go to research, 0. Everything is learned. Oh, okay, you were just trolling. Okay, makes sense. Like flies getting in each other's ways. Yeah, someone's a bit content. The door is mostly closed, so I think he's able to relax a bit more and feels a bit safer. It just does mean it's getting a bit warm in here, but hey, we'll deal, right? What do you mean you only just noticed the cat? How? I'm... I know, his little beans. You mean camouflage? Oh, Archangel, well, I'm pleased that it's vaguely transfixing. When they say that you want a captive audience... Silo, yes, they do. Yes. the loot changes each week across the entirety of the deep desert in the various bands. Enjoy your board game night, Caraday. Enjoy yourself. Sounds like a great night. The spare human's not here. I'm the main human for B. Oh, actually, we can do this. We can go around here. Thank you very much for all of the follows. Welcome in everybody from the US time zone. It's great seeing you all here. Now you're all awake and now it's a reasonable time of day, at least in certain parts of the US. Do you play many board games yourself? I do. Well, at least I did. Actually, since COVID, less so. Some of our board game nights kind of fell through. We've never really restarted them because we've just been very busy doing stuff. The funny thing is, I moved in November 2023, and like 2 days later, I got a message from Thor being like, "Hey, I could really use some support. I know that you're in the middle of moving, but like, it's kind of blown up." And well, here we are today. You know, I have indeed checked out Tabletop Simulator. I've played a full couple of D&D and TTRPG campaigns in it. It's a very cool system. I'm pleased to have been able to keep you sane looking at a wire mouse. That sounds hellish. I'm sorry. All I can really say. We need this. I know it's very fetching. Yeah, that statistic still suit. Coming from Haga Rift to Eastern Shield will take you about 20 in-game hours to find a new location, start the build, transport. Yeah, that's... Jeez. I mean, well, I appreciate the donation, but it is very appreciated, like I say. You can't prove there was a sneeze. At least I hope you can't prove there was a sneeze. I like how there's just a sand bike left out here.
Shields up.
We're going to end up taking everything anyway. It just saves time to take all. Who sorts their loot? Jeez. He knows that he's safe in here. Oh, we'll take another the fierce burst. Not bad. One, two, three, four. Go straight to this one. Yeah, the Sheol bases are a good thing to be running reasonably frequently, to be honest with you. No, it's obviously a sand one. What are you talking about? I think it. Oh, bugger. Which? Oh, let's go. We'll go through the main entrance. I knew there's a chest up. Oh, it's up there. That's why. My instincts were right. I just didn't believe enough. There's one over here. A winter holiday event, but it's just irradiated snow. I mean, I believe that one of the areas we're getting might be next year will be the water shippers mansion. So like there will be the water shippers Arctic zones. So like there will be stuff there. I definitely don't know this area well at all. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, once you've learned their layout, though, the fact that it is a maze doesn't bother you anymore. You can broadly intuit your way through the wreckage. And at that point, then it's just kind of easy run. Like, we've made a lot of irradiated slag out of this already. And we're already halfway through stuff. Yeah, randomizing the box locations is a whole... I believe that's a whole different technical challenge, though. And ultimately, I'm not entirely sure the game was written to do that, so... It'd be rude to leave those 64 Solari behind. Basically, if you enter through the main hole in the ceiling, you'll enter into one of two rooms. You'll either enter into a room which has a dead body in the center of it, in which case in that room you have the pink key card in the corner, you go through that, or you enter into the main room, which is near to where you get the green card, that the green key card drop, which you had to cut through on the side rooms, and you had to go to the side on your way past the green room, the green locked door. In that room is where the pink, you see the pink glow, so like it should guide you broadly. You just need to remember that you're looking for a green glow and a pink glow in this wreck. And remember, it's a PvP zone. Were you waiting for me? You are such a salty bitch noodle. The worm is quite upsetty spaghetti that I was rude to it earlier, so... We are gonna hook around for this area. How much carry weight have we got? We can wait. We can get the spice in a bit. We don't need to rush for the spice. The spice will still be. Someone will eat the spice. Sabu will find the spice. I know what Sabu's like. Sabu's a turbo goblin. We love the energy. One. 4. My profession's in Bitcraft. I don't know. There's a couple of them which are in the low, like 10s, and there's a couple of them which are like 30. Anything that relates to the production of fission bulbs, I have quite a high level. Think of it that way, okay? I solely blame, by the way, Little Harpy for that, because she gave me some fission bulbs, and now it appears that it started some kind of addiction. The entire production chain. I even did farming. I feel the same way about fishing bulbs as I do about spice. You're right. I'm tired of hiding it. Yeah. Okay. This is the quick mines one? No. That's the next one. A radiated slag. I'm glad that you've seen the DB. Be very careful claiming a Greg's like Troytech. That is a very high badge of honor you're claiming there. It needs to be nationwide, universally good no matter which town you go to, and decidedly not shit. Yeah, B's been practicing. I'm glad that you enjoyed Daily Bailey. He's resting his dancing feet now. Yeah, this is the one with quick mines. Probably shouldn't stand in the flames. This is actually going to kill me. Nice. Oh no, it won't. Close though. One thing that you do sometimes forget about the game is that you can do this to get rid of flames. If I crouch, will you shoot your friend in the head?
Reloading. Attack.
Oof. He's a spicy meatball. I'd like my shield back, please. They are just quite slow. And I can always just do this. But sometimes it's fun to play with the food. Did I just toss sand? No, I used the Shiga wire claw. Which is basically like a grappling hook. And you fire it at their face and it kind of grabs them and pulls them towards you. It's very effective. I feel like it would be effective in real life too if someone just grappling claws you in the face. Like that's gonna stun you, isn't it? Be real. Yeah, but not that many of them, Sabu. Like, I'm mostly collecting them because they are a Landsrat turn in by themselves. That's basically it. And while I do this run, I always loot this place as well because it's kind of a meme not to. First of all, you can normally just like land here. Just like go inside. Put your shield on. Free loot, which we always love. They're pretty much always fighting. The guys in here are normally half asleep. And then you can help yourself to some Solari. And they're just outside having a bit of an argument, and you're just being able to run through the space and take all the loot. There you go. Mark 5 rad suit for free. Nice. They didn't even know that I was there. Hello, Lazy. Good morning. How are you doing? Yeah, Syndicate Gauntlets is a very nice drop. Why so many sub thieves? Just the nature of the server and the community that we're playing with, Yeti. We've got a lot of community members who are on here as well who have given me access to their bases for upkeep and stuff. Like yesterday we fixed one of the community members' bases because they were running low on power. And now they've got 20 days of power where they had like 1 day before. And yeah. We've got a private world, so we've got 15 servers in a network to have our own world. 3 of them are public, 10 of them are password protected for the community, and then the other 2 are restricted for streamers and their communities, like Anifusia, Pirate Software, that kind of thing. This is a private server, yes. 1 private server of 15, like I was saying. Yeah, see? Yeah, I know. I can read the winds of chat. Actually, that's an interesting proposal. How much is this worth? The patch was for a number of small fixes to the game, including 1 dupe. So it was largely for a couple of improvements and fixes. It wasn't anything colossal. I've made a mistake. But it can be remedied. It can be remedied well as well. Wrong one. They're fine with me just running in here with a knife out. That's fine.
Welcome back. What'll it be?
How much does one of those damaged ones sell for? Even the ones you just find, because it's a, like, 50%. Oh wait, that's my one. The one you find, still 5,000. Don't mind having that. My one's... Why did it sell the wrong one? I hate this. I just clicked the other one.
What'll it be?
Fine, you know what? Fuck it. Buy, that's why. Mark 5 one. Make a bunch more. Demand, I think, is basically like, if it's got 50% durability, it'll have 50% demand. They want it that much less. It's basically the modifier to the price. I mean, Lazy, it's not something we're talking about in chat right now, so the only reason one would want to bring it up is normally to cause drama or just to make us talk about it, so, like, not really relevant. We're not involved. So there's a line. And most people don't want you to talk about it. So think about it.
There's someone here. Identify yourself.
Just over here? I can't remember where the chest is from this entrance. You are all very rude. I have just the thing for you. Go on. Go on. Yeah? Where is that other ranger? Oh, there you are. Come on. Go on. Flame time. Good chat. Good chat. Enjoyed that. Now, if you don't mind. So given how many people don't want to talk about it in chat, maybe that should give you an indication that people don't want to hear about it. Whoop. Oh, that's why. That's why I can't find the chest. Okay, welcome back after the adverts. We have a couple of questions, a couple of things to go through. First of all, we found the reason that we can't find the chest, chat. We didn't understand where it was. Second of all, I have a very important question for every member of chat. How many of you got Hyundai, Hyundai adverts during that? Did any of you get any car adverts for the brand Hyundai? Did anyone get Subaru adverts, though? Say Subaru if you got Subaru adverts. Got a couple of Subarus, no car advert. Okay, interesting. I mean, what we're going to do is we're going to give you another poll, first of all. New poll. Oh, nope, don't want to misspell that. That wouldn't make any sense. Throw the poll right off. Okay, the poll is going up. It's the how do you pronounce it Hyundai version. Very important data being collected here.
Someone's here. Eyes on enemy.
You pronounce it without the H like Hyundai. Oh gosh, I didn't even. That's a whole. I think it depends on which one you own. If you own like an i10, then maybe you get like 0.1 of an extra vote. If you, I don't know, what's the largest, like depending on the size of the vehicle is depending on how much more of a vote this gives you. Or the faster the 0 to 60 is, the better, the more votes you get. That's also very reasonable, I believe. We'll have to make some kind of like exponential or like kind of some kind of curve so that people know exactly where your car sits depending on how much of a vote you get on car related matters. There's probably some deep science we could do here. I'm just not sure if I care enough about that deep science to do it. Oh, the split on this is really good. The lowest one's at 9%, but the top one's at 33%. So like there is definitely a split here. Someone's sniping out there.
Enemy sighted.
No enemies here. What are you talking about?
I see someone. Good. Shields up.
I don't need to be picking up the aluminium/aluminum. I can't believe they use both inside the game. Just choose one and stick to it. God damn it.
Identify
Shields up.
Those sandflies are surprisingly dangerous, actually. Those concussive blasts do quite a lot of damage through the shield. Why? How are we all doing on the vote? Oh, it's got even closer. 11% to 33% is the current splits. Wait, so Kias are actually Kia? How do you pronounce Kia then? If that's not how it's on in that's really interesting as well. I love hearing about languages. I love dialect differences as well. Like if you have like a different like one village over, sometimes we'll say something in a completely different way. Absolutely love that. It's fascinating. It's Kia. Yeah, that's what we say. That's what we say over in the West, Kia. But BP Fox was saying that you would pronounce it with a G sound in Korean. So it would be Gia or something similar. Yeah, Gia. How weird. That's cool. I wonder why they switched to the K sound over here. We didn't. You're talking about... I mean, I'm not an expert on Asian languages, but I'm not sure what the rules are between things like the K and the K sound and the G sound. Just calm down. Very clearly a middle child. It's actually not true. The middle children are normally the chill ones, just so you know. Well, sometimes they can go both ways. I know some that are... Not that I would ever, you know, support or encourage, like, you know, fly on the wall style examinations of families, but I'd love to see the interactions of a family of mother, father, eldest, and youngest, and in the middle being a set of twins. I'd love to see how that dynamic works. You can't use lasers on shield enemies, but as soon as he started firing, I moved my laser across onto him. I was basically firing over his shoulder until his shield deactivated, at which point I just shot him in the face. Mr. Jesse, no, I am not. Maybe try a Control F5 and just clear the cache of that browser window. Or of that website, even. Family of 7, the third and fourth children were almost twins. It's not exciting as you think, but then maybe I'm numb to it. I just think it would be fascinating if they were, because normally twins, like, kind of get, I mean, traditionally, it's always, you're always talking generalizations here. Typically, twins get more attention than, like, another child, kind of as a single child, even though they're born at the same time, because there's two people, obviously, it makes sense, right? But the middle children tend to be the ones who are somewhat, not left alone, but traditionally sometimes they're the ones who are more kind of self-sufficient, because the eldest has had the attention from being the eldest, being the first to do stuff. The youngest is, you know, the youngest, the cute, you know, the baby in the family. The middle ones are, you know, generally, I think the stereotype is that they are the quieter ones, kind of more self-driven. So I'd love to see what the combination of being a twin, but also being the middle would be. Only children are the same. They often end up being... Well, some of it depends on your parents. I know some only children who are... I would still say unhealthily attached to their parents, even now. What do you sell here?
Still alive, are you?
The idea of being one of 7, that sounds exhausting, no offense. Like... Okay, so the split was 32% Hyundai, 23% Hyundai, 18% Hyundai, 16% Hyundai, and 13% Hyundai. So what we're saying is it's a really kind of broad split of the way that works, which is fascinating. But it also didn't trigger any Hyundai adverts or Hyundai adverts or whatever it is that we're calling it now. The Scout Mark 6 with a thruster is disgracefully fun. It's just great. The controversial one is, how do you pronounce Ford? we very nearly made a mistake there. I don't know that Fords are unreliable. I think it depends on where you get them from and the Ford you have. Because to be honest with you, I think the car I learned to drive in was an old 1.6 litre diesel Ford Fiesta. And that thing was surprisingly fun just to throw around because it was already pretty shredded. But it can be surprisingly fun. Just if you're in the car by yourself. I mean, if you were in a car with 4 people, you would know about it. Your car would suddenly forget what acceleration is. What do you mean in North America Ford doesn't even sell cars anymore? Do you mean they only sell trucks? I would believe that they're only selling trucks. Sedans, vans, and trucks. Wow. SUVs. But what about, like, proper Fords, like Mustangs and stuff? Sorry, that's really harsh. I don't mean proper Fords like that, but like, you know, like the thing that Ford, like, you know, used to like kind of do very well. They just renamed every single line. Is that the trick these days? I would believe it. Because they sell a bunch of cars in the UK. Fords are still probably the most commonly seen car on the roads, and they're all pretty much invariably like kind of smaller variants than anything you would see. I mean, the cars in the US are, even when you see them when you get to the US, it's not the same as being inside of one of, like, some of those trucks are like, they are colossal. They are huge. Like 6 people, easy, not even a problem. Fine, yeah. What's next? You could probably fit like 12 people in them if you really squeezed in. You made it into like a game of Tetris. Let's just make sure there's nothing here I need to take back with me. Ford Fiesta is the most stolen car in the UK, probably because it's the most common car in the UK, though. I imagine that actually the most commonly owned car in the UK is the Ford Fiesta Nexel, so it's about proportion, you know? That said, so when I went to San Diego, I didn't understand why so many people are such big fans of large trucks. When I went to Los Angeles and I saw what the roads are like there and how people drive, 100% makes sense why people want a truck or like a big car, because you just have more oomph to bully people in traffic. Because it's basically a free-for-all in terms of like pulling in. People are just like, fuck you, I'm going in here. And you have to be like, well, shit, hope my brakes worked. 3 people in a smart car is exceptionally fine, a great and life-changing experience, and I would never admit to doing that live on air. I do like though that when you're in like, excuse me, when you're in San Diego, like pretty much every like Uber that you get into is like, I'm fairly sure most of them were fully electric, very well driven, very like all of the Uber drivers were super polite, super friendly. As soon as they hear my accent, they're asking questions about the UK and stuff. And I don't mind being chatty, as many of you realize. Yapping is not something that comes difficult, like it comes as a difficulty to me. I didn't want to do that. So I'm absolutely fine to have a chat. First of all, everybody asks about football teams. That is such a common question. But I just really loved seeing quite how prevalent nice electric cars were, to be honest. It's not just all Teslas, which would be kind of boring. Yeah, I know, it is a shocker. I am stepping forward today and I'm revealing that yes, chat, I am a yapper. I will yap professionally. I don't mind it. I'm glad you're all here enjoying it too. At least implies that people don't mind me yapping. I did hear that the Ford Focus has been discontinued, and I think that's sad because, you know, that's a staple car. Like, am I not allowed to see what's on the far side of it or something? Because if so, fine. That sounds cool. I like the surprise element. I recently, thanks to the UK government being reasonably cool about the way that electric cars work with taxes, got a new car. So now I have an electric Hyundai. Unfortunately, they're only cool about electric cars because they want people to do them because, you know, electric is the next big industry. We rely on electric for everything now, including our vehicles. Great. The UK is reasonably cool about hybrids. I think the tax is like 15%. When did I sneak in? Luther, don't worry about it. What second or? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm completely innocent. Chat will back me up. That's always been there. Chat, hasn't that always been there? Technically, and this is a really arguable concept. I implied that I spent that earlier in a group chat to which Luther has access. Because I used the words, I just used 400 melange today. So I'm going to send that to Luther and say, I definitely told you. I've used the innocent emoji to prove how innocent I am. You couldn't be angry or upset when he looks this cute. Look at B. You have to forgive me because B says so. See? The sleepy cat says that you have to be okay with it. Please move the console onto the landing pad. I can do that. I'm looking forward to this. Whenever Luther does a rebuild, it's always really cool. Ah, hello. This is definitely not Vicky. I would have no idea what this channel name is. Um, what were you doing? It wasn't Vicky, see chat. It wasn't Vicky. It was in fact someone else. Why is there? I mean, I guess I. Oh, my poor Mark V suspensor belt. Oh, that's not good either. That's fine. Were you doing some Dune testing to make sure that it ran, Vicky? Oh shit, I just never got a DM from you. Not Vicky was playing Dune. Wow. One. I like it when Luther gets inspired. I'm always excited to see what Luther's going to come up with next, because Luther does actually make very cool bases, and while I meme about them and sometimes they need some small workarounds of functionality, they're often very well designed. Like the hexagon base up on the top, apart from the fact that it was slightly too small for assault ornithopters to park comfortably, it was great. Really enjoyed that. It was a really good looking base. Really inspired. Loved it. I think the birdcage base that we can see, like that we saw here in Haga Basin, might have been Luther's as well. I remember being like, oh no, we can't like it now because we know it's Luther's. Two kids, one named Fire, the other one Wind. Did I say 5 viewers when you raided? I meant 15. Sorry, Vicky. Also, I love that you have an alt account that is just so obvious. It's the best, worst alt account I've ever seen. Look at how shocked he is at how comfortable B is. It's alright, we've scared him off. He can't deal with how cute he is. It's very Luther, do you need anything for this base? Is there anything I can get for you on Duke? Because I'm a bit lost with what I was doing while it's like this, I'll be honest. Damn, okay. Your small donkey tried to chase squirrels. I will have a look at that in a minute because that sounds ridiculous. I think we're going to go and try doing another desert. Right. Actually, no, we are going to go check the Chome exchange. We're going to go to we're at 2.5 million water. We've got 2 large ore. We need to make big spice. Yeah, big spice is needed. Accessible storage. I would like some... We don't need 5 landing pads. We only ever really use 3, maybe 4 at a stretch, plus the carrier and the top ones. So making the 5 that we've got making the 5 that we've got into 4 slightly larger ones, if it's doable, would be kind of neat. Or even 3. Yeah, we need like 3 assault, 1 carrier. Scouts can just land on the top and be stored. We don't tend to use those for storage runs. So, oh, the first one's already gone. Perfect, thank you. You read my mind. One second, chat. I'm just answering a question from someone as well. Hope you're all doing well out there. We are 7 hours and 40 minutes in. That's impressive. Jeez.
What will it be?
I guess we could probably buy these now. We've got enough Solari. Come on. Jesus, 8 PM with that unlocked. That's impressive. What building set? That was, I think, the Harkonnen ones. Oh, Luther, whatever you think best, bud. Like, you have full creative freedom.
My glorious house permits me to make trades with those.
So I already have one of these. I already have one of each of these. It says owned 0. I do actually have that one redeemed. That's Row Mark 6, dampened treads, bigger boot. Let's have a look at our... That's the Sandcrawler engine. We've got the Cutter Ray Mark 6, that's already unlocked. Do we not have the dampened treads? I could have sworn I had those. Where are the silenced treads? Chat, right into the stream if you know where those treads are. Second row. Oh, that's them there. Oh, okay. Thank you. Lessus and Avea, thank you very much. That's appreciated. Okay, so I haven't got that one. That's weird.
My glorious house
Well,
permits me to make trades
the
with those who
39,000, that's
earn
fine.
the goodwill of the Landsraad.
Wait, it's one on each side. I also don't use buggy, so I'm not too fussed. Fine. That explains why they're a lot cheaper.
My glorious house permits me to make trades with those who have earned the goodwill of the Landsraad.
And you don't need to buy one. I don't need to buy one of those to replace it or to repair it. So repair that with the repair gun. So I'm actually too fussed about the bigger buggy boot right now. Compared to other things. There. Plenty of threes, but no fives or sixes. People still they need to open this up to be used in other, like, they need base ways of doing it. Oh, look at him. He's ridiculous, isn't he? None of these are worth what people list them for. That's the problem. They're just gonna lose a bunch of money on them. That's arguably the problem. Any of these actually what I would call a reasonable price? No, you're getting down to even. These are all reasonably priced because they're just so common. That's fine. 3 mil for a Lasgard on your server. What the?
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solari? Still alive, are you?
Uh, it's that one now, isn't it? Why? They moved it, chat. They moved it. Okay, Twitch, do you want to maybe not break the ads manager so I can actually find out how far away my ads are? There we go. I have a feeling that marker isn't where they think it is.
Can't get enough of me.
I don't even know who you are. Oh, okay. Jesus, this is expensive. So expensive. I love wasting money. I guess I do need the Atreides parts for infiltration. You are right. Yeah. I'm not sure I need a Atreides stronghold. I don't build anything. That's not worth it. Oh boy, I gotta go harvest some more aluminium again. But at least now I can do the Atreides Doctor swatches, which is nice. Roads and mounts today, right, including animations. Okay, cool. I mean, they're not, though. The Atreides and the Harkonnens are both as bad as each other, unfortunately. Sad, but it is in fact true. Whoop. I think I overshot the deep desert. I don't know why you can't zoom out more. That's the Haga Basin. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, there's just a lump in the map, so it doesn't let you... Okay, fine. We can play the wing game soon as well, which will be fun. Oh, bugger. If that makes a good point. Ah, you know what? I'll risk it. It'll be fine, Luke, there. Let's try not to inhale my water. We'll be fine, right? Famous last words. You destroyed the floor and you dropped the base. Okay, nice. Sweet, thank you, bud. Luther, you know when I have those really helpful ideas about something related to planetologists and you get exasperated at me? Because it's extra effort stuff. So you know how people currently report which sector of the map it's in? Well, do you think it would be cool if people could select whether it's like northeast, northwest, southwest, or central of the map for each of the things? And then the small icon, or even if you did it in the 4 quarters, and the small icons could kind of go where they are, or where they need to be. Would that be a significant amount of work? It's just a matter of, I think it would be interesting and cool. Not a requirement or anything. I don't like that. You had suggestions around creating a smaller subgrid. See? I didn't think it was that dumb, but hey. Yeah, that makes sense. We're talking Echo. Yeah, I know. That's the difficult part. I think the issue that we have is that actually where a lot of those Stravidium and Titaniums are reported, it's not actually the big islands. It's just there is Stravidium Titanium here for a lot of people. It's about user reporting issues as well. Because if you could get rid of those, and you could get rid of the multi-reports on small and like smaller mediums, because ultimately there's could probably check. It's probably, yeah, like you say, it's a display issue. I imagine there must be ways that we could all the deep deserts have the same spice locations. My understanding is yes. Oh, this one's gonna suck. That sucked. Well, that was awful. Is that an active ring mouth? No, it's not. You eat it because your Thopter's lace got stuck beneath the sand. That is, yeah, those are the losses that I think are causing problems for the game's longevity. Oh gosh, I'm fading out of existence. What is going on there? Okay, well, you know, we're just gonna not think about that, okay? Hello, Sea Crusher. Today's been going well, thank you. How are you doing? We had a whole day of training for pub. Glad it's over. Oh, okay. And like what one wants to do on a Wednesday. I forgot what day of the week it was. This is why Scout Thopters are just so good. Like, I didn't come out with any thumpers. That is a bit of an issue. Best day for surgery is Tuesday mornings. I can see why that would be. I imagine that's averaged out over every single surgeon, though. And the problem is that when you work those kind of averages, it's actually more down to the individual surgeon than it is the law of averages. Oh, the ads will be here in 45 seconds, so bear with us. Yeah, Friday surgery sounds like not the one. Ooh, that's exciting. But in a minute. Whoop. Sir Carl, you wanted the song which was The Last of the Real Ones by Fall Out Boy. You got a Subaru ad, okay. But it seems like Subaru have invested in some of that good old ad slots. Good on them. Thank you, Subaru, for giving us that sweet ad money. We appreciate all of the Twitch adverts. Ultimately, part of how all this works. So it keeps, you know, keeps going. The end game loop is farm materials, get blueprints, level up. It's a sandbox game, so it is somewhat about making your own fun and making your own content. That has to be, you know, kept in mind. I know there's the joke in sandbox. I am very aware of that one, yes. There's lands rad, there's all kinds of things. Do we know much about the DLCs that are due? We know a little bit about one of the DLCs is based at the polar ice caps, which will be very interesting as an area. Obviously, you know, very different environmental threats, which I'm excited for. Don't lose your gear or PV base when you best in slot and have mat space. What's the point in farming at that point? I mean, there are weeks when there's full loot in the deep desert. That's a thing. There are, you know, there is loss, there is the sandstorms, there is maintaining your base, but like officer, if that is what you are looking for from a game, then unfortunately, no, there isn't a huge amount of content for you right now. It doesn't mean that the game is objectively bad, but it means that right now, yeah, there's nothing that interests you in the game. I'm not sure I want to know if ice worms are a thing. I think I want to ask that question. I think I want to stay blissfully ignorant about ice worms. Of all kinds. Ultimately, late game is about stocking up, taking part in the lands, right? Building up your levels, building up kind of your blueprint library, getting some of the actual best in slot weapons, you know. Getting things like the Ancient Way, which is obviously a fantastic rocket launcher. Who doesn't want homing missiles, honestly? Do you think over the weekend I might be able to drop off some weapons to help you progress? Zidane, where is your base? That's already claimed. Oh no, it's claimed. It's not even open. Because transporting that water is difficult, I imagine. I don't really... Or is the water tainted in some way? I don't actually know enough of the lore, to be honest with you, to be able to answer that question. There's no spice at the poles. Actually, that does cause issues. I mean, to focus, yeah, that's basically the state of PvP, unfortunately. The main PvPers that would normally have, you know, wanted to prey on, you know, on those activities have moved away from the game. Because the game needs to decide its identity, whether it wants to be PvP focused or PvE focused, and how it wants to achieve that. Because currently the systems in play kind of discourage both in certain ways, and even then they still lead heavily towards basically farming. Bailey doesn't enjoy boxes as much as he enjoys pieces of cardboard. He's a big pieces of cardboard fan. I don't know how to set his white balance. I think I need to... You know what? I can just go into... Cat cam. Properties. It's actually more like... He's actually more like that color. That might actually break the green screen, what I've just done. No, I definitely need to play around with the green screen, but hey. A far more realistic color for him, and therefore I can actually dial in the blue screen a bit better. Just reduce some of the smoothness, which makes the whole picture nicer for him. Am I just hovering in the PvP area like an idiot? Yes. Is that smart? No. Am I gonna stop? Also no. Oh, I should probably fuel up my vehicle though. There you go. Is that a better image? Is that better quality B? He pops now a little bit like weirdly. I don't know if that's just me. Oh, that's just great. Yeah, I've actually set the white balance to be correct and all other kinds of things. The chroma key, I think, just makes him kind of pop a bit. Thank you. He's ultimately the main streamer. Like, he's the one that matters. Lady had her baby, so I guess time strayed. This takes me back, this song. They are the forbidden beans. You would need to be invited in person to encounter the beans. I'm very kind that he allows me as his pet to appear on stream as his representative. Yes, I'm very lucky. You know how, like, it's basically Star Trek. Like, they have somebody who's on the con who's designed, you know, to be there on communications, right? Who's the face. And then the captain behind, but my captain is just sleeping the entire time. And I'm just the one that's left to be like, okay, this is what we're doing, okay. My school never ends. Oh, no. Apparently I'm fading into a new plane of reality again. I'm ready to fade into the next reality and get to the next screen, though. It's often what the camera chooses to focus on, I think, is the issue. But again, I won't be in this room forever. The basic plan is to, when I go and visit Mr. Greggles, who some of you have seen us raid into recently, I'm going to see his streaming room, which is very, very cool and kitted out for the like the drums and stuff. And I'm hoping it's going to give me some inspiration for the conversion I want to do, where I'm going to turn it into like a streaming room / workshop. Because then I can do things like 40k games. We could do, you know, all kinds of fun content. I can install, you know, a cat door into that room directly through the wall so he can come in from outside if he wants to. Theoretically, I could get one that, like, even detects that it's him and automatically opens for him, because I know that he doesn't actually like putting his head against the, he doesn't like putting his head against the, what's the word, the cat flap that much. Well, that's just rude, but I guess the spice is nice. I don't have any thumpers on me. Yeah, the painting and lore streams are when I'm not doing Dune. Like, those are going to be for chill days to come. Like, right now, I'm not chill enough that one of those streams would work. I'll be completely honest. Alright, just let's check something for a second. Some of you might know what this is. Okay. Good chat. We have a game on the flight back. We have a prediction live. What is the integrity of these wings? This is a full gamba. You can win channel points, and points mean hydration, adds, maybe some prizes, potentially some fun things coming up. Actually, points might be worth something soon. And when I say something, they might be funny. So use the gamba system provided by Twitch, unless you're from the Netherlands, in which case, RIP. Look, if you're upset in the Netherlands, just know that this is what happens when politicians meddle in video games. You can't gamba on Twitch points. It's silliness. We'll get out, ready for the draw. Pipe down, you're on flat. You're flat enough sand, you shouldn't be sliding. Apparently no one told us it shouldn't be sliding. Right. The prediction is over. Let's get the results up. Okay, we're pretty torn. Pretty evenly split between the 46 to 50, 26 to 30, and 36 to 40. And again, everyone's in the same kind of grouping. No one goes for the odd number. Everyone seems to go for the 5 to 0, or the 6 to 0, rather than the 1 to 5. I can tell you that we are at 36% wing integrity. 36%ers, you take it. A total of 165,000 channel points in that gamba. Don't worry, the more that you enter those gambas, the more often you win. That's how that works, because you get better at it. That's the point of the bracketing, Glorious. It's designed to catch you. Meant to tempt you. And then, you know, it all goes wrong. Giant Spain, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1, brother. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for the support. Oh yeah, Luther sorted that, so I can go back and do another one of these runs. I forgot. Okay. Do you feel debated? That's my question. You sorted the ornithopter issue, so I don't actually need to go back and get it out of the base anymore. Luther, I'm saying you did good, don't worry, you're fine. I haven't had the song in a long time. APC, welcome back. Yes, I've learned the art of the long stream from Thor. So at the moment, like, if I said, oh, I'm going to end stream now, I would still call this an early-ish finish. At the mere 8.5 hour mark, because apparently this is my normal. Yeah, I'm getting enough sleep. So the only thing I'm not doing a lot of, and that's why I took Friday off, was because I haven't been spending as much time with my girlfriend, or my partner, as I normally have. She doesn't really mind. Like, normally we'll just kind of chill, watch TV, and relax together. So it's more that I haven't had as much relaxation time, but I don't really need it in the same way. It's different. I'm managing quite well. The only thing I have weighing on me is that I need to do the unban request today. So in a second, we will switch to an unban request bingo segment. If chat is excited about unban request bingo, or this is their first time, we'll talk about it. So what this is we take the unban requests from Pirate Software's channel. We take the link that is posted in chat by using ! bingo, and you have a bingo card. That bingo card is a good fun game where, based on what it is when we go through the unban requests, you can tick off. I have set you free, just another. I know my average stream is 11 hours. That is pretty rough. I didn't really expect that. Bitch. Check my Discord when I have time. I can check my Discord. Thank you, buddy. Give me a second. I checked Reddit like an hour ago, maybe 2 hours ago, literally while talking to chat. Oh, yeah. Bam, 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 bam. Thank you, bud. Ooh, I'm saying bad things on the Reddit. Some big gotcha. Ooh. Oh, then I need to go and do the other stuff. This is ridiculous. Like, if you want me to slow down on the unbang request bingo, I can do that, if that would be helpful. Are you finding that I go through them too quickly? Exactly. I'm looking at my phone. I must be cheating. That's literally the meme, isn't it? I will warn you, chat, when you see the unban request, you will see just how hateful people get. If you're new to this, making sure there's no one else who slipped through. Right. Slower is better. Yeah, so what you're saying is most of you aren't mainlining caffeine in order to keep up during Unban Request Bingo. Noted. I will go faster and force you to go through that. Thank you for the feedback. It's noted. We could go faster with Unban. Like, that's the worst bit. I already slow down. I should just slow down more, but like that's real fast. And I don't know that I don't get to call them all out on the master list, so I guess like you guys have to work out what they are, which is what probably slows things down. Although I guess you do have the ones in front of you, so you know the ones that at least you're looking and waiting for. Oh look, the Intel point limit reached. Ah. Mondhela, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. You are awesome. Thank you very much for the support of the stream. We've got ads coming up, and we will do a little bit of Unbanned Bingo after the ad break. I know you're all excited for it. Oh, Paul Shu is here for the master list edits. Awesome. Paul Shu is the one who's come up with this, so everyone thank her. She's done a great job with it. One of our wiki rememberancers. Yeah, if you get a Hyundai ad, you have to let me know, remember? Or a Ford ad. We spoke about Fords, remember? Ford, F-150s, Lightnings, trucks, Focuses, Fiestas, Pumas, Mustangs, Ford. Yeah, if you get Ford adverts now, you're welcome. We're going to see how this works. Well, the thing is, we proved that Subaru works, but we need to find out if Ford works. We need to try it across multiple days to see if the algorithm now thinks that we're loyal Subaru customers. Rambling, sounds like you're in an area with not much ad fill. Ad break ends in 10 seconds. We will then run this dungeon, head back into the unbans. Exactly. We know that Subaru are running a campaign, so we have to find out if we can. We already proven that we've triggered Subaru because it didn't happen until we mentioned it. I said the word on stream multiple times, but we don't know if Ford are running adverts. So now I need to know. Okay, chat members, I need you to write into the stream if any of you got either Hyundai, Hyundai, whatever you call it, or Ford adverts. Just say the car brand if you got them. Lost track of where I was, motherfucker.
Reveal yourself. I've got you covered. Shields up.
Where is everybody?
I don't know what the name of the AI robot pool cleaner brand was, because that was a great meme. That's a great set of adverts people were talking about. Yeah, see, this is a game that only the non-subs can take part in, which I actually think is, you know, is not a bad thing to have, you know. It's also only for like 2 days, because I'm going to get bored of it pretty quick. I am glad that you were enjoying the cat cam waffle. Welcome on in. He is the sleepiest bean. I mean, it means that chat is surprisingly invested in car brand adverts. See, this is where I'm playing the long con by what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can get, like, you know, a Bugatti sponsorship or something. I'm going to manipulate the ads bots in ways that I can get given a sponsorship for, like, you know, high-end supercar. That's the plan, right?
I see someone.
Because that's how it works, you know.
Shield on.
He's having a big sleep, yeah. He's not just having a nap. I don't want a Bugatti. I just want to know if I can manipulate the ads to do that. So they would be like, your community is exceptionally invested in Bugattis. We would like to sponsor you. It's the principle of manipulating ad bots in order to see if it forces sponsorships upwards. Yeah, HMRC are like, we would like to know your attention. I did stab him in the ass to kill him, yes, chat. That is what you just saw happen. It's a natural weak spot for all head. Oh, look, double sealed Sultan. Nice. Look, stabbing your opponent in the ass is always a fair, you know, a fair thing on Arrakis. There's no rules in duels here. You can bet your left nut that Paul Atreides would stab somebody in the butt if he had to. Just saying. Catch you later, Steffi doll. Have a good one. I wouldn't actually want a Bugatti, don't get me wrong, but I just need to know if you can manipulate ads sufficiently. And if so, I wonder, you know, what that kind of, to what extent you can do it. Like, if I start talking about, you know, IT issues, for example, and I start talking about networking and stuff, does it trigger, you know, I say all the right keywords around it, will it trigger you guys getting VPN adverts? And then if you know, Twitch knows that, you know, data-wise, my community is engaging with those adverts for whatever reason, does that information get passed back to the providers, and would they come directly, or would they continue just serving ads via Twitch? It's all the questions around how that business practice works. The right nut, it overthinks. It's too cocksure. Arrogant. The right nut's always the arrogant one. You're not being used as test subjects, you're just being used as participants. There's a slight but very distinct differences. What's the most profitable ads for the streamer? We don't get to see that kind of information. Well, at least I don't think. The ads manager. I don't get that level of granular information. Your bingo card keeps updating. That might be a pool shoe question. Oh, in fairness, if I really need to, I can turn it. So if we made this into a long-term game where we try and play with it, I could actually enable subscribers to have ads, couldn't I? Like, they wouldn't be missing out on all of it. If we make it long-term, I guess it's a thing. Okay, we now get to see what Luther's done to the base. Oh, kids in glass houses. Okay, this is neat. Okay, cool. We'll just land here and not make a fuss. Levitation is still working, I see. Yeah, at the moment they're all quite spicy. Like, so much so that like it's difficult to be like, which one of these isn't spicy? Drop that on the floor in case Demnar's watching, because I know that he enjoys it when I do that. Mark 2, Mark 2, Mark 4, Mark 6. We've got quite... We could probably do with a task for spice-infused duralumin dust, to be honest with you. Got quite a bit of it. Okay, we're going to take a brief break while Luther is doing things. We're going to sit underneath our Thopter, because we know the Thopters are always safe. And then I'll get the unban requests open. Let's go and see how many we've got. Wow, Twitch has actioned a bunch of them. Nice. What we like. Refresh this. Oldest first. How are we going to do this on the screen so that you guys can see them all? I mean, that's just coming in quite prejudicial, Buff the Pixel. Stay salty and I'll see you in my unbans. Okay, regenerate your cards, choose your bingos, and put an emote in chat when you're ready. I don't care what emote it is. Somebody misunderstood where to get banned in order to be on this segment of the stream. Soccer was taken. Thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. You are awesome. I appreciate all the support from all of you. Glad to see so many of you are ready for Unbanned Bingo. I will ping our Discord server because people have asked me to do that for Unbanned Bingo. Although I got some Beppis, responses last time, so Jake's community is out there somewhere. Remember, if you want to get the pings for this, you can just join our Discord server. We've got a going live one. So we've got a ban of Vader. Quite likely. Highly likely. Roach is a World of Warcraft joke. Yep. Very funny. Maybe you should have a chat with your friend. They're clearly a wrong'un. Deny. Ban speedrun #1 narcissist. Seriously? Seriously. Taking my time. Nope. We have a copy paste for these. Was your message intended positively? Nope. You're just baiting and got called out for it. Bad. Just call what it is. Cry harder. Jackie Codes, welcome on in with the raid of 95 viewers. We are currently going through the spiciest part of our segment, where we review the unbanned requests that go into the Pirate Software channel and look at how deranged everything is. We have a special guest today. It's Bailey. He's deeply asleep, as you can see. So I'm glad to welcome many of you in. For those of you who don't know who Jackie Codes is, Jackie is an absolutely awesome individual. She's coding over here on Twitch. She was our DM, Thor and I's Dungeon Master at TwitchCon for our game that we played. Very enjoyable. You should 100% go and give her a follow. And I'm going to misspell the command several times. You'd think that the Jackie_codes part would be the difficult part to spell, but no, /shoutout was the bit that caught me out. Go and press the heart. Jackie is an absolutely awesome individual. You will be missing out by not following her. Welcome on in, everyone. Yeah, this is Bailey. He's very cute, very sleepy. He's 15. He's just extra eepy right now. Everything is going good, Jackie. We are doing reasonably well here. We've obviously got a bit of drama to deal with, but hey, it's free content. We're not too upset about it. This one looks like a genuine one. They'll get unbanned. Just spamming the initiative. We've got a nice, all come up with that all by yourself. We've got a Jeanette ban. Look at this Jeanette in chat. Jeanette ban. Look at that. Look at the symmetry. Wow, an excellent ban. Good job, Jeanette. They didn't learn, and it's rent-free in their head 6 months later. Just got banned for being rude in the channel. We've got, so those of you who are new, we actually have a number of buttons on the stream deck where we've got some canned responses already written for these. Because they're so boring and unimaginative, we just kind of use the same unimaginative responses back at them, because it's otherwise it just makes it boring. I had to constantly lay into them. It's just not so much fun. So, deny. Yeah, Mana Gem is a WoW one. Yes. Just a joke, bro. I was joking. Here we go. That's a name ban. I hate pirate software. It's a joke, bro. It's a joke, bro. It's just a prank. The thing is, they'll never see that ban response, but I feel better for posting it. Oh, that was a first message last. In fact, that wasn't even a first message last message. See, first message, last message. Literally, these are just intended to. They don't care. There you go. You need one more for bingo. We're only like 20 in. I'm chafing really bad. Any tips? Thanks, I'm chafing so bad. Good luck with your chafing? Chafing is a really weird word. We'll just use their own spelling. So these are the pirate software channel bans. And my job as lead moderator is to provide an independent review on them. Ban evasion. Nice. Deny. Random red, I would, but none of them have the mental age to know that they need a prostate exam, because you're meant to get that kind of when you're in your mid-20s and beyond. And these all have the mentality of 13-year-olds on Xbox live chat for the first time. We've had a why was I banned? We've not had any slurs so far that I recognize. Just a question. But you don't follow, you're just doing it. This kind of horrible shit. That's terms of service breach. Do you think his ex-wife left him because he just talked about working at Blizzard while he was trying to find a special spot? So I'm about to Blizzard all over. Imagine using a voice changer that... So, yeah, yeah, you don't understand the definition of a joke. We got a bingo. I see bingos in chat. Baby Doll Bites. If you use exclamation point Discord, you can place a screenshot into the bingo channel where Poolshoe, the master of bingo, the bingo master, will verify your claim. You've had one for 5 minutes. I don't think I saw that. I probably do need a... Yeah. Yeah, you had to verify your claim, otherwise I get your soul. That's how that works. A false bingo? There's very little in this world worse than a false bingo. Imagine the danger in society if one could just have a false bingo. Offensive username, voice changer referenced, free, well-written apology, why was I banned? That one's bingo. Let's see, first message, last message banned by Thor, wow, insult, offensive username, voice changer referenced. Yes, those are both bingos. So what we will do is we will keep playing till the first person to get a full board. The first person with a full board can time somebody out for 15 minutes. I don't care who you time out. It can be a moderator. It can be a chat member. Go to town. But the first person to get a verified full board can time someone out for 15 minutes. Because you deserve a reward. What counts as a cross ban, you'll know a cross ban. It'll be across platforms or across different streams. I can go and see the times you got timed out for Praising Mountain Dew, yeah? Yeah, these are pretty much all the responses are pretty spicy. Jeanette, if you want to time Nellis out, that is entirely your choice to do so. I will respect that choice with the utmost of reverence. If a chat member asks for a mod to be timed out, it'll just have to happen. It'll be awful. Oh, K Cappuccino, what are you banned for on the Pirate Software or Ferret Software channels? Are you in the unban requests? You are in the unban requests. How was this one? Okay, you're in here somewhere. Let's do this. Hang on. Nah, you can wait. We'll see how that one goes. You posted your board? Yeah, that's definitely a bingo. We're looking for a full board, every single square. What we're going for. No, Cappuccino, that's not how that works. It's Oh, didn't I answer that one? Just Pepe laughs. Oh, isn't this the nerd that let his team die in WoW? Isn't this the nerd that let his team die in WoW? Sad life. Really? It's... Blur. There you go. Just need to move it across. Report. RIP 2016 account. Oh, we've got the ads in progress. Whoop. We will wait a second. The generation, yeah, this generation does pride itself on not using stale memes. They just don't recognize that they're stale. It's also probably people who are older. Like, if you've got an account from 2016, that means that you've got to at least be, you know, most likely kind of in your early to mid 20s, if not older. How many requests are there? 340 left or so. So we've got quite a few. Thank you very much for all the follows, all the subscribers today. You're all appreciated. We've got 1 minute left in the ads, and then we will resume. The cat is very sleepy. Maybe Hyundai just aren't playing Twitch. Maybe that's what it is. Hello, Yizo. It's going well, thank you. How are you? Sorry, I'm trying not to cough because I've got some hay fever. We have a dodging auto mod. We've got just a question. We've got voice changer. We've got banned by Wolf. We've got a banned by Heimdall. We've had a Corona Spicy unban response. John o'clock. We've had a Wolf ban, yes. Sorry, that was a bit spicy. Oh, you've got a B block, okay. This person got caught in some crossfire. This person correctly caught. We've had slow and we've had auto mod dodge as well. That was Fairy mentioned, yeah. Funny thing is, it's not even true. Like, no, it's not even a bad like, not even like a big deal. Oh, what is that? Oh, we got a suspicious activity on the server. Oh, thank you for resolving, Nellis. Struggling to hit 3K viewers. He was at 20K occasionally during WoW at its peak. Before that, he was at 7,000 viewers. So yeah, there's been a bit of a drop, but to be honest with you, if the people that have dropped from the channel are the ones that we're banning, I don't think anything of value was lost. It's such a childish response, but it just feels so good to use. Remember that not all the mods from the Pirate Software side get to see these, so some of the spicy ones I send to them. I use that one a lot. It's funnier when yeah, I'll tell you this, but don't tell Thor that I told the story again, because I'm not meant to tell it very often. At TwitchCon EU recently, I was waiting for Thor at the elevator entrance on our floor, and around the corner that he came from, I heard a door opening and closing. I assumed it was him. Around the corner comes, somebody reasonably kind of like, tallish, long brown hair, and for a second I'm like, wait, that's not Thor. And I have a bit of a mind blank moment, and then I realize, of course I'm confused, it's Finster. Real talk, happened, very confused for a second. We had a great laugh about it. Finn's cool. I bumped into Finn a couple of times now. It's just deeply funny, yeah. That's why I call Thor, Game Dev Finster. It's very funny. No, it's a nice bait mate response. Okay, hang on. Okay, we'll do this. Now I just need to find a photo which matches well for them. So give me a second, chat. Because this is going to be great. We've already got one courtesy of Luther where they confirm where Thor looks like someone else, but I need to find the right one for this. Where's my cursed quests folder? Google is not very helpful here. That's better. Excuse me. That's a terrible photo, damn it. Oh god, there's so many spooders in chat. I looked away for a second and it's just an infestation. How am I meant to deal with this? This is awful. See, the reason this meme is funny is because Thor doesn't really look that much like Finster apart from the long hair. Here we go. The comparison. Uncanny. See? Perfect. See, that's my point. That's why I call Thor Game Dev Finster. I'm just saying. Oh, that's now all in my Google search history. Great. Okay. Yeah. So I basically do it because I know that it winds Thor up and it's deeply funny. Let's get back to this. Oh, this is just someone spamming about the fridge. Nice bait, mate. Little rats, there you go. Just deny. You can't see? Oh, that's sad. That can be capitalized. Joe. Okay, I didn't realize how we can get out. I should have gotten Thor a card which said happy birthday to Game Dev Finster. I could make one tonight, you're right. Oh, there's a cult one in there. There you go. Judge Freak, I'm proud of you. Make sure you say Game Dev Finster, because that's the joke. It's like different types of Barbie. So you've got cult called, there you go. Aquedictus, to be honest, if you show him, I'll stand by it. I've made the joke to his face before. I'll make it again. It is what it is. I like it when they say I don't want to be unbanned because I just immediately moved on. That should be a square horseshoe. I don't want to be unbanned. You may get a Matt ban, but it's unlucky. Matt's on vacation. Are we at any full bingo cards yet? Oh, some people are getting very close. You're banned by Sophie. Oh, that might be that's gonna be the same challenge. Sophie's not been on shift since yesterday. Is there a square for Kronos taking a screenshot? There isn't, but there probably should be. Why is man's no? Why man's no? Man's no you mean? Man's deny appeal. Halt was called, yep. The facepalm emote should be like Bailey, and then just around it should be like the palm tree of an executor. Yeah, executor. There was a Matt ban. Oh, hello. Meow. Are you shouting? Yeah, who's a lovely baby? Yeah, you want to come down for a cuddle? Whoever had Bailey wants attention, now is your time. Although the camera's going to be messed up while I do this. Hi, little guy. Oh, have you got... Oh, you're feeling a bit hairbally, aren't you? Okay. Yeah, you might need to get yourself lower down, B. Oh, I don't really want you guys to have to watch him while he's dealing with a cough. Are you having a hard time? Okay. We'll turn that off in case he needs to hairball. Are you okay? Have you cleared it? Oh, yeah, okay. There'll be one coming in the coming days, I'm assuming. Oh, hello. Yeah, you're so adorable, aren't you? Meow. Yeah. Meow, meow. Let's turn off that. Yeah, sorry, did I stop? That's not very nice of me, is it? Sahara, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. There you go. If anyone's got Eve mentioned, Sahara showed up. That counts. You can have that on Unbanned Bingo. Yeah. Oh, you need to go out. Oh, why? You want to headbutt the desk? Hi, you moving away to make it more difficult for chat? Okay. Okay, I'm actually not in a very convenient spot, Hibby, but okay. You want one of these, two of these, three of these, four of these, five of these. That's enough, is it? Yeah. Onto the head groups. Hello, are you sleepy? Yeah. You're okay, baby. Okay. Oh, Bailey's blocking it. Okay, well that last one will be missed then. There's not enough screen space for you, B. I'm sorry. I know you're exceptionally cute. You're cheating. You're trying to get ahead in Unbanned Bingo. Okay, you heading off out, little cat. Bring some of these buttons over. Seem better like that, but it's very amped up. Yeah, meow. I know, little cat. You need to go out for your evening patrol. It's about time. Matt and Eve were both called. Yeah, Sahara showed up, who is a person I used to spend some time with in Eve. He was part of Strybog. Absolutely awesome person. Sahara was like Space Mum. She was great. Those of you who don't know this reference, this is a reference to Alice in Wonderland. Very nice. Why are mods so sensitive? They were just too sensitive. Hello, you're wanting more attention? Okay. What is shill? It's where someone like accuses Thor of being like an industry plant or a shill, like a sellout. I'm not a shill for Greg's. I am happily pro Greg's. I'm not a shill. I haven't sold out yet. Believe me, when I sell out, you will know the entire stream will be Greg's, you know, Greg's themed. Sarah Jackal, thank you very much for the 6 months at tier 1. You are awesome. I really appreciate the support. And Tar, thank you very much for the resub. 2 months at tier 1. You are awesome. I appreciate all of you. Glad you enjoy Unbanned Bingo. We'll keep doing it. We'll keep going. We want to clear down to about 200 or so at the very least. Way to grow an audience. This isn't the audience we want. We're getting very close to a couple of full houses. I mean, I can see that. Very true. Whoever's waiting for voice changer reference, we've definitely had that. Echo Chamber's probably a good one for now. He's an emphatic sack of shit, okay. It's weird. I just wants to test the waters. He does pay well. This is disgusting. I'm glad your ferret died due to outer mana is disgusting kind of fucking behavior. We've got a ghost one here. There we go. This is the one that could be better is, you know, if you think the death of someone's beloved animal and pet is a laughing matter, you are so fucked up that I genuinely feel sorry for the people you have around you in your life. If no one has taught you this behavior is wrong, I'm sorry for you. Look at yourself and think about whether this is who you want to be. It's just that, it's that simple. Like, why do people want to be like this? Hello? Yes, I can hear you quacking away down there. I don't care if I'm banned. Ego, drama, blah, blah, blah. See, more voice changer ones. They all fit into a reasonably, Sundral, those are ones that had messages that are so terms of service breaching that they were removed by Twitch before making it to the chat. Yeah, we've unbanned someone. You got a Ford advert. Iggy, did you get a Ford advert? This is important. Why have you got so much floof, little baby? So much floof and so little brain. Oh, he didn't like that. Oh, no, you did like that. You wanted butt scritches. Okay. You want this is the norm. He just rubs his face on the side of the desk, like it's very cute, but I don't really know why you do it. And you just rubbing your scent mark. Yeah, see, you're just scent marking the edge of the desk. You're such a good boy. Yeah, he's a lovely baby. You are a lovely baby. You are such a big sleepy baby bitch. You just love attention. Yeah, okay. You want to lick my hand? Okay. Yeah, we're done. Okay. Just saying thank you for the pets. Now there's cat hair all over me. That is the face of a human in the food room. That's what he's excited about. There's a human in the food room and he's like, what have for me? He's so funny. He's a ridiculous cat. These have already been reported, remember, I've gone through and reported most of them. But I remember which ones I haven't done. Insults mods, that one would count. That's advertising. There you go. That one will count. You've fallen through the map in Dune. Try avoiding doing that. That's generally not good. Yeah, if you find an assault flop down there, like just the front half of it, that's mine, mate. We haven't seen a censorship one yet. I don't think. I don't remember seeing a censorship one, but I could be wrong. Pool Shoe would know. If Pool Shoe says that we've seen a censorship one, that's how it is. He is the arbiter of truth there. There you go. Censorship hasn't been called. I expect to see that user back. You are bums. We've had... Okay. This is the person who was in chat earlier. Cappuccino, are you still here? I am restarted, chat. Are you restarted? When will you restarted? You were born restarted. I was born started. I saved the restarted for later. Suspicious user as well. See, they're all just so boring. I even can, like, do certain ones of them just by, like, muscle memory now. There you go. Coding ban. No, censorship has not been called. Nothing drastically exciting, sadly, that I'm Oh, there was there? Did I not see it? We have so the first one has been posted TQB. You have got, oh, with one more. TQB, who would you like to time out for 15 whole minutons? And now we've got 222 requests left. So many of you are asking to be timed out. I'm impressed and also horrified. You've got to time out Nellis. Okay, that's nice, because that means I had to remod Nellis at the end, which is deeply funny. There you go. Bonus video, I timed out Nellis plays for 900 seconds. Reason bingo win request. That's done. You did it. You did good. Nellis is gone. Nuked. Ripped. Rest in pepperoni. Do I need to move this Luther by any chance? I seem to have been trapped in some kind of hell. Aha. My van. Fuck you. No, I'm going out this door. Freedom. Respect Nellis. I'm going to leave Luther to his inspiration. It's not so a bingo is a line. So any line of 5, but because we've got so many unbans, it's more efficient and effective for us to go for a full board for the big reward. But I've still got, like, that was only 130 bans that it took, like 130 unban requests to get a full board, right? The blackout is ultimately the goal for that, like. Oh, you want him to hear the stream? Nellis, oh wait, you also can't hear the stream, okay. And Nellis has also lost their mod privileges because they were timed out. That's how that works. Which just strips it from you. Exclamation point bingo, Demon Kai, you can use. Not on his own request, on someone else's request. Nobody can save you now. Oh, that is cute. Okay. Didn't actually realize how late it had gone. We've just hit 9,800 followers. Thank you very much for that one, Pyroton. You're awesome. I appreciate you. The cat is on this base, and the parking, like, this is just bad parking. Look at all these normal ornithopters just left here. Can't even squeeze my fat assault arse in this space. There we go. Okay, parents a bit upset. Bombay Jose, thank you very much for the subscription with Prime. You are awesome. I really appreciate it. I'm just gonna leave myself here. Right, it is 9 hours and 55 minutes into the stream. We are going to end it here. I am going to raid us into our friends at Ferret Software because Henry is exceptionally cute and wearing a long lemon costume today. Henry the Ferret. So that's exciting. I appreciate all of you for being here. Thank you very much. We've had a great time today. We are here live tomorrow again, probably a little bit earlier than today. Well, definitely a little bit earlier than today. I don't have any IRL stuff to do. We will be doing some Dune, likely, probably maybe some Bitcraft, and we'll do some unbound requests, and ultimately we will be doing stuff for Thor's birthday. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for saying hi to Bailey and watching him. DQB, thank you for doing so well with your bingo and for timing out Nellis. Appreciate you all. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday, and I will see you all soon. Thank you very much for being here. Take it easy.